Chapter 301, Killing Evolution. RZ is a talented person, she speaks very nicely. Xu Jing is very happy with her flattery, even though he knew that this girl was not sincere. Xu Jing admired her more and more. Nobita was already dead. RZ then.
Without even needing Xu Jing's instructions, poisoned Nobita's body into a pool of pus. Then, she cleaned up all traces. Clearly, this wasn't the first time she'd done this. After finishing, she took out the Divine Wood King Cauldron, inspected it,
and then put it on her back. She quickly left the scene with Xu Jing. One day later, they left the Xingxiu Sect hundreds of miles away and came to a desolate and gloomy mountain forest. The trees in this mountain forest were sparse and withered.
The ground was covered with old, decaying grass and leaves, piled together and rotting into a soft mud. The air was shrouded in a deadly gloom. Within a radius of dozens of miles, not only was there no human habitation, but even animals were rare. Right here.
RZ cautiously entered the forest for several miles before stopping. She continued, I discovered this place by accident. There are many strange and poisonous insects here. I've come here several times before, hoping to break through my cultivation.
Although my gains were small, the poisonous insects I caught each time were unusual. Xu Jing leaned on Oz's shoulder. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He glanced around. Hearing this, he confirmed, there are indeed a lot of delicious foods here.
To his current body, toxins were the most delicious tonic. The more toxic the substance, the greater its benefit. The pleasure of taking drugs was even more pleasurable than connecting with an avatar of the opposite sex, despite the silence.
Hidden within the mud and dead leaves were numerous poisonous insects and beasts. These were extremely perceptive and only hid after sensing his threat. Azi took out the Divine Wood King Cauldron and placed it on the ground.
She then took the prepared spices from her bosom and placed them in the cauldron. Then she held a fire knife in one hand and a flint in the other. Ready, she asked Azi, shall we begin now?
Xu Jing jumped off her shoulders and waited beside the Divine Wood King Cauldron. He said solemnly, let's begin. He also wanted to see what kind of changes the Divine Wood King Cauldron would bring to his body if he let it go. Don't worry, Senior.
If you attract a difficult with poisonous creature, Ozzy will help you. Ozzy started to light a fire, lit the spices, and closed the lid of the cauldron. Then, with a light leap, she flew to a dead tree not far away. At this distance,
if anything unexpected happened, she could arrive in no time. Furthermore, it was within the range of her Q release. To her, Xu Jing's importance was self-evident. Only by taking good care of him could she obtain more magic spells. Even the art of longevity.
Nowadays, the struggle for supremacy in the martial arts world, fame and fortune, were not as important as Xu Jing's safety. Xu Jing had no time to care about Azi's thoughts at this moment, as the incense in the Divine Wood King Cauldron burned.
Clusters of strange fragrance emanated and blended into the air. He was so close. His consciousness blurred in the blink of an eye. Then his entire body entered a state of complete arousal. He felt the urge to swallow the Divine Wood King Cauldron whole. Buzz!
A blood-red glow began to shimmer on Xu Jing's skin. Ripples formed in the air and a vast number of tiny vortices appeared, drawing him into their bodies. The thin skin under his neck trembled. Finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth
and let out a loud roar. At this moment, a rustling sound was heard from the surroundings. Dead branches and rotten leaves on the ground were stirred.
Strange and poisonous creatures emerged from the ground and rushed towards the location of the Divine Tree King Cauldron. Many of these venomous creatures were unusual. There were centipedes half a meter long, their bodies gleaming with golden light.
There were spiders as green as emerald green, as big as bowls, and there were giant pythons, all red and with tiny horns. Jang-ang! Jang-ang! Seeing the poisonous creatures charging at him,
Xu Jing couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable urge to kill them all. He desperately inhaled the strange fragrance emanating from the Divine Wood King Cauldron and charged directly at the poisonous creatures, each larger than himself.
The poisonous creatures that surged around him were all in a state of confusion. While killing each other, they no longer feared him and charged towards him. Although Xu Jing had let his body go, he still maintained a clear mind.
He had already realized that this Divine Wood King Cauldron was definitely different from the other Tianlong world. Ku! His neck swelled like a balloon. Then, the smooth skin of his back cracked and split open. Streams of red water gushed out from his back,
quickly spreading out and expanding into a red cloud that enveloped the area several meters around him. In an instant, all the poisonous creatures that had rushed towards him and entered the red cloud's range began to roll desperately on the ground.
With a sizzling sound, their bodies even began to melt. Xu Jing leaped forward. The poisonous cloud he had released also began to move. Wherever it passed, swarms of poisonous creatures struggled and died. At the same time,
the poison in the bodies of the dead creatures transformed into wisps of colorful smoke that rose from the corpses, blending into the surrounding air and mixing with the fragrance released by the Divine Wood King Cauldron. System.
As Xu Jing continued to slaughter people, he summoned the system and looked at the interface. He saw the progress number for the Queen of Poisons begin to increase like a stopwatch. So that is how it is!
He finally understood the purpose of the Divine Wood King Cauldron. The strange fragrance it released not only attracted poisonous creatures within a 10-mile radius, but also controlled them to kill.
The poison in the dead poisonous creatures would evaporate and dissolve into the air. The surviving poisonous creatures would then absorb it into their bodies as they inhaled the strange fragrance. With the help of the strange fragrance,
it would seamlessly merge into their bodies, becoming a part of them, kill each other. The victorious party plunders everything of the defeated party, however, unless the poisonous creature attracted is powerful enough to be beyond control.
The ultimate beneficiary will only be the holder of the Divine Wood King Cauldron. After Xu Jing understood, he stopped swallowing those poisonous insects smaller than him. After all, with his size, he couldn't swallow too many even if he did.
He surrounded the Divine Wood King Cauldron and launched a frenzied slaughter of the other poisonous creatures. The poisonous cloud he released during the slaughter not only did not dissipate, but instead grew stronger, covering an increasingly larger area.
Azi, perched on the tree, stared at the scene below in astonishment. Although she had long known the poisonous creatures in this area were powerful, she was still shocked by the large number of strange and venomous insects and beasts that had been attracted. At
that moment, she had even planned to rescue Xu Jing immediately. However, she never expected it to turn out like this. Is this the Manggu Zhuha? Zi seemed to realize for the first time the power of the Manggu red clam.
The poisonous cloud it released was the most poisonous of all poisons. Other poisons would kill anyone who touched them. If they touched it, they would dissolve. She estimated that even if she were to be enveloped by that red poisonous cloud,
she would definitely not be able to survive for more than a few seconds. Even if she didn't die, she would be covered in blood. Chapter 3 Odor 2. Heart Purifying Mantra. The killing continues. An unknown amount of time passed.
When the incense within the Divine Wood King Cauldron had burned out, the number of poisonous insects began to decrease. The few that remained gradually regained consciousness from their madness and began to flee in terror, seeing that Xu Jing did not pursue.
Zi refused to let him go. She shouted and chased him back and forth. There weren't many corpses on the ground. Most of the dead poisonous insects had turned into pools of foul-smelling liquid, corroding the soil into large and small pits.
Xu Jing collected the poison cloud and looked at the system interface. Manggu Zhuha, King of 1000 Poisons, 4063 1000 Flake. With the Divine Wood King Cauldron, his evolution speed increased significantly. In this one instance alone,
he had advanced directly from the King of 100 Poisons to the King of 1000 Poisons. If it remained the same as before, it would take at least 1 to 2 months, or even longer. Xu Jing jumped onto the lid of the Divine Wood King Cauldron,
closed his eyes and lay on it inhaling the remaining strange fragrance. It's unclear what material this king tripod is made of. It looks like a wooden tripod, yet it's impervious to flames. Furthermore,
the strange fragrance it emits can also lead to its evolution if absorbed directly, albeit at a relatively slow pace. Zi soon returned with several poisonous insects. Each of these surviving insects from the slaughter had undergone significant evolution.
Even the ordinary ones had become bizarre and extraordinary. Xu Jing opened his eyes and suddenly said, "Leave these poisonous insects for me as snacks." Zi stared at Xu Jing. Then she looked at the poisonous insect in her hand.
A hint of helplessness crossed her face. Using poisonous insects to cultivate the key transforming technique, while progressing rapidly, was still inferior. Xu Jing's eyes shone with golden light as he surveyed Zi.
Ding Chunqiu's current strength was largely due to inhaling the fragrance of the Divine Wood King Cauldron, not relying on these poisonous insects. Although the fairy eyes and golden pupils cannot see through everything, they can see certain essential things.
The Huagong Dafa originated from the Tianxin school. It was later developed based on the Beiming divine art. However, the core principles were not grasped. It can only be considered a minor detail.
The Xingxiu King Cauldron was likely created specifically for the cultivation of Huagong Dafa. Zi was stunned for a moment. Then a look of sudden realization appeared on her face. She said, Zi, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior.
With the Divine Wood King Cauldron, she no longer needed to cultivate with poisonous insects. Xu Jing said with satisfaction, "Let's go back." They'd been out for 2 days. After the loss of the Divine Wood King Cauldron,
it was best for them to stay within the Xingxiu Sect. It wouldn't be too late to use it slowly after the incident had passed. There was no need to risk arising suspicion. Zi nodded. She placed Xu Jing in her arms.
Then she packed up the Divine Wood King Cauldron and hid it somewhere safe. Then she set off. A day later, she leisurely rushed to the swamps surrounding the Xingxiu Sect. As soon as she arrived, she ran into a patrolling group of disciples.
The Xingxiu Sect disciples seemed quite alert. Only after confirming Azi's identity did they relax. What happened? Azi guessed the reason but pretended not to know. The reason was as expected. Nobita's theft of the Divine Wood King Cauldron was exposed.
Ding Chunqiu had just returned to the sect today. He was supposedly beaming with energy and high spirits. But upon discovering the theft of the Divine Wood King Cauldron, he flew into a rage. As Azi made her way there,
she would occasionally encounter groups of ordinary disciples searching for her. By the time she returned to the Xingxiu Sect, the atmosphere inside had become even more tense, a sense of impending chaos and panic. Oh, isn't this junior sister Azi?
A woman in a light blue dress and a group of disciples surrounded Azi. She said maliciously, I think you know what happened, but I wonder if the loss of the Divine Wood King Cauldron has anything to do with you. Get out of the way, Azi snorted coldly.
Don't worry, senior sister Qing, I'll report everything to the immortal myself. Qing waved his hand and asked the others to clear the way. He sneered, let's go. The old immortal is looking for you. Let's see how you can explain it.
Azi ignored him and just walked away soon. She arrived before Ding Chunqiu. Ding Chunqiu loved flattery, but he hated it when flattery backfired. At this moment, the Divine Wood King Cauldron had been stolen by Daxiang.
If he tried to maintain his master-disciple relationship with Kula, he would likely offend him. Azi was very cautious. She bowed respectfully and said, greetings, old immortal. Ding Chunqiu replied calmly. He asked casually,
where have you been these past few days? Azi looked normal. She reported, I've been out catching poisonous insects for the past few days to practice. I just returned today. Oh, Ding Chunqiu's cold gaze suddenly fixed on Azi. His aura was as if tangible.
He pressed forward and asked, were you involved in Daxiang's theft of the Divine Wood King Cauldron? Azi felt her body suddenly sink. A terrifying feeling filled her heart. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. But at that moment,
Su Jing's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Supreme Star responding without ceasing, exorcising evil spirits and binding demons, protecting life and body. Wisdom is clear. Peace of mind. 3 souls are eternal. The spirit is unbroken.
Hurry and obey the command. In an instant, she no longer felt the pressure Ding Chunqiu was exerting on her. Instead, she felt an inexplicable peace of mind. Without changing her expression, she said, old immortal, you will understand. I am a loyal disciple.
I have absolutely no ties to that traitor. Ding Chunqiu calmed down. His expression softened. All right, I'm just asking. You have nothing to do here. Go down first. Among his disciples in the Xingxiu Sect, all practiced the Hua Gong method.
It was common for them to go out and hunt poisonous insects. Furthermore, the evidence of Daxiang's theft of the Divine Wood King Cauldron was already irrefutable. He was only asking about it as a precaution. Azi didn't dare to be careless.
She still bowed carefully and left the hall. Xing retreated with an unhappy look on his face. He stopped Oz, who was about to go back to her room, and said, you are lucky this time. Oz sneered, if you don't do anything wrong.
You're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. I see you're sneaking around a lot, senior sister. You'd better be careful. Qing's face changed. He turned and walked away. Azi let out a soft ham and stared closely at Qing's back.
A look of suspicion in her eye. Cat has caught a dead mouse. Xu Jing said at this time. In fact, she does have something to hide. Azi was even more surprised. But this wasn't the place to talk.
She suppressed her doubts and quickly returned to her residence. Only then did she blurt out all the questions that had been pent up in her heart. Of course,
what she was most concerned about was the spell Xu Jing had just used to help her deal with Ding Chunqiu's imposing aura. Xu Jing did not hide this and said frankly, that is the heart purification mantra. Chapter 323, the handsome toad who foresees everything.
In Mr. Vampire's world, Xu Jing saw the 8 great Taoist mantras in Uncle Jia's notes. The heart-purifying mantra is one of the 8 great mantras. He didn't hide it, although these 8 mantras were called divine mantras.
They were actually the basic mantras that everyone must learn to begin practicing Taoism. This mantra doesn't require talismans or seals. It can be recited silently in the mind. Whether it works depends on one's realm. One must recite with all their heart.
However, at Xu Jing's current spiritual level, even the simplest spells could produce extraordinary effects. Azi beamed with joy. She felt that Manggu Zhuha was much easier to talk to than the plague god, as long as she served him well.
It would be much easier to gain benefits. After she memorized the spell, she continued to ask, what about Qing? She didn't ask how Xu Jing knew this. She thought that immortals must have extraordinary means. Xu Jing valued Azi's cleverness the most.
This time travel was his most relaxing and enjoyable experience. Both sides were now mutually beneficial. He advised, if my calculations are correct, Qing is an undercover agent from another sect. If you're interested, pay close attention.
Find evidence and tell Ding Chunqiu. That way, you might even be able to obtain the transformation technique. He was also somewhat interested in the Huagong Dafa. If Azi obtained it, it would be equivalent to him also obtaining it.
If he didn't take the initiative in this matter, What would he wait for? Ozzy was overjoyed. She had long disliked Qing and thought it would be even better to get rid of her so she could become the senior sister. At the same time,
she noticed the word calculation Xu Jing mentioned. Her expression changed. She finally understood the reason. Her awe increased. Xu Jing clearly understood Oz's expression and thoughts. He continued, if nothing unexpected happens,
Ding Chunqiu will soon lead the Xingxiu Sect on a campaign to dominate the martial arts world. You must be prepared. What? Ozzy was shocked. Although she had known Ding Chunqiu was ambitious, she had not expected it to happen so quickly.
She realized what was happening and asked, Senior, what do you want me to prepare? Xu Jing beguiled him. Of course you're planning to seize the techniques of the major sects. Don't you want to dominate the martial arts world? I dream about it.
A strange light flashed in Ozzy's bright eyes. He waved his fist. He asked excitedly, Ozzy, can you do it? Yes, Xu Jing smiled and said, as long as you do as I say, you will surely become the head of the Tianshan sect, the master of the Lingjia Palace.
The next Tianshan Tonglao. Then, won't you have the final say in the martial arts world? Oh, I forgot to mention that the core skills of the Tianshan sect have the effect of eternal youth and immortality. Ozzy took a deep breath.
Her heart was filled with excitement. She imagined the future. She was destined to be unable to sleep tonight. 7 days later, everything happened as Xu Jing had predicted.
Ding Chunqiu summoned all his disciples and announced his intention to eradicate the 12 coals. As the head of the Tianshan sect, Xiaozi doesn't care about the conflicts in the martial arts world.
But he won't allow his disciples to create disputes or bring chaos to the martial arts world. After Ding Chunqiu plotted against Xiaozi, he had no intention of concealing his ambition. The Xuanhuan 12 sect,
a martial art second only to Shaolin and Quanzhen in strength, was founded in the area beyond the Great Wall. Just like the Tianshan sect, they were well organized, quietly controlling the key routes out of the Great Wall. After decades of operation,
their influence had already penetrated deep into the Central Plains, controlling many underworld gangs. Ding Chunqiu wants to dominate the martial arts world. The 12 coals that stand in his way are a thorn in his side. They must be removed.
After announcing his decision, he immediately sent his disciples ahead to spread the news. He also ordered Li Gao and Gu Dao to lead some of their disciples to continue tracking Daxing's whereabouts.
Then he asked Zi and Qing to lead all the remaining disciples to accompany him to the 12 coals. The Xingxiu Sect, everyone worships. The old immortal's reputation is known throughout the world. The entire Xingxiu Sect erupted in excitement.
Everyone was eager to fight. Shouting slogans, they rushed out and began to advance towards their goal. Zi walked in front of the group, with Qing on either side. The two had been getting increasingly at odds lately.
Now separated by a distance of 20 meters, the Xingxiu Sect disciples around them shouted slogans in unison and loudly. She tilted her head and whispered, Senior, can you hear me? Xu Jing's voice echoed in Oz's mind, saying, when we get there,
I'll tell you where the secret manual for the 12 linked eyes is. Be careful. Don't just focus on the fighting. Grab the manual first. Good. Zi immediately agreed. Although the Lianhuan 12 Ao technique wasn't even as good as the Hua Gong technique,
she now took everything Xu Jing said as gospel truth and believed it without a doubt. Who made Xu Jing so predictable? She was now filled with confidence for the future. She felt like the protagonist in a storyteller's story.
Having experienced adventures even more unimaginable than those protagonists, she was sure to become the unrivaled overlord of the martial arts world for generations to come. 2 days later, 12 linked mountain strongholds came into view.
Figures lingered on the towers. Clearly having received the news, the 12 coals were ready to meet the enemy. Soon the Xingxiu Sect arrived in front of the village and formed a battle formation. Ding Chunqiu, my sect has no grudge against you.
What do you mean? A bearded man in the village looked down at Ding Chunqiu with a furious expression. Ding Chunqiu laughed and said, what do you mean? I just don't like you guys. Is that a good enough reason? The bearded man couldn't help but feel angry.
Ding Chunqiu waved his hand and said, stop talking nonsense. Go ahead, kill them all. Watch me demonstrate my power-dissolving technique. As he spoke,
he flew out of the sit-in chair at high speed and fiercely slammed his palm towards the gate of the mountain stronghold. Boom! With the naked eye, a beam of light could be seen shooting out from between Ding Chunqiu's palms,
instantly causing the entire gate and the surrounding wall to explode and collapse. The Xingxiu disciples' eyes were red with anger. They drew their weapons and rushed out. In a blink of an eye, they were fighting with the disciples of Lianhuan 12 Ao.
Zi slowed down a few steps, falling behind. Then, while no one was paying attention, she bypassed the front and leaped into the mountain stronghold. In the east, Xu Jing released his soul scan and discovered an attic inside.
A dozen people were busy packing up important secret manuals, gold, silver, jewelry and other valuables, seemingly preparing to transport them away. Ding Chunqiu's attack had just destroyed the fortress and made the bearded man spit blood.
The disparity in strength was too great. The 12 coals couldn't hold out for long. Zai didn't waste any time. She avoided crowded places along the way. If she couldn't avoid them, she would attack them head-on. Xu Jing no longer hid.
He climbed out of Zai's arms. He would puff out a puff of red smoke several meters away, poisoning the enemies who rushed towards him and knocking them to the ground. Zai took advantage of the situation and beheaded him with another sword strike.
The two sides cooperated with each other in perfect harmony. It didn't take long. Under Xu Jing's guidance, she found her target and directly trapped the Xuanhuan 12 sect members who were about to evacuate with their belongings in the attic.
It's the demon girl from the Xingxiu Sect. Kill her. A middle-aged man in the attic, who looked to be of high status, gave an order. The others immediately put down their things, drew their weapons, and rushed towards Zai. Zai's expression changed slightly.
But the aura of cultivation emanating from the middle-aged man was significantly higher than hers. Chapter 304, Misty Peak. Time was running out. Xu Jing had no intention of testing Zai.
Seeing a group of people rushing towards him, he began to attack with all his might. As his neck swelled, a red ball the size of an egg burst out of his mouth. Get out of the way! The middle-aged man in the attic finally noticed Xu Jing.
Something occurred to him. His expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly warned him, but it was too late. The red ball shot into the crowd and instantly exploded, transforming into a cloud of mist that enveloped everyone. In an instant, shrill screams rang out,
accompanied by the clang of swords and knives hitting the ground. All those infected by the poisonous mist covered their faces in pain and collapsed to the ground. Twitching, you deserve to die! The middle-aged man watched his disciples die before him.
A flash of cold light flashed in his hand, and 3 sword energies shot out. Simultaneously, he waved his sleeves, and a burst of energy erupted, pushing the poisonous cloud towards Zai. Go ahead, fight him!
Xu Jing's voice echoed in Zai's mind. Without a second thought, she dodged the attack by diving underground, then, fearlessly charging forward. Certainly, in the blink of an eye, the two sides were in close combat.
Xu Jing's prepared immobilization technique suddenly took effect, exploding in the middle-aged man's mind. This middle-aged man's cultivation was much stronger than Zai's. The immobilization technique might not be able to hold someone in place for long.
So he used it at the critical moment. Chew! A massive head flew up, accompanied by a fountain of blood. The middle-aged man's headless body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Zai's pretty face flushed with excitement.
The pleasure of instantly killing a master made her tremble all over. Although she didn't hear the word ding, she immediately understood the reason after seeing the middle-aged man's body suddenly stiffen and his eyes filled with fear. Thank you, senior,
she said, and quickly rummaged through the packed boxes and bags. Gold, silver, and jewelry, precious medicinal herbs, stacks of bills, various martial arts manuals, the wealth accumulated by Xuanhuan 12 Valley over decades.
Everything was laid out before Zai. Her heartbeat quickened and her breathing became rapid. In the underworld, fame and fortune are what people fight for. In one's lifetime, few can escape. Hurry up and read the secret manual, Xu Jing shouted softly.
Waking Zai up. Money is just a thing outside of your body. When you're strong enough, you can have as much as you want. Zai gritted her teeth and looked away. Then, following Xu Jing's instructions before coming, she laid out the secret manuals on the ground.
Call. A light breeze suddenly blew, and the pages of the secret book on the ground quickly turned automatically. Xu Jing released his spirit. Combined with his photographic memory, he memorized everything without hesitation. Zai looked puzzled and said,
Senior, are these secret manuals still useful to you? I'm doing this for your own good, Xu Jing said righteously. If I've memorized it, it's as if you've memorized it. It'll teach you slowly later. It's always good to learn more skills. Senior, you are so kind.
Zai had no doubts. She was filled with gratitude. Then she looked at the gold and silver and other things and said, what should I do with these? Take away the banknotes and other things that are easy to take with you. Burn the rest.
Zai no longer hesitated after hearing this. After looting the place, she set it on fire and left the scene before anyone else arrived. Under Xu Jing's care, the fire quickly ignited and grew larger and larger.
Coupled with the vast disparity in strength between the two factions, the 12 linked ows were completely raised in just half a day. However, Ding Chunqiu's expression was not very good. Besides killing all the enemies,
he had also burned almost all the benefits. Zai followed behind calmly, acting as if nothing had happened. She secretly glanced at Qing, whose lips curled up, seeming extremely satisfied with the situation. Let's go. Ding Chunqiu turned and left.
Although he didn't gain any benefits here, he could still take over the major gangs under the control of Xuanhuan 12 Ao. This gave him some comfort. After returning to the Xingxiu Sect,
Ding Chunqiu announced the sect's expansion into new disciples and then sent several of his direct disciples out to work. In just a few days, the news of the Xingxiu Sect's annihilation of the 12 Chainos spread throughout the martial arts world.
Ding Chunqiu's undisguised ambition was now known to everyone. The people in the martial arts world were in a state of panic. After all, the Xingxiu Sect was related to the Xuanhuan Sect. No one dared to take it lightly.
Azi's mission was to go to the central plains and recruit several small gangs that were previously under the control of the Xuanhuan 12 Ao. During her years in the Xingxiu Sect, she had trained many subordinates. She didn't go on this mission herself.
Instead assigning it to her two most trusted subordinates, Busan and Busi. As for herself, she took Xujing to the place where the Divine Wood King Cauldron was hidden and began to practice diligently. 2 months later, Piomiao Peak of Tianshan Mountains.
Azi, whose cultivation had improved a lot, walked cautiously on the mountain path. Senior, what are we doing here? She was surrounded by a shadow, walking in the dark. Even if ordinary people saw her, they would easily overlook her. Upon hearing this,
Xujing said here is the Beiming divine art. If he remembered correctly, now should be the best opportunity. Azi paused when she heard the words Beiming divine art. Her eyes flashed with excitement. Really? She asked in surprise.
This is the divine art of the North Sea. The Tianshan school became the supreme martial arts sect because of this powerful technique. Of course it's true. Xujing urged, let's go quickly. Whether we can get it or not depends on luck.
He scanned the 200 meters around him with his mind and realized they had arrived just in time. A large number of people, all different kinds of people, were heading up the mountain in groups, hiding their bodies.
These are the people from the 72 caves. After Ding Chunqiu plotted against Xiaoyaozi, he realized he wouldn't be killed so easily, so he informed Wu Xingyan of the news. And how could Wu Xingyan miss this opportunity?
She was obsessed with snatching Li Kanghai away from Xiaoyaozi. Azi quickened her pace and, with Xujing's reminder, avoided the people from the 72 caves and arrived at Piaomiao Peak. The peak of Piaomiao Peak is shrouded in mist, vague and ethereal.
It resembles a fairy mountain nestled in a sea of clouds. A stream flows from the summit, forming a waterfall, and on the cliffs at the top of the waterfall, a delicate and beautiful pavilion stands. The attic was high above, hidden in the clouds.
Below it lay a platform several hundred meters long and wide. There were only a few large trees scattered across the platform. In the center, there was a large stone table. On either side of the table were 2 stone blocks that served as seats. Senior.
There are people there. Azi hid behind a huge rock. She craned her neck to look at the platform. Sitting at a stone table there was a middle-aged man in blue scholar's attire. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing.
The middle-aged man held a black chess piece in his hand and stared at the chessboard, seemingly hesitant. Chapter 3U5. Exquisite chess game. Although it was the first time Xujing saw this person, he was sure that he was Su Xing. He released his spirit,
not paying attention to the chess game on the table. With his previous experience with the Divine Wood King Cauldron, he was still very wary of this delicate chess game. It was always better to be cautious.
His mind began to delve deeper into the direction of the waterfall. In a blink of an eye, he discovered a passage that resembled a valley. Unfortunately, once he reached that point,
he had reached the limit of his mind scanning capability and could not go any deeper. Let's find a place to hide first. Xujing leaned on Azi's shoulder, gazing at the attic at the top of the waterfall. He didn't act rashly.
Azi also noticed the attic and followed Xujing's instructions. Quietly hiding in the nearby woods, she formed a strange hand seal with her hands. A shadowy shadow shrouded her body, never dissipating. This was before she came here.
Su Jingxin had taught her the shadow technique. Su Xing was the chess player. Xiaoyaozi and Li Qinghai lived in the attic. Xujing gave instructions and then said, wait, perhaps there will be an opportunity soon.
Azi couldn't help but glance at the attic a few more times. As Ding Chunqiu's disciple, she naturally knew the names of the Tianshan Sect's elders. Hearing that Xiaoyaozi and Li Qinghai were in the attic, her heartbeat quickened. This wait lasted 2 days.
Fortunately, she brought a lot of dry food. She ate very little, so she could wait another 3 or 5 days without any problem. During these 2 days, Su Xing hadn't made a single move, apart from eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom.
He spent the rest of his time playing chess. More and more people are coming to the 72 caves. The Xingxiu Sect was located 100 miles away from the Tianshan Mountains, although Aza had never seen the rumored Wu Xingyan.
The people of the 72 caves could recognize him. She had carefully walked around Piomiao Peak over the past 2 days and discovered something was wrong. She realized something might be about to happen.
Xujing had a clearer understanding of the surrounding situation than Azi. The entire Piomiao Peak, except for the platform under the waterfall, was completely surrounded by the people from the 72 caves. In this world,
while martial arts skills may be powerful, the soul may not be strong. Even the strongest, such as Xiaoyaozi, seems unable to perform soul scanning. At best, he is only at the peak of the first level.
Su Xing certainly hadn't noticed the situation around Piamiao Peak, but Xu Jing wasn't sure if Xiaoyazi had noticed. That night, Su Xing seemed to have finally made a decision. The black piece in his hand was about to fall, but at that moment,
a voice as gentle as jade suddenly rang out from the attic, warning Xing, "This exquisite chessboard holds hidden meanings of life and death. Qianhuan, it is the most precious treasure of our Xingxiu Sect.
You must completely eliminate all thoughts to have any hope of breaking through." Su Xing's forehead was covered in sweat. His sword finger, holding the black piece, stopped a centimeter above the chessboard. He hesitated again. A sigh echoed from the attic.
Dressed in a grayish, white robe and looking like a middle-aged man, appeared at the window. He looked at Su Xing and continued, "It's not that your master is trying to embarrass you, it's that you've learned so much, and you harbor evil thoughts.
If you want to successfully inherit my century-old Beiming divine art, you must overcome this chess game. Then, you can retrieve the precious Yu Linglong. This will allow you to control Wu Xingyan and Li Qiushui, and eliminate the traitor Ding Chunqiu.
This concerns the entire martial arts world. You must be extremely careful." Xiaoyao's words were clearly heard. Not only Su Xing, but also Zi and Xu Jing, who were hiding in the woods outside the platform, could hear them clearly.
Her mind was filled with Xiaoya's description of the centuries-old inheritance of Beiming divine art. For a moment, she was stunned. Her expression shifted. Su Jing, however, didn't pay much attention.
He was concerned about the exquisite chess game. From what Xiaoyazi had said, this thing truly was another treasure. It wasn't just a simple chess game, nor was it the exquisite chess game from the other Tianlong world. Bang!
Su Xing's face was filled with determination. He had finally made a decision. He closed his eyes and pressed the chess piece heavily onto the board. Xu Jing suddenly felt something. After a slight hesitation,
he released his spiritual energy to sweep over the exquisite chessboard. In an instant, his vision blurred. Then he felt a dizzying sensation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself on a plain battlefield. How did I regain my human form?
Su Jing looked at himself. After a few seconds of silence, he finally reacted and understood his current situation. The exquisite chess game actually sucked part of his soul directly to this place. As for whether this was a space or an illusion,
he couldn't tell. At this moment, countless figures appeared in the distance in all directions. They were soldiers wearing black or white armor, charging towards him with weapons in hand.
Su Jing sensed his own state and discovered that he possessed the full strength of his original body in the main world. After some thought, he took the initiative to meet the oncoming army.
These black and white armored soldiers were basically only at the D rank. Even the mounted generals were only at the upper C rank. No one could stand up to him. After a decisive battle, all the enemies were wiped out by him. Finished.
Su Jing stood in the center of the battlefield, waiting in a daze for a long time. Nothing happened. Just as he was about to explore the surroundings, his vision blurred for a moment, and the next moment he was back in the body of the Manggu Zhuha.
Are you back now? Xu Jing felt puzzled. Master, I passed! Su Xing suddenly shouted from a distance, I passed the exquisite chess game. Although his voice was loud, it seemed to reveal an unconcealable weakness. Jing leaped onto Az's head.
He looked over at the sound. Su Xing looked like someone in a last-ditch effort. He had barely finished speaking when he collapsed onto the table, clutching his head with a look of agony on his face. Xing, you failed, Xiaoya's helpless voice echoed. Then,
with a surge of anger, he said, Who are you? How dare you take advantage of my disciple's entry into the chessboard space to plot against him and plunder his spiritual power? Get out! His voice transformed into sound waves,
spreading out in all directions from the waterfall pavilion. Ah! At that moment, screams rang out from all around. The people from the 72 caves covered their heads, their faces bleeding as they emerged from their hiding places. Xu Jing, however,
was not affected at all when Xiaoyazi spoke. He led RZ to silently chant the heart purification mantra together, resisting the sound waves. At the same time, a huge wave of fear surged in his heart. It wasn't because of Xiaoyazi's strength,
but because he discovered that his soul had become stronger than before. Combined with Xiaoyazi's words just now, Xu Jing completely understood the reason. He actually plundered a part of Su Xing's soul and turned it into his own soul.
And all of this is because of the exquisite chess game. Chapter 306, Beiming Divine Art. Xu Jing was moved. In this world, the exquisite chess game instantly became what he wanted most. Even if he couldn't take it away, he still wanted to get it.
Xiaoyazi stood at the attic window. His face sullenly surveyed the people from the 72 caves below him. He shouted angrily, Wu Xingyan, is that you? Although he had lived in seclusion at Piamiao Peak for many years,
it didn't mean he didn't care about the affairs of the martial arts world. He was fully aware of Wu Xingyan's conquest of the 72 caves and his self-proclaimed Tianshan child fairy. However,
He didn't believe that the people below him would have the strength to plot against Su Jing. Even the masters of the 72 caves were not in his eyes. Senior brother, I haven't seen you in all these years. Your prejudice against me hasn't changed at all.
But this time, you've wronged me. A cold voice suddenly echoed from the clouds. A beautiful young woman in white fluttered down. Looking around, she said, Canghai, I know you're here. I'm here to pick you up, Canghai, she kept calling out.
While flying back and forth in the sky outside the attic, looking hesitant and not daring to rush in, Azai grabbed Su Jing from her head and held him close to her chest. She looked up at the sky and said, Senior, who is this person?
Su Jing came back to his senses and said, She is Wu Xingyan. Wow, Azu was stunned. How could she still be so young? Have you forgotten what I said? It turns out that the Tianshan School's martial arts can truly grant immortality. Azi swallowed up.
Finally, she was completely convinced. Her heart was filled with eagerness. Then, with a strange expression, she said, If I remember correctly, my great-grandmaster Li Qinghai should also be a woman, right? Su Jing hummed. Then he said calmly, Oh love.
At that moment, Xiaozi slammed the bamboo window shut in the attic. Then a cold, stern voice rang out, Wu Xingyan, you're not welcome here. Get out. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant beam of light shot backward like a meteor,
streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was directly in front of Wu Xingyan. Wu Xingyan screamed in fear. He narrowly avoided the attack, but was forced to fall from the air and land on a towering boulder. Junior sister Canghai, it's me.
She looked towards the attic expectantly. Come out. Li Canghai's calm voice rang out from the attic. Wu Xingyan, go away. Wu Xingyan froze. With a gloomy expression, he said, Junior sister, why are you hiding here just to let those ordinary people judge you?
Xiaoyazi was furious. Brother, you're too cruel. Wu Xingyan's expression grew increasingly desolate. Ha ha ha. Before Xiaoyazi could speak, a burst of laughter echoed from the horizon. A woman in red flew over at full speed.
Wu Xingyan, you're really going too far. My sister hid in Piomiao Peak because she didn't want to see you. How shameless are you? Wu Xingyan's face instantly turned pale. With a soft shout,
his 10 fingers flashed with a dazzling light as he flew towards the approaching Li Qiushui. Bio boom boom boom. Without a word, the two women started fighting. The sky was filled with energy and explosions.
It's simply a super powerful version of the Six Meridians' divine sword. Xu Jing looked at the situation in the sky and felt that there was no need to go to Dali at all. He had RZ send someone to investigate.
Dali didn't even have the Six Meridians' divine sword. Any expert in this world who had achieved some level of success in cultivation could unleash Q. Those from the Xingxiu Sect,
had such profound skills that a casual strike could rival a laser cannon. This is a world where everyone knows the Six Meridians' divine sword. When I watched the movie, I thought it was just cheap special effects. But when I saw it with my own eyes,
the scene was so much more spectacular. In the past 2 months, Xu Jing had not only used the Divine Wood King Cauldron to complete his mission of evolving into the king of all poisons,
but he had also studied the martial arts techniques he had learned from the 12 coals. This included the Huagong Dafa practiced by Arzid, which he had thoroughly studied.
The key to the power of this world's martial arts lies in its ability to absorb and utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the degree to which it opens up the meridians. These far exceeded his imagination.
Any third-rate internal martial arts technique in the martial arts world has the effect of opening up the 12 main meridians. A second-rate technique, when mastered, can open up the 8 extraordinary meridians and the Ren and Du meridians.
A first-rate technique develops the tiny meridians throughout the body. Not only that, each sect's martial arts possessed unique mysteries, capable of developing a wide variety of extraordinary abilities. These included fire, ice, poison gas, wind control,
electromagnetism, and even rebirth. Xu Jing, in comparison, found that the inner cultivation techniques of the main world were vastly inferior, both in terms of absorbing and strengthening internal energy and developing oneself. However,
they were not without merit. If the systems of the two worlds were combined, drawing on their strengths and making up for their weaknesses, perhaps the cultivation path of the human race in the main world could soon be pushed to an unimaginable level.
Wait for me here. Xu Jing stopped paying attention to the battle between the two women in the sky. He jumped down from Aziz's hand. I'll get the Beiming divine art for you. Now was the opportunity.
Although Xiaoyazi and Li Canghai didn't intervene in the battle, they were still paying some attention to the sky. Su Jing was listless again. Furthermore, hundreds of people from the 72 caves, now exposed,
were fleeing in all directions to avoid the aftermath of the battle. Who would pay attention to a creature less than 2 inches tall like him? Besides, Xu Jing didn't even need to enter the immortal cave within the passage.
He only needed to approach it and release his soul to scan it. If everything remained the same as in the movie, the method for practicing the Beiming divine art would be engraved on the wall of the cave. Senior.
Azai had just been completely absorbed in the battle between the two women in the sky. It wasn't until Xu Jing had jumped several meters away that she reacted. She quickly said, "You have to be careful. My seniors are so kind to me."
She was truly moved at that moment. The Zhang was a treacherous place. Even within the Xingxiu Sect, it was filled with intrigue and deception. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever truly cared for her.
Because others' concern always had an ulterior motive. Azai thought about it carefully. She could imagine what the Plague God's mount had in store for her. Although she had to take care of him, this was a deal with the Plague God. So far,
the magic that the senior had taught her hadn't been necessary. If he hadn't taught her anything, or even just ignored her, she would have complained. So, Azai thought about it and felt that Xu Jing was really good to her. Deep down,
she felt an extra warm feeling. Xu Jing wasn't as naive as Azai thought. He was simply afraid of missing out on the Northern Ocean divine art. After all, Xiaozi would soon enter the cave and wait until Zhu arrived. Then Ding Chunqiu appeared
and forced his way in, obtaining the Northern Ocean divine art. If we wait until then, there will be too many variables. It's not certain whether Azai will have the chance to catch up. Maybe Ding Chunqiu will destroy the cave after seeing it.
He scanned his surroundings with his mind. He leaped towards Su Xing's location without haste or slowness. Soon he was at the right distance. To the north of the end of the world there is a dark sea, also known as Tianqi.
The divine art of the North Sea was completely captured in Xu Jing's mind. He didn't stop there to comprehend it. Instead, as if passing by, he changed direction and jumped back into the woods. Although the only bamboo window in the attic was closed,
Xiaozi stood in front of it and could see the situation outside clearly through the gap. He not only paid attention to Li Qushui and Wu Xingyan, but also to Su Xing. With so many people from the 72 caves appearing on Piaomiao Peak,
one can easily guess what Wu Xingyan is planning. However, these people were currently just running around, avoiding the aftermath of the fight between the two women. Without Wu Xingyan's orders, no one dared to intrude on the platform. Therefore,
Xiaozi did not take the initiative to attack, but when a toad, its body crimson as red as blood and its eyes gleaming with golden light, appeared close to Su Xing, his face finally revealed a look of surprise and a hint of solemnity. Unexpectedly,
Wu Xingyan even brought in the Manggu Zhuha to deal with him. Xiaozi snorted coldly. He reached back and made a false move. A chess piece on the table 3 meters behind him flew into his palm out of thin air.
Just as he was about to eliminate the threat and protect Su Xing, the Manggu Zhuha suddenly changed direction and jumped back into the woods. Xiaozi gently twisted the chess piece. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gave up the idea of fighting.
Xu Jing, who was jumping, breathed a sigh of relief. This risky move finally paid off. Of course he was prepared. Even if Xiaozi really attacked, he was confident he could withstand his attack at some cost. After all,
the dreams Zhao Wuji had remembered throughout his life were not in vain. As for the exquisite chess game, it wouldn't be too late to take it away after Azai becomes strong enough. Azai had been staring at Xu Jing ever since he jumped out.
She was seeing him return safely. She felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off her heart. Senior, done. Let's go. Azai's face lit up with joy. She picked up Xu Jing, glanced at the two people in the sky, and without a second thought,
turned around and quickly headed down the mountain. It turned out they left just in time. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, Xiaozi struck Wu Xingyan from mid-air, sending him spitting blood and falling from the sky. Then,
with a single thrust of his energy, he pierced Li Qushui's palm, driving both of them away from Piaomiao Peak. During the entire process, Xiaozi didn't even leave the attic or open the window. So awesome! Azai kept looking back.
Seeing that Li Qushui and Wu Xingyan, who seemed like gods to her, were unable to even fight back against Xiaozi, she was stunned. Xu Jing lay in Azai's arms, pondering the Beiming divine art he had acquired. Hearing this, he said,
"The Tianshan school's martial arts are supreme in the Beiming. The true ki cultivated in other martial arts is inferior to the Beiming divine art." He only took a cursory glance, and he grasped something. The various properties of Beiming Q,
when emitted by the same level of skill, far surpassed those of other Q techniques. It was even on a completely different level, like the difference between alloy steel and ordinary iron. Azai's mind was full of thoughts of the Beiming divine art.
Thinking that she would soon master this technique, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. She had all kinds of fantasies. Before the people from the 72 caves could evacuate,
she quickly left Piaomiao Peak with Xu Jing and headed back to the Xingxiu Sect. Before coming here, Ding Chunqiu had sent someone to spread the news that he wanted to destroy the Quanzhen sect. If he didn't hurry back, he would probably miss this sect war.
Now that she had acquired the Beiming divine art, Zi felt that it didn't matter whether she joined the Xuanhuan sect or not. However, since the senior insisted that she go and obtain the Xuanhuan sect skills, she wouldn't refuse.
It took less than a day for them to return to the Xingxiu Sect. After only 2 months away, the Xingxiu Sect had completely changed. The number of disciples had almost doubled, and security was now heavily enforced. It looked like a super sect. Sinister.
Senior sister. Oz's return attracted the attention of many disciples, even those who didn't know her. Under the guidance of others, behaved with unusual respect. She looked around at the changes in the sect and came to Ding Chunqiu. Afterwards,
she gave a detailed report on the completion of the 2-month mission. Although everything was handled by her subordinates, the process and results were satisfactory. There were no unexpected incidents.
With the Xingxiu Sect's current prestige and the threat of first destroying Xuanhuan and then Shaolin, the Jianghu was in a state of panic. Other small medium-sized gangs surrendered or fled, daring not to resist.
Ding Chunqiu's authority grew stronger day by day. He listened to Oz's report with narrowed eyes and then let her leave. Oz didn't leave. Instead, she pretended to hesitate and said, "Excuse me, master, I have something else to report."
But I'm not sure whether I should report it or not. She actually knew nothing about what was about to happen. She was completely following Xu Jing's instructions. However, she chose to believe Xu Jing. Ding Chunqiu leaned back on the wide bench.
Eyes fixed on Oz, Zi opened her mouth and gritted her teeth, saying, "While I was away recently, I accidentally discovered that senior sister Ah Qing had gone to Tianya Heige." Ding Chunqiu's expression froze. He said coldly,
"Are you telling the truth?" Zi saw it with her own eyes and dared not lie. "I understand." Ding Chunqiu clenched his fists. His expression shifted from gloomy to bright. After a long pause, he said, "You've done well.
The next battle to eliminate the Xuanhuan sect will be led by you. Thank you, old immortal." Oz's expression was filled with excitement. This was a job that would bring her both profit and fame, even after learning the Beiming divine art.
She still couldn't see past the meaning of fame and fortune until her strength reached a certain level. Ding Chunqiu continued. The Xuanhuan sect's 7-star sword manual is said to be incredibly powerful and miraculous. Bring it to me when the time comes.
Once it's ready, it'll teach you all the rest of the Q transforming technique. Zi would definitely live up to the old immortal's trust. Zi appeared very excited, but in her heart she didn't care much. Also, don't let Ah Xing know anything.
Ding Chunqiu calmed down and waved his hand. "Okay, you can go down." "Yes." Zi's eyes rolled. She figured something out and slowly retreated. She had originally worried about being exposed, but now she thought about it.
Ding Chunqiu was clearly wary of Liqiu Shui. Even after knowing Ah Xing was a spy, he didn't dare to confront her directly. He hadn't even dealt with Ah Qing yet. Who knew if there were other spies in the Xingxiu sect? After returning to the room,
and began to practice the Beiming divine art. Chapter 7. Destroy Xuanhuan. Xu Jing observed Oz's condition at all times. This version of the Northern Ocean divine art was different from the other one he knew. First,
the practitioner did not need to dissipate their existing power. It included a method for converting original internal energy into the Northern Ocean divine art's true energy.
He planned to learn this technique thoroughly through Oz's practice and then return to teach it to Xu Maozong. A technique that could directly cultivate to the upper B level of the main world was far superior to the fairy blade technique,
which had no follow-up. Furthermore, there was the Beiming rebirth technique, which could bring the dead back to life. For him, there was no technique more suitable for his family to cultivate. 10 days later, at night,
Ding Chunqiu challenges the Xuanhuan sect's Chunyang Zhenren to a duel. Zi led the Xingxiu sect disciples to set fire and kill people along the way, and broke through the Xuanhuan sect's mountain gate with an unstoppable force. Inside the mountain gate,
houses stood in rows, palisade, and the atmosphere was extraordinary. But at this moment, everywhere was engulfed in a sea of swords and fire. Why do you want to destroy our Xuanhuan sect? Faced with the Xingxiu sect's attack,
the entire Xuanhuan sect was thrown into chaos. They were slaughtered and forced to retreat step by step. Some fought desperately, while others fled for their lives. Stop talking nonsense. You are the ones I will destroy, with Xu Jing's help.
Zi beheaded the leading Taoist priest with a single sword strike. She then chased after a young Taoist priest who was fleeing with a bag on his back, saying, "Hand over the sword manual." At this moment, all the Xuanhuan Taoists were carrying small cloth bags.
They fought and retreated, luring the tiger away from the mountain, and luring Ah Qing and the others into another direction. If Xu Jing hadn't released the soul scan,
who would have thought that the 7-star sword manual would be carried by a young Taoist priest who seemed to be escaping? "You evil heretics, we will fight you to the bitter end." "Stop her quickly, brother. Hurry up and leave. We'll help you hold her back."
Seeing Zi chasing after them, the people who had been fleeing around the young Taoist priest turned back without hesitation and attacked Zi. You're not qualified to hold me back. After practicing the Beiming divine art, Zi's strength improved rapidly.
Her vision also broadened. Those who could be considered her rivals were promoted to the same level as the elders and masters of various sects. She dealt with these Quanzhan disciples with a sword in hand. In just a few rounds,
She killed all of them on the spot. Still want to run? Zi raised her eyes and locked onto the young Taoist priest who had already run dozens of meters. He was brisk and light as a swallow.
he looked like a prominent disciple of the younger generation of the Xuanhuan sect. She sneered. With a sudden leap, she soared into the air. Soared and she cleared the way. In a flash, she landed in front of the other man. Where are you going?
Leave your bag behind, The young Taoist priest didn't even have time to react before his throat was slashed by a sword. He fell to the ground unwillingly. With the sword manual in hand, Zi wasted no time and quickly flipped through the pages.
Su Jing silently memorized the entire sword manual. This was the core technique of the Xuanhuan sect. It wasn't just swordsmanship, it was also the method for cultivating the pure yang mysterious art. Senior, do you want to hand it over to Ding Chunqiu?
Zi hesitated. With so many Taoists carrying bags, no one knew where the sword manual was. Besides, there was no one else around. As long as she didn't admit she had it, it would be fine. After reading it, Xu Jing said nonchalantly, hand in.
For Ding Chunqiu, this technique won't improve his strength much. Turning it in and getting the Huagong Dafa in return is not bad either. Also, if the Xuanhuan sect is destroyed, the Shaolin Temple will sooner or later be doomed. If you perform well this time,
You'll be the one leading the Xingxiu Sect next time. Zi nodded repeatedly. She rewrapped the sword manual and put it on her back. She jumped onto the roof of the nearby hall, looking at the flames and fighting around her. Her face was filled with excitement.
Half an hour later, when Ding Chunqiu appeared with the charred body of an old Taoist priest, his eyes still open, the Xuanhuan Taoists finally lost their will to fight. Ha ha ha. The old Taoist priest Chunying has died under my divine power. From today,
The Xuanhuan sect will be under the wing of my Xingxiu sect. Ding Chunqiu was full of confidence. Dominating the martial arts world was no longer a dream. Zi took the opportunity to offer the 7-star sword manual, as Xu Jing had predicted.
this move not only secured her the complete manual of the Huagong Dafa, but also earned her continued importance. The subsequent missions to wipe out various small and medium-sized martial arts sects were all assigned to her. As for Qing,
Who had become the senior sister, she was in an extremely awkward position. During the next mission, she found an excuse and hurriedly left the team. After Zi discovered this, she sent someone to inform Ding Chunqiu. Then, according to Xu Jing's request,
she personally led her men around and collected all the secret manuals she could get. She herself took advantage of this opportunity to use the Beiming divine art to absorb other people's power, and her strength grew stronger day by day.
while Xu Jing was studying the secret manuals he had collected, he also kept an eye on Zi's situation. The core essence of the Beiming divine art is the accumulation of internal energy.
This process can be self-cultivation or it can be achieved by absorbing the internal energy of others to achieve rapid improvement. However, the power of the true ki cultivated by these two different methods is also completely different.
In just 3 short months, Zi had acquired nearly 100 years of martial arts skills. However, the power she displayed was fundamentally different from the power Xiaoyaozi had demonstrated against Wu Xingyan and Li Qushui at Piamiao Peak.
Long power was pure and powerful. It was continuous and uninterrupted when released. It was condensed and did not disperse. Zi's power, however, was mixed and impure, while immense.
It was simply a patchwork of countless internal forces cobbled together through the Beiming divine art. Not only could it not be used freely, but the power it released was also vastly different.
Although the Beiming divine art includes a process for purifying absorbed internal energy, this also consumes a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, it is a delicate task that cannot be rushed, otherwise
The various internal energies within the body will become unbalanced, and the process will explode like a powder keg. Senior, what should I do now? Zi kicked the tree beside her in annoyance, her face full of regret.
she had originally thought that with the Beiming divine art, she would quickly become a super expert, surpassing Ding Chunqiu in strength. Then, she would become the master, taking control of the Xingxiu Sect and dominating the martial arts world.
She might even annex the Tianshan sect and become the true leader of the martial arts world. But reality dealt her a heavy blow. Although she now possessed a century of cultivation,
The strength she could display was not even as good as when she had just started practicing the Northern Ocean divine art in the Xuanhuan sect. Zi regretted that she should have waited until she had completely digested each time before continuing.
instead of inhaling it without stopping until she became fat, now she felt bloated and bloated. She felt like she might explode at any moment. Furthermore, not only did she need to devote a great deal of energy and strength to balancing her internal ki,
But even the difficulty of purifying her internal energy had increased exponentially. Chapter 308. The limitations of Beiming's rebirth. Xu Jing carefully sensed Azi's situation. The culprit behind all this was actually him, if not for his instigation.
Ozzy would never have been so reckless. And through Ozzy's training, he finally gained a deeper understanding of the Beiming divine art. The technique he cared about most was actually the Beiming rebirth method. However,
the Beiming divine art he had attained did not include any introduction to the Beiming rebirth method. Xu Jing conducted a deeper study of Beiming Q and finally found some clues. The Beiming rebirth method does not require additional practice.
Simply cultivate the Beiming divine art to a certain level of cultivation. You will automatically gain the ability to be reborn and immortal. Through his experiments on Azai, he also understood one thing: to gain the ability to be reborn,
one must possess pure Beiming Q and reach a certain level of cultivation. Only then could one possess the ability to be reborn. In other words, in Azi's current situation, her cultivation was sufficient, but her internal energy was too complex.
Unless she could completely digest all of it, she would be truly dead. Xu Jing also thought of Ding Chunqiu's 7 insects and 7 death potion. This poison could render Xiao Yaozi, a man with a century of cultivation, helpless.
It must be something more than a simple poison. Perhaps this Beiming rebirth method doesn't allow for infinite rebirths. Xiao Yaozi had died after being poisoned, but the poison still had been removed. His eyes gleamed with gold.
He felt this might be the most realistic guess. This Beiming rebirth method might have limitations that he was unaware of. Xu Jing stopped thinking about it. Right now, the most important thing was to solve Az's problem first.
He also had some ideas about this. Of course he wouldn't tell Azai the truth, so he could only laugh and say, sorry, I neglected you, you're just a mortal. Azi rolled her eyes, she came to her senses.
Realizing Xu Jing might be using her as an experiment. Similar things happened everywhere in the martial arts world. Many martial arts techniques were created through countless individuals risking their lives. What about the trust we promised?
She was so desperate that she wanted to cry but had no tears. After spending so much time with her senior, she had become somewhat blind. However, since the Beiming divine power is so highly regarded by the seniors,
it also proves that this skill is extraordinary. Azi thought to herself and asked, is there any solution? There is a way. Xu Jing thought for a moment and said, I can find a way to help you dissipate this power. You can cultivate again.
Whether it's self-cultivation or absorbing the inner strength of others, take it step by step. Although it may take a little longer, the divine art of the North Sea is far superior to other martial arts in the martial arts world.
I believe it won't be long before you can regain your previous strength. After hearing this, Azai hesitated and said, is there any other way? Yes, Xu Jing confirmed. Shaolin Temple's Yi Jin Jing.
The most powerful and important inheritance of the Shaolin Temple in this world is the Yi Jin Jing. Although he has not yet seen it, from the clips in the movie, he knows that this technique will definitely enhance the Beiming divine art. Azai nodded.
Finally feeling relieved. After dealing with the Xingxiu Sect, Ding Chunqiu would never let go of Shaolin Temple. And it wouldn't take too long. If she continued to absorb other people's internal energy, she would only be asking for trouble.
So she simply found a place to practice in peace. Lingji Palace, Wu Xingyan, accompanied by a group of maids in white, arrived at the hall and met Ding Chunqiu. Compared to the last time she went to Misty Peak, her appearance was still as beautiful as ever.
But her hair had turned gray. Ding Chunqiu had been waiting for a long time. Yet he showed no sign of impatience. Only when he saw Wu Xingyan's gray hair did his expression change slightly. A smile appeared on his face. Uncle Master.
I wonder if your trip to Piaomiao Peak this time will be as you wish. Wu Xingyan suddenly became angry and slapped him hard with a cold face. Bang! Ding Chunqiu was caught off guard by a burst of energy and fell to the ground.
Half of his face instantly swelled up, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A flash of shame and anger crossed his face. His expression changed and gradually became gloomy. What? You still want to fight me?
Wu Xingyan fixed his cold gaze on Ding Chunqiu. A powerful aura erupted, and the entire hall creaked and shook, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Ding Chunqiu's pupils suddenly contracted, with a hint of horror.
He prostrated himself on the ground without any dignity. He said respectfully, Disciple, I dare not. Although he said this, his face with his head lowered was full of ferocity. Wu Xingyan snorted coldly, sitting upright in the main seat.
He looked down at Ding Chunqiu and said, You're really calculating. Notifying me isn't enough. You've also informed that bitch Liqiushui. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you just hoping that I'll perish with that bitch? Master, you've misunderstood.
Ding Chunqiu's back was sweating. He quickly explained, A spy has emerged from among my disciples. Has betrayed my trust. He then passed the information to Tianya Hage. Oh. Wu Xingyan frowned slightly. He glanced at Ding Chunqiu for a few seconds.
After a moment's thought, he said, I don't think you'd dare lie to me again. Ding Chunqiu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up and asked carefully, I wonder what the situation is at Piamiao Peak right now. After he plotted against Xiaozi, he fled Inc.
He knew Li Kanghai and Su Xing were there. However, the 7 insects, 7 deaths potion was originally passed down to him by Wu Xingyan. After studying it, he was well aware of its potent properties. However,
without receiving definitive information, he felt uneasy. Wu Xingyan understood Ding Chunqiu's thoughts perfectly. Hearing this, he said, Xiaozi isn't dead yet, but he won't be able to hold on for much longer, although she suffered a great loss this time.
She also found out Xiaozi's true background and had a very clear understanding of his situation. The hatred for someone's love, irreconcilable. If it weren't for Xiaozi, junior sister Kanghai would have been hers long ago. Ding Chunqiu's face lit up with joy.
With Wu Xingyan's words, a huge weight of relief finally fell from his heart. He didn't want to stay in Lingjie Palace any longer. He found an excuse and left. Wu Xingyan looked down on Ding Chunqiu from the bottom of his heart.
He had no interest in competing for dominance in the martial arts world. He didn't bother him anymore and let him leave peacefully. Ding Chunqiu left the hall and moved away from the Lingjie Palace.
Then he smashed a huge rock on the mountain into pieces with one palm. I'm so pissed off. Heroine Wu, you stinky old war later, I'll make you pay. Today's revenge will be repaid double. He spoke, venting his anger fiercely.
He unleashed waves of power from both hands, blasting the surroundings into a shambles. After a long moment, he finally stopped panting and quickly left the scene. Although Ding Chunqiu hated Wu Xingyan very much, he still believed what she said.
Since Xiaozi was truly in trouble, he could go to Shaolin Temple without any worries and bring the entire martial arts world under the Xingxiu Sect. Chapter 309. The monks escaped. Time flies and another month has passed.
After Asi finished her internal energy purification training that day, Bu San and Bu Sai appeared in front of her in a hurry. Second sister, something big has happened. As Azi's trusted followers, although they were not very smart,
they were able to do their job according to the requirements and inquire about the news. What happened? Azi asked calmly. There are 2 things. The first is that the old immortal has announced his intention to eradicate Shaolin Temple.
Perhaps he will summon us soon. There's another thing about the Tianxin sect. It's said that Xiaozi is dead, but Su Xing has set up some kind of exquisite chess game on Piamiao Peak and posted invitations everywhere, inviting people to play.
Now everyone in the martial arts world is speculating about Su Xing's intentions. Many have tried, but no one has yet won. Bu San and Bu spoke one after another, explaining the situation. Then they looked at Azi, waiting for orders.
Azi had been to Piamiao Peak. She had even used her magic to reach the closest part of the platform. She had heard Xiao Yazi's words to Su Xing. With just a moment's thought, she had almost guessed Su Zai's intentions. She turned and walked aside.
She asked Jing Sr., is Xiaozi not dead? If it was true as she thought, then it meant that as long as she played the Linglong chess game, she would be able to inherit Xiaozi's century-old skills. She couldn't help but be extremely excited.
But don't even think about it. Xu Jing's words shattered Azi's fantasy. He paused and continued. At least don't think about it now. First, you can't pass the Linglong chess game. Even if you did, how do you explain this beaming magic skill?
Although he had only encountered the exquisite chess game once, he had been pondering it a lot recently. To break the game, one would either need to be as powerful as he was and force the situation,
or someone with a simple mind and a strong character would have a chance of success. However, in the martial arts world, how many people had simple minds? So Azi really had no hope. Azi didn't know how powerful Linglong's chess game was.
But she naturally believed what her senior said. She said with some disappointment, what a pity. She coveted not only Xiaozi's century-long cultivation, but also the possibility that he could directly help her resolve the chaotic key. However,
that was clearly not feasible now. She could only rely on the Yi Jinjing. Azi curled her lips. Suddenly, she froze. Thinking of Xu Jing's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Senior told me not to think about it now, she said. So is there still hope?
Su Jing chuckled and said, yes, but the time is not right yet. Forget about it for now. Go and study the Yi Jinjing. The Linglong chess game isn't that easy to break. You don't have to worry about it being snatched away anytime soon.
Azi couldn't help but cheer. Then she regained her composure. She walked up to Bu San and Bu Xiu said, take everyone with you and return to Xingxiu Sect. Half a month later, the mighty Xingxiu Sect disciples, led by Ding,
marched towards Shaolin Temple. For Ding Chunqiu, the most important purpose of this trip was actually to obtain the rare martial arts book that everyone in the martial arts world coveted, the Li Jinjing.
As Ding Chunqiu's most trusted disciple of the Xingxiu Sect, Azi received a mission before setting out. While Ding Chunqiu was fighting the Shaolin abbot, Master Xuanbai, outside the temple,
She needed to sneak into the temple and search for the whereabouts of the Yi Jinjing. This mission was exactly what Azi wanted. She did not follow the Xingxiu Sect, but arrived outside the Shaolin Temple in advance.
It was now certain that the Xingxiu Sect was officially coming. Panic broke out throughout the Shaolin Temple. Many disciples packed up their bags and secretly fled down the mountain. Shaolin Temple is finished.
Azi watched the monks fleeing across the mountains. Among them were even powerful second and third generation disciples. She sneered. There was hope. But now there are probably only a few old and weak soldiers left in the temple.
How can they fight Ding Chunqiu? They are truly a bunch of people with nothing but reputation. Xu Jing changed into a comfortable position and lay down in Azi's arms. He didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, he said, "This is perfect. Once everyone escapes,
We can go get the Yi Jinjing. Let's go in. The Xingxiu Sect people are almost here." Azi hummed a sound. A little excitedly, she circled the mountain gate to a spot she had already found and then leaped into the Shaolin Temple. As expected,
it was quiet as everywhere he passed. The palaces and pavilions were mostly empty. Don't worry. Go straight to the Sutra Library. I'll let you know if anything happens. Xu Jing released his spirit and surveyed his surroundings.
Azi took his warning and headed straight for the Sutra Library. From time to time, she could see a few monks fleeing with their belongings. Upon seeing her, most of these monks turned and ran, not even having the courage to fight.
I always thought the monks at Shaolin Temple were difficult to deal with. I never expected it to be like this. She was stunned. Some of the monks she had encountered before were clearly very powerful.
But when she revealed her identity as a member of the Xingxiu Sect, they ran away without a trace of nerve. The Xingxiu Sect's dominance was complete. Ding Chunqiu had even been demonized, furthermore, with the example of the Xuanhuan sect's demise.
A sect as renowned as Shaolin. These monks had no courage to resist. Xu Jing crawled out of Azai and looked towards the Sutra Library in front of him. He had just scanned it with his spirit. There were no sweeping monks in the Sutra Library.
Only a group of monks packing valuables and secret manuals. These monks were quite powerful and there were quite a few of them. It looked like they wouldn't be as easy to deal with as the monks we had encountered previously. However,
Xu Jing changed his mind and found a solution. The method was very simple. He taught Azi a technique of transformation. Azi's comprehension was exceptionally high. She quickly mastered the magic. With Xu Jing's help, she transformed into Ding Chunqiu.
While there were still some flaws, it was enough to frighten these frightened monks. She immediately swaggered into the Sutra Library. Facing a few monks with worry and surprised faces, she shouted in a raspy voice,
"This place has been taken over by the Xingxiu Sect. Get out of here." As she spoke, she stirred her inner qi, unleashing the power of a century of cultivation. She forced the monks to retreat. It was Ding Chunqiu.
The monks were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Seeing the gate blocked, they turned around and rushed towards the window without thinking. "Leave something behind!"
Azi risked the backlash of her true energy and pointed her sword at the monk who was running last. Chi! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out in the air, and a powerful burst of Qi instantly penetrated the bodies of the three monks in a line.
As blood spurted out, the three monks simultaneously groaned and fell to the ground, dead. The remaining monks were all terrified. They dropped their belongings and rushed out of the window without hesitation. In the blink of an eye,
they disappeared without a trace. Chapter 10. Yi Jinjing. A bunch of cowards. Azi withdrew her magic spell and felt even more disdainful of Shaolin Temple. She wasn't worried at all that these monks would dare to return, because by now,
most of the Xingxiu Sect disciples had already arrived at Shaolin Temple. Time was running out. She didn't delay any longer and quickly searched for the Yi Jinjing. The Sutra Library was filled with bookshelves of all sizes. Each shelf was crammed with books.
Furthermore, the spines of these books were completely blank. Not even a single label was visible. Forget the Yi Jinjing. Even finding any other manuals was difficult, even with Xu Jing's soul scanning skills.
It wasn't easy to find what he wanted from the pile of books, but at least it was much faster than Aziz searching through them one by one. He scanned the bookshelves carefully. Most of the bookshelves were filled with Buddhist scriptures,
but occasionally there would be a martial arts manual or two. Xu Jing did not let go of any of these martial arts secret manuals. He asked Azi to take them out one by one according to his instructions. Time passed slowly.
More and more martial arts manuals were found. All 72 unique skills were complete, but the Yi Jinjing was still missing. Where did it go? Azi was becoming increasingly impatient and wanted to smash the Sutra Library to pieces.
Xu Jing also found nothing at this point. After memorizing all the secret manuals he had found, he carefully scanned the Sutra Library several times, but again found nothing about the Yi Jinjing. He even scanned the walls, shelves, the floor,
and even the inside of the Buddha statue. Still, he found nothing, not even a secret compartment. That's really strange. Xu Jing was filled with doubts. Facing Azi's question, He didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this moment,
he saw a young monk with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a dark blue birthmark on the right side of his face running towards the sutra library in panic. It's Xu. Xu Jing was delighted. He said to Ah Zi, someone's coming, hurry up and find a place to search.
He might be able to find the Yi Jinjing. Ozzy was startled at first, then a look of joy appeared on her face. She quickly asked, how strong are you? A 9th-generation disciple.
Xu Jing added, an ordinary person who only knows a few ordinary punches and kicks. Aza laughed upon hearing this and hid behind the bookshelf near the door. The difference in strength between the two was too great, as long as they weren't face to face.
The other party wouldn't be able to detect her at all. Don't do anything. This little monk is quite tough. Wait until he gets the Yi Jinjing. Xu Jing said this worriedly. RZ immediately understood what was going on and stopped talking. Soon,
Suju tiptoed to the door of the sutra library. He was frightened by the 3 bodies lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. He fell down and screamed in fear. Azi was speechless.
She felt that this young monk was even more cowardly than any other monk she had met before. She couldn't understand how such a person could have such a strong character. Fortunately, not long after,
Suju discovered that no one was in the sutra library and finally mustered up the courage to walk in. After he came in, he stood in the middle of the doorway. He then took out a small jade Buddha from his pocket, held it in his palms,
and began to chant sutras. Xu Jing didn't quite understand the scripture, but he could still sense the solemnity and sadness contained within it. About 10 minutes later, after the recitation of the sutra was complete,
the small jade Buddha in Suju's hand suddenly emitted a golden light, which shot straight towards a pillar at the end of the passage. The pillar was as thick as a man could hug,
and on it were carved a row of large characters in a flamboyant style, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Illuminated by the golden light, the 6 large characters on it instantly sparkled. Then there was a creaking sound.
A door the size of a book opened in the center of the pillar. Inside, a small package was visible. So it's here. Xu Jing understood, but his heart felt heavy. He wasn't happy at all, although he had long realized that his soul scanning was not omnipotent.
He never expected that the Shaolin Temple would have such a configuration to isolate the soul from detection. Shaolin Temple is not simple. Xu Jing suddenly remembered that there were still 8 celestial dragons in this world.
He understood the reason and a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Xu Ju had also not expected such a change. His face was filled with a daze. Although Azi was a little dazed, she quickly recovered and delivered a fierce palm strike to Xu Ju's back.
Fortunately, Xu Jing reminded her in time and Azi was able to stop in time. Bang! Xu Ju flew several meters away and crashed into a bookshelf, completely passing out. Azi looked at Xu Ju deeply for a few seconds,
then quickly walked to the pillar and took out the package. She opened it and saw that it contained the Yi Jinjing. But after reading a few pages, she said with a sad face. As she spoke, she looked at Suju. Suddenly,
her expression changed. She continued, since this little monk has come to obtain the Yi Jinjing, he must know it. Senior, you are indeed very clever. She actually automatically imagined the reason why Xu Jing asked her to spare Xu's life.
Xu Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He just remembered the system's reminder that the demi-gods and semi-devils were monitoring the world, and Shuju was from Shaolin Temple. He was also the protagonist of this world.
A person with great luck. This was what stopped Ah from killing him. Although the system didn't warn him not to act recklessly, it was always better to be cautious. Successfully completing the mission was his ultimate goal. I know Sanskrit. Let's go.
Xu Jing had almost acquired all the skills he wanted. He was ready to send Ah Zi to look for Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong is nominally the most precious treasure of the Xingxiu Sect. However, because it possesses spiritual power and is not an ordinary object,
it is not in the hands of Xiaozi and his companions. As far as he knew, Li Kanghai should have left Pyamiao Peak and was searching for Yu Linglong, hoping to completely resurrect Xiaozi, although Li Kanghai finally found it.
Su Jing still didn't want to waste time if he could find it earlier. Ah Zai had just picked up Suju, but after hearing Su Jing's words, she was stunned. After a few seconds, she came to her senses and threw him to the ground, full of doubt.
She then left the sutra library with only a copy of the Yi Jinjing. After walking for a while, she suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior, does that little monk have a great background?
The method of placing the Yi Jinjing in the sutra library is obviously not something that can be achieved by martial arts. And considering that even the god of plague really exists, then the Buddha and the like must also exist.
Asa felt the excitement of having guessed the truth. She couldn't help but pull open her clothes. She looked down at Xu Jing, his face full of curiosity. You guessed it, Xu Jing wouldn't tell her the truth.
It was much easier to have a smart teammate who could use his imagination. Ah Zai pointed to the sky and continued to ask with a gossipy look on her face, Who is that little monk? Don't ask. Su Jing was too lazy to dwell on this question.
I won't tell you even if I ask. Ozzy was helpless. She snorted unhappily. After muttering a few words, she finally gave up. Aziv, the new leader of the Xingxiu Sect. It was getting dark. The Shaolin Temple was completely silent.
Whether it was the main hall or the side rooms, they were all empty. Ozzy walked leisurely through the temple, taking in the magnificent halls as she passed. A sense of absurdity washed over her. Who could have imagined that the Shaolin Temple,
a place known as a den of dragons and tigers, would become like this? She cultivated the Beiming divine art and also obtained the Yi Jinjing, Easy Tendon Sutra she desired, as well as a host of martial arts technique.
She no longer had any reason to stay in the Xingxiu Sect, as long as she completely digests the internal energy she absorbed. Ding Chunqiu will be nothing to her. Senior, where can we find Yu Linglong?
Ozzy felt like the sky was the limit and she was very interested in Xu Jing's suggestion to find Yu Linglong. Let's go to Tianshan. Xu Jing had already considered this. Yu Linglong was most likely there, even if they couldn't find her.
Li Kanghai would return there after finding her. Great. That's a great place to practice too. Ozzy said with a smug smile. Wait until my magical powers are perfect. I can be the boss if I want. Just thinking about it makes me happy.
She quickened her pace and soon arrived near the main hall. Compared to other places where it was dark and silent, this place was much more lively. Many Xingxiu Sect disciples surrounded the group of old monks left behind by Shaolin Temple.
A large number of burning torches illuminated everything around them. Ozzy was in a good mood. After circling around, she used her shadow technique to sneak behind the Xingxiu Sect members and watch the excitement. At the entrance of the main hall,
a monk holding a stick was fighting with Ah Ching. The old tree has twisted roots, chasing stars and the moon. The two fought back and forth. Overall, the monk was still stronger. Seeing that Ah Ching was no match for him, Lai Gao and Gudao suddenly flew out,
attempting a sneak attack. However, they were kicked back by the monk twice. Ah Ching couldn't hold out for long afterward, as the monk lashed him out with a stick, sending him careening towards Ding Chunqiu. This monk is very skilled in martial arts.
RZ put aside her previous contempt for the Shaolin monks. She felt a sense of regret. If she had run into this monk on her way to the sutra library, she would have been in trouble. Fortunately, she didn't. While he was talking, the monk leaped up.
He was apparently going after Ah Ching, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was trying to test Ding Chunqiu. Get out of the way. Ding Chunqiu snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a gentle force flung Ah Ching aside.
Then he flew out of his sedan chair and headed towards the monk, a pillar supporting the sky. The monk thrust his long staff forward. The ki within him exploded, its force spreading rapidly along the staff, forming a massive, half-meter, wide shadow.
There is always someone better than you. Ding Chunqiu was in mid-air, facing the shadow of the giant stick. His two palms intertwined to form a net, and at the critical moment, he blasted out. Green circles of light appeared from his palms,
enveloping the giant stick in a continuous stream, pushing forward layer by layer. Click, click, the two sides' energies collided. In just a moment, the monk's staff shattered into pieces. Before he could even react, he was blasted backward, spitting.
Ding Chunqiu pushed the aperture, ready to catch up and kill the monk completely. Shaolin Abbot Master Xuanhuan, seeing the situation was dire, stepped forward and waved his hand to unfold a scroll of cloth inscribed with Buddhist characters. The scroll,
brimming with Zenki, enveloped the monk and neutralized the remaining force of Ding Chunqiu's palm strike. The method of transforming energy, Ding Chunqiu sneered. As his palms shifted, lightning and fire flashed in the air.
A red light enveloped the monk and the scroll, boom! Along with the violent explosion, a bloody rain began to fall outside the main hall. Amitabha! Xuanhuan and the group of old monks behind him stood at the entrance of the great hall,
all with sorrowful expressions on their faces. Ding Chunqiu landed gracefully. With great authority, he said, "Old monk, the Shaolin Temple will be renamed. From now on it will be called the Xingxiu Shaolin Branch.
I will take 70% of all the incense and lamp oil. I will not be responsible for anything else." His goal for this trip had been largely achieved. As long as nothing went wrong with Aziv, he would most likely be able to obtain the Yi Jinjing.
His previous attack was also a test of Xuanhuan. The result left him feeling somewhat unsure. He felt that Xuanhuan's strength was even stronger than he had imagined, at least a notch higher than the old Chunyang Taoist of the Quanzhen sect. Furthermore,
Xuanhuan had many powerful monks behind him. His background was beyond the reach of the Xingxiu sect. It would be great if we could take over Shaolin Temple without a fight. Fight now. Go ahead, don't be a coward. Ozzy hid at the back, muttering to herself.
Hoping that the two sides would start fighting immediately, Xuanhuan finally lived up to her hopes. He directly mocked her, making Ding Chunqiu so angry that she was embarrassed. "Have you finished your nonsense? Do you dare to fight me?"
"I haven't moved these old bones for a long time. Now's the time to move them." "Okay, it'll melt your bones. That is truly a great merit. No need to worry about rheumatism when it is windy or rainy. I will help you. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage to the Buddha.
The two were more than 10 meters apart. While they were talking, they were already practicing their ki entangled with each other. Xuanbai took the lead. His powerful zenki surged like a spring, blasting towards Ding Chunqiu through the air.
Simultaneously, the group of old monks behind him formed an arhat, channeling their inner energy into him. Ding Chunqiu's face suddenly changed, but at this moment, their energies collided, with no way to retreat.
He had no choice but to bite the bullet and push forward. The method of transforming energy! A long column of colorful Q shot out from between his palms and collided with Xuanbei's blue key column. Boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion.
The energy generated by the collision between the two sides exploded, as if a sun had risen, illuminating the darkness like day. Then, two continuous streams of Qi flowed out, a stalemate in the middle. Waves of Qi surged outward in all directions,
centered on the sun, forcing the onlookers to retreat. This was a direct test of internal strength. Xuanbai had definitely planned this all along, forcing Ding Chunqiu to fight him to the death. This is a good opportunity.
Su Jing quietly climbed out of Oz's body and moved closer. Ill plot against Ding Chunqiu. Maybe I can kill him right away. He originally thought he would miss the battle, but now that the opportunity had come, he wasn't willing to let it go.
He immediately changed his plans as I instantly understood Su Jing's intention. Without hesitation, she moved forward. The Xingxiu Sect disciples who were blocking the way made way for her when they realized it was her. Soon, she came to Chung's side,
pretending to have just arrived, and stared intently at the battle on the field. Time passed slowly. Ding Chunqiu, relying on the poisonous nature of his Q from the Huagong Dafa, unexpectedly fought alone against many enemies.
Although he was at a disadvantage, he never retreated a single step. Seeing the outcome of the battle almost decided, Su Jing finally prepared his immobilization technique and used all his strength to lock onto Ding Chunqiu and quietly launch it.
In a split second, Ding Chunqiu was frozen in place. The internal energies circulating through his body suddenly stopped. Simultaneously, the column of Q he had blasted out dissipated like water without a source. What's going on?
Xuanbai immediately noticed the problem and saw the shock in Ding Chunqiu's eyes. This opportunity was now or never, he roared. Unleashing all his inner Q, he thrust forward fiercely. The next moment,
the blue Qi column expanded again and rushed straight towards Ding Chunqiu. Ding Chunqiu's face was filled with fear. He desperately tried to regain control of his body. At this critical moment,
his will to survive finally broke through the limitations of the immobilization spell, and he resumed his movements, but it was too late. Before he could mobilize his Q again, the blue key column crashed directly into his dantian. Boom, boom, boom!
His dantian uncontrollably. Streams of Qi erupted, tearing through his body from the inside out, blast holes everywhere. Old immortal! At this moment, everyone was stunned. The majority of the Xingxiu Sect disciples were in a state of panic.
With expressions of fear on their faces, Ding Chunqiu's eyes widened, his face filled with resentment. He gushed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. His entire body felt like a sieve. After staggering for a moment, he finally collapsed to the ground.
Kill! Oz's face was filled with grief. Without hesitation, she leaped forward and charged at Xuanbai, sword in hand. Even though Xuanbai had killed Ding Chunqiu,
he had already been under the influence of the Great Q transformation technique. The outcome of this battle was determined from the start. Regardless of victory or defeat, he was doomed to die.
The group of old monks behind him had almost exhausted all their internal energy. How could they possibly resist? Ozzy suddenly rushed forward like a tiger among a flock of sheep. With one blow of her sword, she split the two monks who were trying to stop her.
In an instant she pounced in front of Xuanbai and stabbed him with her sword. Qi, the tip of the sword pierced Xuanbei's heart without any hindrance and exited from his back. Facing this sword, Xuanbai clasped his hands together, offering no resistance.
Then with a smile on his face, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Abbot! The other monks looked sad and knelt on the ground, no longer offering any resistance. Kill! The other members of the Xingxiu Sect finally woke up from their dream,
drew their weapons, and attacked the monks. Stop! Azai shouted, stopping the Xingxiu Sect disciples. After glancing at the old monk, she sighed and said, "Take the old immortal with you. Return to Xingxiu Sect."
Although these monks were not affected by the Huagong technique, they all resorted to the method of severing their tails to survive. Their cultivation was completely destroyed. Even if they were not killed, they would not survive for long. Kill them for me!
Qing suddenly gave an order and pointed his sword at the monks. The Xingxiu Sect's disciples were in a commotion. Their eyes flickered between Qing and Zi. Some were ready to make a move. Following Qing's orders,
they surrounded the monks. Azai held her sword horizontally. She shouted no 3, no 4, as his trusted followers Busan and Busai immediately came forward with most of the disciples, blocking the way for the other disciples.
Ever since Qing was reported as a spy by Zi, she had lost Ding Chunqiu's trust. Since the attack on the Xuanhuan sect, all the disciples had been led by Zi. Even though Qing was the eldest sister, she had no advantage at all. What do you want to do?
Qing couldn't help but say angrily, in terms of qualifications, in terms of martial arts, how can she compare to me? Zi sneered at this and said, "What a big tone! You are a spy from another sect. What qualifications do you have to lead the Xingxiu Sect?"
Ding Chunqiu had just died. She had to cut the Gordian knot and reunite the Xingxiu Sect's disciples, who had lost their leadership, otherwise they would likely fall apart, wasting the golden opportunity Xu Jing had created for her. As for Qing,
Lu Qiushu was behind her. Even if Ding Chunqiu knew about it, he will dare kill her. Zi was in the same situation at this moment. But not being able to kill someone didn't mean they couldn't be dealt with.
As long as they didn't reveal their origins and expelled them from the Xingxiu Sect, they would be fine. After hearing Zi's words, the Xingxiu Sect disciples present were in a commotion again. They looked at Qing noisily.
Even her supporters who had just stood by her could not help but step away and keep a distance. "Stop slandering me." Qing's face was filled with anger, but her heart skipped a beat.
She had considered the possibility of her identity being exposed long before Ding Chunqiu stopped trusting her. Now it was finally confirmed. Zi said in a deep voice, still not admitting it, "If you are not a spy,
why would the old immortal order me to lead all the fellow disciples? And why would he ignore you? Strong and powerful, ancient and dignified, come over here, don't forget. Now, I am the only one who has inherited the complete Wagong Dafa." Although
Li Gao and Gu Dao were also Ding Chunqiu's disciples, they were merely thugs. They had just chosen not to help each other, along with a small group of disciples. But now at Zi's call, they hesitated for a moment before standing up.
The other disciples who had supported Qing before looked at each other and also stood on Zi's side. Good, very good. Qing's face was extremely grim, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked around at everyone and sneered, "It's true that I'm a spy."
Just admit it. Zi's expression changed, she shouted. At the same time, she swung her sword and leaped into the air, stabbing Qing. She would let them reveal their origins. Otherwise, if Qing recruited them,
the Xingxiu Sect disciples might defect to Tianya Hage. After all, both parties were from the Tianshan sect, sharing a deep connection. Furthermore, Li Qiushui was even more powerful than Ding Chunqiu. For the Xingxiu Sect disciples,
who had lost their most important pillar, who wouldn't want such a backer? Qing hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if struck by an invisible hammer. His features twisted into a knot, his ears buzzed.
Xu Jing had gone to great lengths to kill Ding Chunqiu. Naturally, he wouldn't let Qing ruin his new plan. But he acted before Zi could, so attack methods. He had acquired several since experiencing Zhao Wuji's memories of his life.
Although they were all very rudimentary, they were better than nothing. Zi had initially thought it was too late, but upon seeing Qing's condition was off, she immediately realized the reason. With a surge of joy, she flickered her sword.
Several streams of sword energy shot out, striking Qing's limbs in the blink of an eye. Chi! Blood splattered everywhere, and Qing fell limply to the ground. Zi then snapped her fingers. Several streams of qi flowed into Qing's body,
blocking her danchin and several major acupuncture points. Everything happened so quickly. By the time the Xingxiu Sect disciples reacted, Qing had completely lost the strength to resist. He could even speak.
Zi crippled Qing with a single strike. Her strength suddenly seemed unfathomable to everyone. "Tie him up." Zi landed, sheathed her sword, and stood proudly. Immediately, several people emerged,
staunching Qing's bleeding. They then bound him and marched him aside. "From today on, I'm the head of the Xingxiu Sect. Anyone else have any objections?" Since everyone knew her ambition, Zi didn't waste any more time and simply revealed it.
"Meet the immortal." Busan and Busai were overjoyed. They bowed first. Then they looked around at the others and sternly, "Why don't you kneel down?" The others hesitated slightly, but under Zi's gaze they also knelt on the ground.
Zi calmed down and boarded Ding Chunqiu's sedan chair. She shouted, "Let's go back to the Xingxiu Sect." Chapter 312 Sowing Discord. After the Xingxiu Sect expanded its membership, the situation became complicated.
Even if Zi tried to conceal the death of Ding Chunqiu, she could only suppress it for less than half a day. Then, this news spread like a whirlwind. In just 2 or 3 days, it spread throughout the martial arts world, causing a huge shock. At this time,
the Xuanhuan sect was completely destroyed. Shaolin Temple, though still extant, was in ruins. The Xingxiu sect, whose leader had recently passed away, no longer held the dominance it once held over other sects and unified the martial arts world.
The entire martial arts world began to surge with undercurrents. Some figures who had been hiding when Ding Chunqiu was alive were now secretly leaving and entering. Various forces began to stir, sensing that something was amiss.
Azai simply recalled all of her disciples who were away from home, relinquished control of the various factions, and withdrew from the Central Plains. She then spent 2 months rallying the people and reintegrating the Xingxiu Sect.
Compared to the tens of thousands of people who attacked Shaolin Temple, the Xingxiu Sect now only has about 2,000 people left. Although the power is smaller, the cohesion is stronger, and most of them are elite disciples during this period.
Aza fully enjoyed being the sect leader, but she also did not forget to practice. The Shaolin Yi Jinjing had indeed lived up to Xu Jing's expectations.
Its all-embracing nature had a profound effect on the Beiming divine art's digestion and absorption of internal energy. In just 2 months, Azai had absorbed a quarter of her internal energy. Her strength improved rapidly.
And she was about to enter the B level. Xu Jing ate and drank well every day while studying the secret manual he had obtained. He waited until Azai completely took control of the Xingxiu Sect before he began his next plan.
Nearly half of the Xingxiu Sect's disciples were sent into Tianshan to search everywhere. Many others were also sent to various locations in the Central Plains. These people's mission was to investigate suspicious locations, gather information,
and track down Li Kanghai's whereabouts through clues. The benefits of controlling a sect were obvious. Although the Xingxiu Sect wasn't as powerful as before, it saved Azai a lot of effort compared to searching aimlessly on her own.
It only took half a month for Xu Jing to gather all the information and figure out Li Kanghai's whereabouts. It was actually in Lingju Palace. Although he had long suspected Yu Linglong was somewhere in Tianshan, he hadn't expected her to be in Lingji Palace.
But on reflection it seemed perfectly natural. Yu Linglong was inherently spiritual. Those without a destiny would even be able to see her. So, no matter where she was hiding, it was perfectly normal.
Wu Xingyan probably had no idea Yu Linglong was right under her nose. She also had no idea Li Kanghai had secretly infiltrated the Lingjiu Palace. Azai found this amusing. Then she frowned and said, "But it's been a month."
Li Kanghai hasn't come out since he went in. Could he have been discovered by Wu Xingyan after imprisoning I Ching and taking over the Xingxiu Sect?
She paid close attention to intelligence from the Tianshan sect in order to prevent threats from the Tianya Hage. With Xu Jing's explanation, she finally untangled the complex relationships and grievances of this generation.
She had never forgotten what Xu Jing had said. He believed she would become the next leader of the Tianshan sect, the master of the Lingjia Palace, and the child fairy of Tianshan. Therefore, she now considered Wu Xingyan and Likushui her greatest enemies.
Yu Linglong is a treasure of the Tianshan sect, on par with the Beiming divine art. It can bring the dead back to life and grant them endless power. Azai's mind was spinning. What if Wu Xingyan discovered and imprisoned Li Kanghai, and also got Yu Linglong?
Then he'd get both the man and the money. That wouldn't be a good thing for her. It's not as serious as you think. After spending so much time together, Xu Jing saw through Azai's thoughts. He affirmed Li Kanghai should have found Yu Linglong.
But Yu Linglong is not so easy to get. She might be in trouble right now, and Wu Xingyan is in the dark. He hasn't discovered it yet. Combining the intelligence he had with some clips from the movie, he roughly deduced the possible truth.
Azai had always believed Xu Jing had divine powers. Hearing this, she believed it without a doubt. She felt relieved. Then she asked, "What should we do then? If I were given another 6 months, I would be able to deal with Wu Xingyan."
But 6 months is a long time. What if Wu Xingyan discovered Li Kanghai? Go find Likushui and instigate her to fight Wu Xingyan. Then we can take the opportunity to search the Lingjiu Palace. Xu Jing was also afraid of the long night and the many dreams.
Now that Ding Chunqiu was dead, if they did nothing, then Wu Xingyan would really benefit. He hadn't hidden his desire for Yu Linglong from Azai. While Azai's character was selfish, vicious and ambitious, these were simply the result of her upbringing.
A self-protective impulse. But she wasn't completely evil. She possessed a certain innocence and perseverance. She knew how to repay kindness and had her own persistence. After such a long time together,
Xu Jing had already established a high and noble image in Azai's mind. He was a celestial elder who had done her great favors. Moreover, there was the reward from the god of plague after completing the mission. Naturally, she knew how to make choices.
After hearing Xu Jing's words, Azai's eyes rolled around and she nodded, saying, "I know what to do." Xu Jing chuckled. He then explained some details in detail. He believed that with Azai's acting skills, she would definitely be able to complete the task.
That very day, beaming, went to see Ah Ching, who had been held in isolation. She released him and apologized profusely, repeatedly claiming she had not known his identity. With the situation already decided, Ah Ching didn't treat Z with a good face.
However, the situation was stronger than anyone else. She could only accept it helplessly. To express her apology, Azai decided to add Ching back to Tianya Hage and personally make amends to her uncle, Master Lu Qiu Shui. 3 days later, Tianya Hage.
In the hall, the alluring Li Qiushui lazily lounged on a bench and met Azi. Azi was followed by a maid. Upon seeing Li Qiushui, she immediately prostrated herself on the ground and said respectfully, Azi greets my uncle master. Are you Azi?
Resting half her face on one hand. Still lying there, she said. I didn't expect Ding Chunqiu to be so useless. He can't even beat a monk. I thought so highly of him. Azi remained kneeling on the ground. She spoke pitifully.
The old immortal passed away too quickly. He left no will to preserve the Xingxiu Sect. Azi had no choice but to do everything. It's also my fault for not knowing senior sister Ah Qing's identity. I thought she was a spy from another sect.
If I had known she was a disciple of my great-uncle, Azi wouldn't have dared argue. All right, Li Qiushui said nonchalantly, if you have the ability to fight for it, it's yours. No need to explain further. Azi was delighted when she heard this.
She looked up and said, Thank you, Uncle Master, for your forgiveness. Don't kneel. Get up. Li Qiushui waved her other hand, which was resting on her body. A charming look filled her. Azi's face was dazed. She seemed to marvel at Li Qiushui's beauty.
Master, you are truly beautiful. Azi had never seen a woman as bright and charming as you. Li Qiushui smiled. Slowly she stood up and sat down. She looked at Azi and said, Come and sit down and talk. Thank you, Uncle Master.
Azi stood up and took the brocade box from the maid behind her. She walked a few steps forward to the table opposite Li Qiushui. She carefully sat down and said, Uncle Master, these are 12 South Sea pearl golds that Azi carefully selected.
For internal and external use, they can preserve youth and prolong life. Li Qiushui's smile faded, and a hint of disdain flashed across her face. Azi observed his expression and quickly continued, But after meeting my Uncle Master,
Azi knew you certainly didn't need this. You're so beautiful, it would be too early to use it in 100 or 80 years. But Azi brought everything with her. Li Qiushui's face looked like a blooming white orchid. Smiling broadly, she said, Little.
You really know how to talk. Everything Azi said came from her heart. Azi's face was full of sincerity. All right. Li Qiushui was already grinning from ear to ear. She gestured to the maid beside her and said, Take it.
Azi's face was also filled with joy, like a child receiving recognition from their parents. Then she turned and gestured. 2 maids outside the hall saw this and immediately came in carrying a strange metal object. Uncle Master.
This is the Xuanhuan Sect's treasure, the Tianya Haijiao Tongxiani. It can be used to observe celestial phenomena and measure the terrain. I brought it here especially as a gift to you. She had brought this Tongshan instrument at Su Jing's suggestion.
It wasn't clear what it was used for, but since the senior had specifically mentioned it, it must be very useful. As expected, after hearing Azi's introduction to the Tongshan instrument, Li Qiushui's expression shifted.
She examined it carefully for a few moments and said with great satisfaction, You're thoughtful. I never thought Ding Chunqiu would have such a clever disciple like you. Azi. Right? I'll remember you. Come, let's have a drink.
The maidservant beside her filled the cup. Azi picked it up respectfully and said, Disciple dares to offer a toast to Master Uncle. Good Li Qiushui drank it all in one gulp. Smiling, she collapsed onto the bench. She began to dance. She played music.
At her command, melodious music suddenly filled the hall. A voice as clear as water echoed. The voice carried the gentle, graceful demeanor typical of a Jiangnan woman. It was like a soft whisper, captivating and captivating at the same time.
2 groups of beautiful young women wearing light gauze skirts entered the hall and began dancing to the accompaniment of pleasant and melodious songs. When life is good, enjoy it to the fullest. Laugh at the mundane affairs of life.
Li Qiushui up and took a puff from a strange incense burner beside her. Then she lay down again. With a dazed look in her eyes, she said, Right. Do you think this place of mine can be considered a paradise on earth? Sure enough.
Everything was just as the senior had expected. Azi recalled Jing's instructions to him. So far everything had gone as expected. There had been no surprises. Even if there had been, Chu Jing had already explained in detail how to resolve them.
The question Li Qiushui asked was the most crucial point in their discussion. Azi thought to herself, Here it comes. With a smile on her face, she pretended to be casual and said, I think there's only one place that can compare to Tianya Hage. Huh.
Li Qiushui's expression suddenly turned cold. She stood up suddenly. With a gloomy expression, she stared at Azi and asked, Where is it? Azi's pupils constricted, as if she had just realized she had said the wrong thing. A look of fear crossed her face.
With sweat dripping down her forehead, she said, Azi dare not say it. Himph. Li Qiushui snorted coldly. The entire hall fell silent. The woman who had been singing, dancing, and playing music immediately retreated.
Her expression grew increasingly stern. Her surging aura pressed down on Azi like a mountain. Have you been to Lingjia Palace? She shouted. Speak. Azi swallowed her saliva. Her hands and feet trembled as she spoke. A month ago, but I was turned away.
I didn't even set foot in Lingjia Palace. Li Qiushui sneered repeatedly. She said, I thought you were clever and well behaved. I did expect you to be so thoughtful. Besides my uncle, you're also thinking about my senior sister.
Are you trying to please both sides, Uncle Master? Please don't misunderstand me. Listen to my explanation. Oz's face turned pale with fear. I had just taken over the leadership of the Xingxiu Sect, thinking that the Xingxiu Sect was, after all,
a branch of the Xuanhuan Sect. I decided to go to Lingjiu Palace to pay homage to the ancestors. But I didn't expect Wu Xingyan to even let me in. That bitch! Li Qiushui flew into a rage upon hearing this, with a palm.
She shattered the small square table in front of her. She said, does she really think she's the master of Lingjia Palace? That's too much!
Zi pretended to be ignorant, but the Tianshan sect's rules stipulate that there can only be one Xiaoyaozi or Tianshan Tonglao. Whoever is the master of Lingjiu Palace will rule the Tianshan sect. This is a fact. No one can change it.
Li Qiushui was immediately furious. Just her. In terms of martial arts skills, in terms of intelligence, how is she as good as me? She just started practicing 2 days earlier than me. As I nodded repeatedly.
Agreeing, Master Uncle has meticulously managed Tianya Hage over the years. It's renowned throughout the country. Everyone knows it. It's even more famous than Lingjiu Palace. However, but what? Ozzy hesitated, but I'm afraid if this continues,
the people from Lingjia Palace will eventually come knocking. After all, that's normally the Tianshan sect's main branch. How could Wu Xingyan allow Tianya Hage to continue like this? It would be a dilemma for both sides. Better to strike first.
The chances of victory are much greater. Heroine Wu. Li Qiushui gritted her teeth. Then she fell silent. But it was clear that her current state was like a volcano about to erupt. Zisai achieved her goal, not daring to stay any longer.
She quietly retreated 5 days later, on the rocky slope below the Lingjia Palace in Tianshan Mountain, inside a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. Zi walked in with Xu Jing Sr. Will Li Qiushui really come?
She was filled with excitement. Everything she had done before was like a grand play she had personally staged. She was just waiting for the performance to begin. Although Xu Jing wasn't present that day, after hearing Oz's account of what happened,
he confirmed, Li Qiushui will definitely be here in 3 days. The woman's jealousy flared up. Even though she sensed Oz's suspicion of instigation, Li Qiushui still came. Moreover, he provided the Tianya Haijiao Tongshani, 3 days from now.
A unique astronomical phenomenon, which occurs only once in who knows how many years, will occur. The moon will be eclipsed by the heavenly dog. At that time, Wu Xingyan, who had cultivated the Yangguan Tonglao magic, would undoubtedly be affected.
His vital energy would be disrupted, and he would be unable to use his skills. Even without Oz's instigation, Li Qiushui would have been constantly thinking about dealing with Wu Xingyan. How could she let go of such a rare opportunity? Chapter 313.
Underground caverns. 3 days later, it was the 15th. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The sky was cloudless, and its silvery glow enveloped the earth. The Lingjiu Palace, atop the highest peak of the Tianshan Mountains,
is like a palace for the gods. It feels as if you can reach for the stars and soar to the moon. Wu Xingyan sat cross-legged at the head of the hall, flanked by 2 beautiful maids. I bow to the child grandmother. May she live forever.
At the bottom, 4 rows of 71 people of all stripes, divided into 2 groups, knelt and paid homage. These people came from the 72 caves, ever since they took refuge at the Vulture Peak Palace.
They would gather here every year at this time. Wu Xingyan stood high above. He surveyed the crowd below and said, you've all been very well behaved this year. I'm very pleased. Today, I'll grant you the antidote to the life and death talisman.
After she finished speaking, the maid next to her shouted, why don't you thank me? Thank you, Tonglao. The cave masters bowed again. Take it. Wu Xingyan stretched out his arms and waved them forward. Instantly, streams of bright yellow qi,
condensed into talismanic paper, flew out and accurately penetrated into each cave body. Instantly, a strange sound of both pain and pleasure echoed. Every cave master who had obtained the antidote to the life and death talisman immediately sat cross-legged
and closed their eyes to cultivate. Wu Xingyan spoke slowly and gravely. A talisman of life and death. Those who obey me greatly increase their power. Those who disobey me have their meridians severed. Neither life nor death is possible.
Life and death are all in my hands. Before he finished speaking, 2 women carried the Lingxiao cave master, who was only half dead, into the hall. Tonglao, please forgive me. Please give me back my lower half.
The Lingxiao cave master's face was blue and purple. Half of his body was missing, but he was still alive. Wu Xingyan sneered and said, burn it. Then grant me death. Lingxiao cave master begged.
His miserable state made the other cave masters on both sides unable to bear to watch. Their hearts trembled. Don't even think about it. This is against palace rules. He will never be reborn. Take him away. Wu Xingyan made an example of someone else.
She looked at the others and said, anyone else want to be like him? Then follow his example. The others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They all bowed and said, "We dare not," at this moment.
A clear voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Tong Lao is here! The hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A woman, whose beauty and bearing rivaled Wu Xingyan's, floated in from outside.
Accompanied by a group of maids, it turned out to be Liqiu Shui. At Pamiao Peak, these people had already witnessed his battle with Wu Xingyan. They immediately recognized his origins. He comes with bad intentions.
Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Wu Xingyan angrily said, "You bitch! What qualifications do you have to call yourself child grandma? I Wu Xingyan am the master of the Vulture Peak Palace."
Grandma Liqiu Shui laughed heartily. She sarcastically said, "Wu Xingyan, you secretly practiced the Tonglao Heart Sutra. You forced your senior brother Xiao Yaozi away. You occupied the Xingxiu Palace and proclaimed yourself the Tonglao.
You've been acting alone in this drama from beginning to end. Aren't you ashamed?" Wu Xingyan was furious and laughed. "Nonsense, all 72 cave masters of Tianshan are subordinate to me. Without me, Wu Xingyan, the Tianshan sect wouldn't be so prosperous."
If they had been hit by the life and death spell, why would they be here listening to a witch like you fart? Liqiu Shui sneered disdainfully. "How dare you?" Wu Xingyan's maidservant shouted in a deep voice. "Shut up!" Liqiu Shui's face darkened.
She raised her hand and released a stream of Q. Even Wu Xingyan didn't have time to react. The maid who had just spoken fell to the ground. Wu Xingyan gnashed his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. What do you want?" She had no choice but to give in.
Otherwise Liqiu Shui would go on a killing spree, and even she won't be able to stop him. There is only one Tianshan child, fairy. Liqiu Shui finally revealed her purpose. "Okay." Heroine Wu simply asked, "Where do you want to fight? This is Tianshan, of course."
Liqiu Shui spun around and quickly flew out. "Wu Xingyan, come if you dare. Don't you even know what day it is? You actually want to fight me in the sky?" Wu Xingyan laughed heartily. He thought Liqiu Shui had gone completely mad.
She cultivates the Yangguan Tonglao magical skill. When the moon is full, yin and yang transform. Under the moonlight, she possesses boundless vitality. In heaven, she is a deity. The two flew out of the Xingxiu Palace,
one in front and one behind, and flew straight into the sky. At the same time, the 72 cave masters and maids of the Xingxiu Palace rushed out, chasing Liqiu Shui and Wu Xingyan. They wanted to witness the outcome of this battle. After all,
the two women had made it clear that the winner would become the new Tianshan Tonglao. This matter concerned their life and death, so they had to take it seriously. The opportunity has come. Outside the Xingxiu Palace,
RZ saw everyone leaving and jumped out from her hiding place. Although she wanted to watch the battle, time was running out. The most important thing right now was to enter the Xingxiu Palace and find Yu Linglong.
Su Jing released his spirit and directed Azu to take the safest route into the Xingxiu Palace. He then expanded the area and began a thorough search. Yu Linglong could only be seen by those who were destined to see her.
He didn't expect to find Yu Linglong right away, so his target was Li Kanghai. Li Kanghai had been missing from Xingxiu Palace for over a month. Combined with the movie scenes in his memory, this was enough to explain the problem.
Ozzy listened to Xu Jing's instructions and followed his lead without asking any further questions. It wasn't long before Xu Jing made a discovery. He directed Ozzy to find a hidden, deep cave in the underground storage room of Xingxiu Palace.
The cave sloped downward, becoming wider and wider gradually. A vast underground cave complex appeared before their eyes. This cave complex is rife with jagged rocks. Various strange rocks are piled up and overlap,
winding through the caves to form numerous passages. Some are extremely wide, some are extremely narrow, and some even connect to various holes. It's truly a vast and interconnected place. Inside the cave, there are hot springs and pools.
Stalactites of various shapes and sizes are a dazzling display. Some of the stones glow, shimmering in yellow, blue, and other colors, illuminating the cave like a crystal palace. The beauty is breathtaking.
Ozzy looked around at the cave entrances and said at a loss, "Which way should I go?" Xu Jing hadn't anticipated this situation. He scanned with his mind, only to discover that the areas these holes led to were far beyond his scanning limits.
Besides the horizontal ones, there were also upward and downward passages. Could it be that Li Kanghai left through some passage here, after seeing the situation inside the cave? He began to doubt his previous judgment.
Because it was very likely that the exit of this cave was not just the path under the Xingxiu Palace. Let's look for them one by one first. Xu Jing scanned the entire area and pointed to a passage near the entrance they had come in from.
Ozzy said nothing and flew into the passage and headed deeper. Chapter 314, Tong Lao changes her master. Pyongyang Peak. Ever since Su Xing announced Xiaoyao's death and set up the exquisite chess game, this place has become bustling. However,
several months passed. Still, no one had cracked the Linglong chess game. Furthermore, the benefits of cracking it were unknown, and failure would only bring harm. This led to fewer and fewer people trying.
Pyomiao Peak gradually returned to its deserted state. Under the moonlight, Xu clutched the small jade Buddha tightly in his hand and walked quickly along the mountain path with trepidation. He rarely interacted with others.
On the day the Xingxiu Sect attacked Shaolin Temple, he had no idea what was happening. Only when he discovered that many of his fellow disciples had fled did he understand why. Just as he was returning to his room to pack his things and prepare to escape,
Abbot Xuanbei happened to pass by. He was frightened for a moment and pretended to chant sutras. The abbot saw that all 9 generations of disciples had fled. Only one young monk remained devoted to Buddhism. Surprised, he entrusted him with an important task.
He told him to take the little jade Buddha to first obtain the Yi Jin Jing. Then, he would go to Pyomiao Peak to find a living dead and ask him to come down the mountain to deal with Ding Chunqiu. Xu was a simple and honest person.
Even though he had been forced to accept the task, he still remembered it in his heart. Unfortunately, he went to the sutra library but didn't get the Yi Jin Jing. He did even see the person who attacked him. Fortunately, he was still alive.
Although the Yi Jin Jing was lost and Ding Chunqiu was dead, he could not return to Shaolin Temple. The abbot was dead. Many elders were crippled. The Xingxiu Sect had abandoned the Shaolin Temple, a lucrative territory. Now,
it had become the site of fiercest competition among the major gangs. Not only him, but even the other monks who had escaped, none dared to return. Xu thought that since the abbot could use the living dead to deal with Ding Chunqiu,
it meant that he had a connection with Shaolin. Perhaps he could ask him to come down the mountain and help rebuild Shaolin. With this thought in mind, he came to Pyomiao Peak. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Xu finally reached the top of the mountain.
Seeing the huge platform empty, he felt a little uneasy. He called out a few times. Seeing no response, he raised the small jade Buddha and shouted, "I am here on the orders of the Shaolin abbot to find a living dead senior named Xiaozi."
As soon as he finished speaking, the small jade Buddha in his hand flew away. Su Jing suddenly appeared in front of him. He held the small jade Buddha in his hand, looked at it for a few seconds, and said, "What's the matter?"
"Let's talk about it after we solve the chess game." Xu was baffled. Aside from asking for directions and inquiring about Shaolin, he had never considered seeking any other information. He still didn't know about the Linglong chess game.
So Xing flicked his sleeves, a strong wind blew past and the exquisite chessboard appeared. He then stopped looking at Xu, closed his eyes, and remained silent. For no reason. What kind of chess game? Xu glanced at Su Jing.
He had no choice but to sit down and grab a chess piece. But he didn't know how to play chess at all. He didn't understand what was so mysterious about the game. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made a random move. Suddenly,
he found himself on a vast, silent plain. Except for a few dozen meters around him, everything was pitch black. Where is this? How did I get here? Xu panicked and looked for a way out. But no matter how much he ran,
he always ended up back where he was. Just as he was sweating profusely from anxiety, bursts of golden light suddenly emerged from the darkness. A Buddha appeared in the void, illuminating the entire world. "Buddha!" Xu was stunned. Then he reacted
and began to recite the sutra with deep fear and trepidation. Outside the chessboard space, Su Jing stood beside it like a statue, waiting silently. No one knew how much time had passed. Xu,
who was sitting on a stone bench playing chess, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up with a bewildered look on his face. Su Jing laughed excitedly. He had never imagined the chess game would be broken like this.
But after taking a closer look at the still clueless little monk before him, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Since the chess game is broken, you can go in. A bitter expression crossed his face with a gentle wave.
Xu was swept up by an irresistible force. Screaming, he flew into a nearby cave. Above Lingjie Palace, Wu Xingyan's hands glowed a blinding red. His fingers shot out Q-like machine guns, chasing Li Qiushui and attacking her relentlessly.
Li Qiushui dodged back and forth, occasionally turning back to block a blow or two when she couldn't avoid it. She then circled back and forth with Wu Xingyan, flying higher. "If you had run," Wu Xingyan sneered. "Yang represents heaven.
I cultivate the Yangguan Tonglao magical power. Can you defeat me in heaven?" Li Qiushui remained silent, occasionally glancing at the moon overhead. She didn't argue with Wu Xingyan. Wu Xingyan roared with laughter.
Endless Zenki poured out freely. Then he provoked the enemy with a snarl. "The moon is at its zenith. The heavens are vast. The earth is vast. I, Wu Xingyan, am the greatest. Who can stop me? Stop talking nonsense." Li Qiushui watched Wu Xingyan approach.
She turned and struck him with a palm strike. The two men's energies collided, like a bomb exploding. Using the impact, she once again gained some distance. "I wonder where you can escape." Wu Xingyan's inner energy exploded. He quickly caught up.
Still trying to hold back. "No use tonight. I want you to die in the sky." At this moment, a tiny gap suddenly appeared in the full moon, which was as bright as a silver plate. Then the gap gradually widened. Ha ha ha, Li Qiushui laughed heartily.
The Tongshani really was useful. As she spoke, she suddenly turned and plummeted towards the ground, surrounding Wu Xingyan below. Tengu eats the moon. Wu Xingyan was horrified. He suddenly felt his vital energy draining away.
He felt as if he was about to fall. Only then did he realize Li Qiushui's sinister intentions and tried to escape back to the surface. But at this moment, Li Qiushui slapped her hard with a palm, cutting off her retreat. What are you doing?
Still want to come down? Li Qiushui laughed triumphantly. With one palm, Wu Xingyan was forced to fly upwards. Did you say you were the most powerful in the sky? Where did your boundless power go? Wu Xingyan couldn't even resist. Even flying became a struggle.
His internal energy gradually became disordered. Li Qiushui swung his netherworld ghost claws repeatedly. Confident of victory, he said, "Fight back. You fight back." Wu Xingyan's protective Q shield grew thinner under Li Qiushui's attack.
Its light dimmed. Then, he suddenly lost control, plummeting to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Bang bang bang! Li Qiushui shattered Wu Xingyan's Q defenses in one breath. Her palm force pierced the opponent's body. She sternly declared,
"If you're willing to kneel on the ground and call me Tong Lao, I'll let you go. Don't even think about it." Wu Xingyan spat out blood. Seeing Li Qiushui approaching, she desperately fought back, fearing even greater backlash. Then go to hell.
Li Qiushui easily blocked Wu Xingyan's counterattack. Then, she unleashed a powerful blow, striking the opponent on the back. She sent him plummeting through the air, plummeting towards the cliff. Chapter 315. The Fisherman Gains the Advantage.
Underground cave complex. Zi had already searched nearly half of the passage, but still couldn't find Licanghai. She also couldn't find another way out. As she followed Xu Jing's instructions and headed towards an unsearched passage,
she suddenly stopped and looked back towards another passage. Frowning slightly, she said, "Senior, there seems to be some noise coming from that direction." Xu Jing thought of something and said, "Let's go and take a look first."
Zi immediately changed direction and moved forward quickly. Thanks to Xu Jing's soul scan, she didn't need to stop and search to waste time. So, she soon approached the source of the sound. Without Xu Jing's reminder,
she could see Wu Xingyan stumbling along the passage towards her from afar. Wu Xingyan was in a state of disarray. She coughed up blood constantly, her face pale, perhaps due to the severe injuries and the disordered vitality.
She didn't notice Zi approaching. "Let her pass," Xu Jing suddenly said in surprise. "Don't worry about Wu Xingyan for now. I found Licanghai." The reason why he didn't bother to remind Zi just now was because he discovered Licanghai.
Zi was startled at first, and a look of joy crossed her face. With a light leap, she silently landed on a thick, upside-down stalagmite nearby. She rolled over and hid behind it. After Wu Xingyan passed,
she landed on the ground again and sprinted back in the direction he had come from. Not long after, Zi arrived at the end of the passage. At the end was a pool. Wu Xingyan had come from underwater, and Licanghai was at the other end connected to the pool.
There was a vast lake beyond. Licanghai had sunk to the bottom of the lake beneath the entrance to the cave. Wu Xingyan was severely injured and hadn't noticed him when he arrived, but Li Qiushui wasn't sure, given her personality. After Shed fought Wu Xing,
Shed definitely want to see him alive or dead. She might even chase him into the lake to search for him. Xu Jing finally understood why Licanghai's body appeared in Tianya Hage in the movie. Time was running out.
He quickly instructed Zi to pass through the pool passage and enter the lake outside. Then he headed straight for Licanghai. Licanghai lay quietly underwater. Her face was serene and rosy. She looked as if she were in a deep sleep, yet
she didn't held her breath, pulled Licanghai from the bottom of the water, and swam towards the surface. Li Qiushui is coming down. Go back to the cave quickly. Xu Jing kept a close eye on the lake's movements.
As soon as Li Qiushui entered his spiritual scanning range, he immediately made a judgment. Zi didn't hesitate. She activated her true energy and rushed underwater with Licanghai. They entered the entrance before Li Qiushui came down.
The lake is adjacent to the cliff. The entrance is on the submerged cliffside. And if you search underwater, you'll always find it. Return to Lingju Palace. Xu Jing wanted to take advantage of the time difference, while Li Qiushui was searching in the lake.
He and Az took Licanghai away from Lingjia Palace. Needless to say, Az understood Xu Jing's meaning. After emerging from the pool, her inner Q surged, evaporating the moisture from her and Licanghai's clothes. Then,
she sprinted towards the cellar entrance through which they had entered. Unexpectedly, just as Az rushed out a few dozen meters, another pool of water beside the passage suddenly exploded. Wu Xingyan jumped out of the water and rushed towards Az.
Xu Jing cursed inwardly. This had all happened so quickly. Furthermore, he hadn't anticipated it. He had also missed the soul scan of the passage. Wu Xingyan had only just made a feint.
She must have known the underwater entrance wouldn't be hidden from Li Qiushui for long. So, after entering, she first followed the passage deeper, pretending to escape into the Vulture Palace. Then,
She returned the same way and hid in the pool of water near the entrance. If Azai hadn't been carrying Li Qinghai, Wu Xingyan might not have appeared so desperately. Li Qiushui and Li Qinghai were twin sisters. They looked almost identical, but to Wu,
they were easily distorted coldly. She raised her free hand and slapped out. If Wu Xingyan were in his prime, she would certainly be no match. But now, he was seriously injured. He could only exert 1/10 of his strength. Bang!
Wu Xingyan vomited blood and flew backwards. His body slammed heavily against the rock wall and then fell to the ground. The divine art of the North She! She was shocked. She struggled, but couldn't get up. After staring at Ozzy for a few seconds,
and she cried out in tears. Take her with us. Xu Jing's heart stirred. He made a decision, and his voice echoed directly into Wu Xingyan's mind. Don't resist. We'll take you away with us. Wu Xingyan's expression froze.
His mouth hung open. The words he wanted to call out were stuck in his throat. He stared at Az's chest in horror. Xu Jing was inside Az's clothes. His hind legs stood like a human on 2 mountain peaks. His front legs hung from Az's collar.
His head popped out and met Wu Xingyan's gaze. After hearing Xu Jing's words, Ozzy glanced down at Xu Jing and Wu Xingyan. She understood, but she didn't rush over. Instead, she asked Wu Xingyan, do you want to leave? Wu Xingyan came back to his senses,
looked at Li Qinghai and nodded quickly. Ozzy approached cautiously, pretending to take Wu Xingyan away, but then she suddenly attacked, tapping him several times. Wu Xingyan spat out another mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground.
Completely powerless, unable to speak, Ozzy chuckled softly. Then she picked up Wu Xingyan and held Li Qinghai in her other hand. She quickly turned and left. She couldn't lift 2 people just by her strength, but with her strong ki,
she could still carry them after releasing it, and it didn't affect her speed at all. Soon, she followed the passage back to the Vulture Palace. At this time, the Lingjia Palace was deserted. With Xu Jing's help,
Ozai rushed out as quickly as possible and then descended the mountain in the opposite direction of the cliff and lake. After running for countless miles in one breath, she finally stopped and gasped for breath. This place still wasn't safe. After a short rest,
Ozzy set out again. She repeatedly set up false traps. After spending the better part of a day, she finally returned to a secret hiding place. She left Wu Xingyan and Li Qinghai on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Who are you?
How do you know my Tianshan Sect's beaming divine art? And what's with the Manggu Zhuha on you? Did you harm my junior sister Kang-ai? Wu Xingyan's face was as pale as gold paper. Her body was restrained, unable to use her internal energy to heal her injuries.
After traveling for most of the day, her injuries hadn't improved at all. Instead, they had worsened. Moreover, because of the unique cultivation method she practiced, she would revert to a child after being injured.
Now she has turned into a cute little girl of 7 or 8 years old. At this moment, she could only collapse to the ground, her eyes fixed on Ozzy. She was filled with questions. She had asked questions along the way, but Ozzy remained silent.
She didn't answer her. Chapter 316. Another trick. Ozzy smiled broadly at Wu Xingyan's questions, but she didn't rush to answer. Her face was filled with curiosity as she kept looking at him, although she had heard of Wu Xingyan's regeneration after being injured.
This was the first time she had seen it. She couldn't help but marvel at it. Now the initiative was in her hands. Although the other party was her great uncle in terms of seniority, they did not have any camaraderie. On the other hand,
if she fell into the hands of Wu Xingyan, who was still in good condition, his methods would only become more cruel and ruthless in order to make her speak. Seeing Az's attitude, Wu Xingyan's face darkened. He shouted, "Do you know who I am?" "I know."
Ozzy looked at the little girl in front of her. She wasn't afraid at all. She snorted and said unhappily, "The former master of the Vulture Palace, the child fairy of Tianshan. But so what? You're just a stray dog now. If I hadn't kindly saved your life,
you might have fallen into Li Qiushui's hands." Wu Xingyan was trembling with anger. He decided not to bother himself anymore. She looked at Li Qinghai, who lay on the ground beside her. Her eyes sparkled. With all her might, she moved closer.
She reached out and caressed Li Qinghai's face. She choked back tears and whispered, "Life is like mist in a dream. Love is fleeting like morning dew. Vast ocean, here I come. Where's your zither? I haven't played a single piece with you yet." Ozzy sighed.
Although she didn't agree with Heroine Wu's sexual orientation, she didn't provoke him any further. Xu Jing climbed off Az's body and said to her, "Wu Xingyan knows several unique Tianshan school techniques. I'll talk to her. Please step aside for a moment."
Az's eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded repeatedly and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. "Senior, be careful." Even as she spoke, she remained uneasy. She flicked her fingers a few more times, sending streams of Q into Wu Xingyan's body. Wu
Xingyan regained consciousness from her grief, tears streaming down her face. She turned around and looked at RZ. RZ held Kajing and placed him on the ground. Then, she calmly said to Wu Xingyan, "If you have any questions, talk to the seniors." "Senior?"
Wu Xingyan wiped the tears from her face and looked at Xu Jing. His eyes were filled with surprise and suspicion. Zai turned around and left without saying a word. Jing released his spirit.
Only after confirming that Azi had truly left did he feel relieved. He thought it was best to maintain his current relationship with Azi. He wouldn't think of harming her. She trusted him. 2. They both got what they wanted. Some things test people's hearts.
If you can avoid them, it's best to avoid them. Otherwise, if you look at the wrong person, things will get out of control. For example, what Xu Jing was about to discuss with Wu Xingyan right now was about Yu Linglong.
Yu Linglong is a treasure on the same level as the Tianshan sect and the Beiming divine art. Possessing either one grants infinite power and the ability to be resurrected, and if one possesses both, one can achieve immortality.
This was the biggest secret of the Tianshan sect. Besides him, only Wu Xingyan and his fellow disciples knew about it. Xu Jing also had to worry about his own identity. He was impersonating both the god of plague and his mount. It was no problem to trick Zai.
But using the same excuse to trick Wu Xingyan would be so easy. So after considering it, he simply let Zai leave temporarily to avoid the embarrassment of being exposed, or even damaging the relationship and losing trust.
While Xu Jing was paying attention to Zai, Wu Xingyan was also constantly observing him, with a strange light flickering in his eyes. The Beiming divine art was created by the founder of the sect after witnessing the battle between Kunlong and Kunlong.
With Yu Linglong as a witness, she knew many secrets unknown to ordinary people in the martial arts world. This is a world rich in spiritual energy, and wild spirits occasionally appear. Wu Xingyan had lived for so many years,
becoming so powerful that she even called herself a deity. Naturally, she had sought out such beings and had seen some, but none of the ones she found were as strange as the Manggu Zhuha in front of her. This is a communicative Manggu red clam.
Its intelligence is definitely on par with humans. She recalled her experience in the cave and was the first to speak. Are you a spirit? Xu Jing's gaze met Wu Xingyan's. A voice echoed in his mind, saying you could say that.
But I'm more special than the spirits you're talking about. Specifically, I could be considered a demon. Just like the Kun and dragons your Tianshan sect founder encountered. Hiss, Wu Xingyan gasped, his heart filled with shock.
He claims to be comparable to Kun and dragon. He also knows the story of the founder of the Tianshan school. What does this mean? She finally managed to calm down and guessed, have you seen the founder of the Tianshan sect? Xu Jing chuckled inwardly.
He instantly understood Wu Xingyan's thoughts. He simply followed his guess and said, not only have I met him before, back then, my relationship with your Tianshan sect's founder was similar to that of the little girl who just left.
That's why I know the Beiming divine art and taught it to her. Wu Xingyan opened her mouth, speechless with shock. Finally, most of her doubts were resolved. A long moment passed before she regained consciousness. She looked at Li Kanghai. Then,
as if she was about to speak but hesitated, Xu Jing couldn't help but understand her thoughts. He sighed. She's already dead. I couldn't save her. Wu Xingyan's tears fell again. She said in pain, Senior, you tell me how Kanghai died, Yu Linglong.
Xu Jing didn't hide anything. He said directly she wanted to use Yu Linglong to resurrect Xiaoyaozi. She had poured all her energy into Yu Linglong. When Yu Linglong was born, it would be her annihilation. No one could reverse it.
Combining the results from the movie, his spiritual intuition, and his fairy eyes, he had already seen quite a bit. Even though he hadn't gotten the Jade Linglong yet, Wu Xingyan finally understood everything, but she felt even more heartbroken.
She leaned over Li Kanghai and cried bitterly, Kanghai, how could you be so foolish? She loved Li Kanghai, but Li Kanghai was willing to sacrifice his life for Xiaoyaozi.
And if she hadn't given Ding Chunqiu the 7 insects and 7 deaths potion, Xiaoyaozi wouldn't have died. At this moment, she was completely disheartened. Facts had proven that her feelings had been one-sided from the beginning to the end.
Xiaoyaozi! All this is Xiaoyaozi's fault! Wu Xingyan cried, hatred in her eyes. Since Li Kanghai was dead, why should Xiaoyaozi live? Her eyes flushed. She had made a decision, she said to Jing, Senior.
Xu Jing's spirit was released. He observed Wu Xingyan's every move clearly. He immediately understood what was going on. At this time, Wu Xingyan continued, I hope Senior won't let Yu Linglong fall into Xiaoyaozi's hands.
I want him to die, she gnashed her teeth, unabashedly releasing a strong murderous intent. Combined with her cute little girl appearance, it looked truly bizarre. But this was exactly what Xu Jing wanted. He was determined to obtain Yu Linglong.
And the current situation was even more perfect than he had expected, he said calmly. Okay, but I have a request. Chapter 317, Yu Linglong. Wu Xingyan's only wish at this moment was to have Xiaoyaozi buried alongside Li Kanghai. However,
the current situation left her with no other options, especially since the demon before her was a creature with a connection to the founder of the Tianshan sect. After all, Xiaoyaozi was the true head of the Tianshan sect. Who knew if her wish would be granted?
Fortunately, Xu Jing agreed. This made her feel relieved. She immediately asked Senior, "What do you want?" Not to mention one request. Even if it was 8 or 10, she would agree without hesitation. Xu Jing sighed. In the entire history of the Xingxiu Sect,
no generation of disciples has ever been as complicated as yours. Each and every one of you is trapped by love, even killing each other. I originally didn't want to meddle in your affairs, but seeing you continue like this,
the Xingxiu Sect's legacy might be cut short. I promised my old friend, so I have no choice but to intervene this time. Since you want to fight, leave your skills behind. Even if you die, I guarantee that the Xingxiu Sect will not disappear.
Wu Xingyan looked ashamed, but his heart felt relieved. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. It's only right for you to pass down your skills to the Xingxiu Sect." She made no secret of anything and revealed all the skills she had learned.
She had no doubt that Xu Jing only knew the Beiming divine art and not other techniques. Because the other techniques were all created by the most talented people in the later generations. Tonglao Heart Sutra, Life and Death Talisman,
Instantaneous Transfer Technique, 1,000-Mile Transmission Technique, Netherworld Ghost Claw, Tianshan 6 Yang Palm, Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand. It could be said that Wu Xingyan, aside from the Beiming divine art,
was proficient in all other Xingxiu Sect techniques. She entered the sect early, and aside from her sexual orientation, which was unacceptable to the people of this world, she had no faults. Compared to the more scheming Liqiushi,
it seemed only natural that she would receive more inheritance. Xu Jing silently memorized all the techniques. By now, he had basically acquired all the techniques he wanted. There are many bodybuilding techniques among them, and they are of a high level.
Even an ordinary iron shirt is extraordinary. Half an hour later, all the skills were taught. Wu Xingyan then combined the Beiming divine art with Yulinglong, revealing the secret of how to achieve immortality without reservation. Xu Jing also took note.
He called Azi back and released Wu Xingyan from his control. Then, under the other's grief-stricken farewell gaze, he left with Li Kanghai's body. "Senior, if we just let her go, will she come and cause trouble for us when she recovers?"
Azi didn't know what was going on and was a little worried. "No," Xu Jing said confidently, "when she gets better, she will only cause trouble for Liqiushui." Even if he was wrong, it didn't matter. He would soon be able to obtain Yulinglong.
The system enhancement function was activated. There was nothing to worry about. With Xu Jing's assurance, Azi no longer worried about anything then. With a playful smile, she asked about the martial arts technique. Xu Jing did not hold back.
While on the road, he began to teach. Another half-day later, Azi brought him to another hiding place. This is a man-made cave. It's clean and tidy inside, with several rooms. Arriving here,
Xu Jing chose one of the rooms and asked Azi to place Li Kanghai inside. In order to bring Yulinglong to the world, besides waiting patiently, one could also directly attack Li Kanghai. However, this would require the stimulation of Beiming Zhuha.
But Xu Jing didn't want Azi to participate. Yulinglong was very intelligent. He was worried that if Azi were present, he might end up choosing Azi directly. Just like in the movie, he first tried it alone in the room. However, it didn't work.
He then asked Azi to go out and prepare talisman paper and other supplies. Then he began to teach Ai how to draw talismans. Azi was very enthusiastic about learning these magical skills that were completely different from martial arts techniques.
And she learned them very quickly. Within half a month, the room housing Li Kanghai was covered in various talismans. The floor and walls were also covered in dense arrays of formations and restrictions. The entire room looked like a prison.
After Xu Jing finished his inspection, he asked Azi to leave the room and lock the door. "Senior, I'm starting." Azi stood outside the door and shouted, "Let's get started." Xu Jing gave an order. Outside the door,
Azi immediately injected Beiming Q into the door handle. A conductive array was drawn on his hand. As the true energy was injected, it was like a circuit board turning on,
transmitting energy along the array pattern to the position where Li Kanghai was placed. Xu Jing waited near the gate, but did not approach Li Kanghai, and his approach was clearly correct. As the true energy poured in and was released around Li Kanghai,
the latter's body suddenly emitted bursts of white light. The white light grew increasingly dazzling. Then, with a humming sound, it exploded, forming a wall of energy around Li Kanghai. Li Kanghai's body slowly rose, then it floated off the ground.
As if embracing something, "Senior brother, I've found Yulinglong for you. You can be reborn, but I can't be by your side anymore." A gentle, moving, and regretful voice echoed directly into Xu Jing and Aziz's minds.
Li Kanghai's face flickered with a reddish-orange glow, gradually converging into a ball of light. It emerged from between her eyebrows and gradually grew larger. The ball of light grew until it was the same size as Xu Jing's body.
It then stopped 2 meters above the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Li Kanghai's entire body suddenly dissipated, leaving only a white dress floating down to the ground. "Is this Yulinglong?" Xu Jing blinked. He carefully examined the floating ball of light.
He made no rash moves. Oz's worried voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Senior, I sense a powerful aura. Is that you Linglong appearing? Do you want me to come in and help? No need.
Su Jing said in a deep voice. Just stand guard outside the door for me. Although he couldn't jump more than 2 meters high, he had anticipated the situation and had a plan to deal with it. Azai didn't think much about it. After hearing that,
she stood guard outside the door diligently. Xu Jing looked away, his attention focused on a piece of talisman paper cut into a paper figure in front of him. The paper figure had a nose and eyes, complete with limbs and facial features.
As he silently chanted the incantation, it gradually grew larger. Then, with a kick of its legs, it floated up and reached out to grab Yu Linglong. At this moment, Xu Jing concentrated his mind and calmed his spirit. He released his soul,
enveloping the entire room. Simultaneously, he manipulated the other talismans and even the formation, preparing to respond. What he didn't expect was that Yu Linglong only flickered twice before falling silent,
allowing him to hold the paper figurine in his hand. Got it already? Xu Jing was still in disbelief. He had made many preparations for various unexpected situations, but the result was unexpected. It was so simple.
Even when Yu Linglong was brought before him by the paper figurine, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Chapter 318 Light Network Meridians. Yu Linglong floated quietly before Xu Jing. It expanded and contracted slightly, as if breathing life,
illuminating the entire room as if it were on fire. Xu Jing summoned the system. However, task 2 was still unfinished. After thinking for a moment, he raised his forelimbs and touched Yu Linglong. Puff, the jade,
comparable in size to Xu Jing's body, suddenly shrank like water. It merged into the webbed feet of his forelimbs. Then, it entered his body, circling his entire body. It arrived between his eyes, transforming into a point of light the size of a grain of rice.
Just accept me like that. Xu Jing was a little dazed. It felt like a dream. Bite! The system's prompt for mission completion rang in his mind. But at this moment, his entire attention was drawn to the changes in his body. After Yu Linglong passed through,
a web of light appeared within his body. This web densely covered his entire body, forming a perfect loop. Yu Linglong is the core of this cycle and its source of energy. It releases infinite energy, which flows along the optical network and then flows back into itself. Meridians. This thought suddenly flashed through Xu Jing's mind. The circulating light network formed by Yu Linglong in his body seemed to have built the most comprehensive and suitable meridian system in his body. After the energy of the light network circulated through a full cycle, he felt his blood begin to boil. Cells began to grow frantically. Then, his body expanded rapidly, reaching the size of a wash basin in the blink of an eye. Call! Xu Jing opened his mouth. A ball of red light flew out and instantly crashed into the opposite wall. Boom, boom, boom! The talismans on the wall were stimulated and activated, forming a network that contracted and enveloped the ball of light. Boom! The moment the two collided, the ball of light exploded. A surge of energy, accompanied by his signature poisonous mist, spread throughout the room. Sizzle! The power grid was destroyed when the light ball exploded. The poisonous mist then corroded the talisman paper completely, seeping into the walls. The energy shockwave swept through, and the once solid wall collapsed with a puff, turning into ashes. Ozzy outside exclaimed, hesitating whether to break into the room. Fine, Xu Jing replied, seeing a large cloud of dust spreading over. He raised one of his forelimbs and slapped it forward. Suddenly, a wall of air appeared, blocking the dust. Then he leaped lightly. His entire body flew up, back and forth, left and right, up and down. His speed was swift and agile. After a complete circle, he landed on the ground. It's not the limit yet. Xu Jing had a feeling. It seemed that as long as he continued to develop Yu Linglong's potential, his body would continue to expand. It could hold more energy and unleash even more powerful attacks. Furthermore, the energy provided by Yu Linglong was inexhaustible. It was even more than he had imagined. It seemed as if there was no limit. A thought struck him. The energy circulation within his body weakened. His body gradually shrank, returning to its 2-inch size. Meanwhile, the point of light transformed by Yu Linglong shifted with his body, hovering between reality and illusion, able to transform freely. Xu Jing looked at the system. After completing task 2, he had met the enhancement requirements. Identity: Manggu Zhuha, king of all poisons. Dragon Ball compatibility 7%. Tip: the host can communicate and enhance their compatibility through cultivation. Alternatively, they can choose to directly strengthen their compatibility. When the compatibility reaches 100%, the host will be sensed by the kun and will be preyed upon. After reading it, Xu Jing suddenly understood. Then he looked at the origin point, including the surplus from before, as well as the gains from these 2 missions and the kill limit. He now has 208 Yo and 78 essence points. So many origins, he didn't even think twice and just clicked on the plus sign. The system interface trembled slightly. Then, the compatibility value jumped to 8%. The total number of origin points decreased by 1,000. At the same time, the jade within Xu Jing's body trembled. Then, A special substance appeared, flowing like a warm current through his limbs and internal organs.
Merging into every cell in his body, he felt a strange warmth all over his body. It was as if some strange change had occurred in his body, but it wasn't enough to transform him. He needed more accumulation. Even so,
he felt that his various qualities and abilities had improved slightly. His physical strength and agility, skin toughness, flesh and blood firmness, and even his toxins and fairy eyes were all stronger than before. Could it be the blood of the dragon?
After a thought, the compatibility jumped again. Then, that special substance appeared again, blending into every part of his body, further improving his various qualities. Continue.
He didn't feel any discomfort and chose to upgrade continuously 10%, 12%, as the compatibility value jumped continuously. Streams of warmth rushed into his body, comprehensively enhancing his strength. But after only a moment, Xu Jing stopped.
His body was still 2 inches in size, but inside it felt like it was about to explode. His spirit pulsed constantly, conveying a warning of danger. It seemed that if it were strengthened even once more, he would absolutely explode.
A blast that would shatter every cell. This is because the upgrade was too rapid. My body could handle it. I need some time to slow down and adjust. Xu Jing looked inward and quickly made a judgment about his situation. He glanced at the system interface.
The compatibility had reached 39%. As for his strength, he estimated that without relying on the energy of the optical network, no one in the martial arts world could be his opponent. Xu Jing called out, and Zai, who was waiting anxiously outside,
immediately opened the door. She glanced around and saw the huge hole where the wall had disappeared. She was immediately startled and asked, "Senior, what's going on?" Xu Jing admitted generously, "I got Yu Linglong. I just tested my strength. Wow, so amazing!"
RZ was amazed. That's right, Xu Jing explained, this Yu Linglong is in the hands of the Xingxiu Sect. It can't play its due role at all, but it's different for me. It won't be long. I will fully grow up. You can also complete the mission.
RZ was delighted, showed reluctance. She said, "Senior, are you leaving?" "Yes." Xu Jing also felt emotional. He then said, "But don't worry. Before I leave, I will definitely help you become the Tianxian Child Fairy."
It's time to retrieve the exquisite chess game from Piamiao Pete, and while I'm at it, it'll help RZ acquire Xiaoyao's century-long power. By then, even if he leaves, no one in the martial arts world will be Oz's match. In the past,
RZ would have been very happy to hear about becoming the child father of Tianshan and dominating the martial arts world. But now, she was filled with disappointment. All. Chapter 319. Climbing Misty Peak again.
Xu Jing saw that RZ was in a low mood, so he stopped talking about it. He changed the subject and said, "Try to release some true energy to hit me," when he had just improved his compatibility.
The warm currents that had surged through his body had dramatically improved his abilities. Although he suspected he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the martial arts world without the use of the lightnet's energy.
He still had to try it to find out just how powerful he truly was. Ozzy was startled and said, "Senior, you're not kidding, right? I'm serious." Xu Jing's heart moved. Suddenly, a gust of air blew through the air. This air current lifted his body and floated up.
Face to face with Ozzy, he continued calm. He didn't use the energy of the light network. When the compatibility reached 30%, the repair revealed that he had gained the ability to control the wind. Ozzy was stunned. But then, thinking of Xu Jing's identity,
she felt relieved. She no longer hesitated. With a flick of her finger, a stream of Q shot towards Xu Jing. Puff. Xing didn't even move. He didn't even muster any strength to resist. He just relied on his body to take it. His skin vibrated,
dissipating the impact force. And the energy of the Zenki itself was completely intangible to him. It seemed to be dispersed as soon as it made contact. "How much of your strength did you just use?" Xu Jing looked at Azzi and asked. Azzi opened her mouth. 30%.
He had been digesting the absorbed power through the Ye Jinjing during this time, and his strength had increased rapidly. Even if it was only 30%, it was comparable to her level before she practiced the Beiming divine art. In the martial arts world,
there won't be many who could withstand her attack. Moreover, this was Beiming Qi, which was more powerful than any other Qi. Xu Jing immediately understood what was going on. He said, "Give it your all. Senior, be careful." Azai took a deep breath.
Channeling all her energy, she formed 2 fingers into a sharp sword and stabbed at Xu Jing. Call out. In an instant, an unparalleled sword energy emanated from her fingertips, slicing through the air and instantly striking Jing. Bite.
There was a crisp sound of metal clashing in the air. Xu Jing was still floating in the same spot. Aside from feeling like he'd been bitten by a mosquito, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. Ozzy was stunned. Although she had expected this,
she still looked incredulous. Her mouth was open, speechless. "Let's go." Xu Jing floated onto Oz's shoulder. "Let's go to Piamiao Peak." He was confident now. Even if Ozzy was completely crippled, even if he was intact, there was nothing to worry about.
Furthermore, there was no need to resort to force. He was absolutely confident he could help Ozzy gain Xiaoyao's trust. As for the Linglong chess game, with his help, it wouldn't be too easy to cheat. Of course, all of this was just incidental.
Su Jing's real goal was to obtain the Linglong chess game. He also had a plan for how to use it to enhance his own spirit. Paimiao Peak. Ozzy gradually came to her senses. Her eyes lit up. She had been thinking about Xiao Yao's century-long cultivation.
When she heard Xu Jing say they were going there, she immediately perked up. After packing up the talismans and other items in the room, she couldn't wait to take Xu Jing out of the cave. One day later, they arrived at the foot of Paimiao Peak.
Any other questions? Xu Jing hid inside Azi's clothes. Along the way, he had already told Azi about the agreement between Xiao Yaozi and Li Kanghai, and they had discussed a countermeasure. Li Kanghai carried half of the Xingxiu Sect's headmaster jade pendant.
This was given to her by Xiao Yaozi. When she left Paimiao Peak, she had promised Xiao Yaozi that if he encountered someone with the other half of the jade pendant, she would teach them the various martial arts techniques of the Xingxiu Sect.
Now Azi possessed the jade pendant and had mastered all the Xingxiu school's martial arts. With her intelligence and acting talent, it wouldn't be difficult for her to deceive Xiao Yaozi. Senior, don't worry, as long as we get through the Linglong chess game.
Ozzy, brimming with confidence, walked quickly up the hill soon. She reached the summit of Paimiao Peak. She stepped onto the platform and announced loudly, "I am Ozzy, I have come to solve Linglong's chess game." As she spoke,
she walked towards the stone table in the center of the platform and prepared to sit down. But at that moment, the window of the attic built on the waterfall suddenly opened. Su Xing quickly flew out of the attic and landed, blocking Azi's path.
"The chess game is broken. Please go back, young lady." At this moment, not only Ozzy, but even Xu Jing was stunned. Linglong chess game is broken. The first person that came to Xu Jing's mind was Su Zhu. Ozzy was filled with rage.
Her heart was bleeding. She had almost reached her target of 100 years of cultivation, but someone had snatched it away from her. Xu Jing released his spirit and scanned the cave. Xiao Yaozi was indeed gone. Furthermore,
the beaming divine art on the wall had been completely erased. Ask him if it was someone named Zhu who broke it. Su Jing cursed inwardly. He added, "It was the young monk we met that day at Shaolin Temple who went to get the Yi Jin Jing."
Ozzy asked with a rage. It turned out to be Zhu. If I had known earlier, I should have slapped that little monk to death. No matter where he came from, she regretted it deeply, but the matter was done. She could only accept it.
Su Jing felt a little embarrassed. His image as a resourceful and calculating figure was shattered. He hadn't expected Su Zhu to come here even after Ding Chunqiu's death. Fortunately, the exquisite chess game was still there. After all, his trip wasn't in vain.
Let's get the Linglong chess game first, he thought for a moment and said to RZ, even if Xu Zhu gains 100 years of power, it's still easy to deal with. After all, that power wasn't cultivated by him.
And he doesn't have any martial arts foundation to begin with. If you use the beaming divine art and combine it with the Yi Jin Jing, it will be easy to get his power back. Ozzy breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression remained expressionless.
She asked Su Xing in a stern voice, where is Xu Zhu now? Is the girl meddling too much? Su Xing frowned. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face. He coldly turned the guest away, saying, you are not welcome here. Please go back.
Ozzy snorted and took out half of the jade pendant and said, do you recognize this? The master's jade pendant. Su Xing recognized the jade pendant's origins immediately. His expression changed. He asked anxiously, where did you get it? Let me see it.
As he spoke, he flexed his 5 fingers. A powerful suction force was emitted, ready to pull the jade pendant away. Take a few of my moves first! Azi flipped her wrist, easily blocking the suction.
She collected the jade pendant and then raised her palm to strike. Instantly, a beam of ki flew out from her palm and blasted towards Su Xing. Su Xing sensed Ozzy's powerful skills. His expression changed.
He changed his moves and launched a counterattack with the same palm strike. Boom! The two stood just over 2 meters apart. Their ki collided and entangled. Thunder and fire erupted instantly. But the stalemate lasted only a few breaths.
Ozzy's ki began to gain the upper hand, continuously devouring Su Xing's chi and gradually pressing forward. Beaming ki! How do you know beaming divine art? Su Xing's skills were even more advanced, yet he was losing ground. As Xiaozi's disciple,
how could he immediately cried out in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 320. Taking over the Xingxiu Sect, you guess, Ozzy held the advantage, but wasn't prepared to kill him completely. With a sudden change of tactics,
her 2 palms transformed into a shadow, possessing both yin and yang properties, enveloping Su Xing. 6 yang palm! Su Xing exclaimed again. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He just dodged repeatedly, and more. Ozzy suddenly disappeared from her spot.
The next moment she appeared behind Su Xing. With a seemingly unremarkable gesture, she pointed at Su's Dazoi acupoint. Su Xing screamed in fear. He could no longer maintain his composure. He rolled over in a panic, barely dodging the attack.
Who are you? He hid far away and looked at Ozzy with a look of doubt and uncertainty. Ozzy chuckled and took out half of the master's jade pendant again. She shook it and said, "What do you think?" Su Zhang's expression changed slightly.
He couldn't help but ask, have you met Uncle Li Kanghai? That's right, Ozzy admitted. So your martial arts were taught by Uncle Li? Yes, Xu Jing didn't mind. Ozzy wasn't worried either. Where is Uncle Li now? Su Zing was excited.
He knew Li Kanghai had gone to look for Yu Linglong. The reason he was still waiting here was to wait for Yu Linglong to appear and revive Ozzy. Ozzy said with a sad expression. Dead. Su Zing was stunned. He stared at Ozzy.
Ozzy nodded and continued, she asked me to come here. Su Zing's face showed sadness. He said slowly, did she ask you to bring anything? Are you talking about Yu Linglong? Ozzy shook her head and said no.
Su Zing was instantly filled with despair. His face was gloomy. After a long while he asked, how did Master Li die? I met her near Tianyahage. She was already dying. Ozzy had Xu Jing's warning. She didn't reveal a single flaw. Su Zing suddenly understood.
He said with hatred, it must be Li Qiushui. She's the worst person. She's so vicious and cruel. I didn't expect she wouldn't even spare her own sister. Ozzy didn't say anything more. She changed the subject and said, by the way.
Since the master's power was passed on to Suju, then where is Suju? Since she claimed to be the successor of Li Kanghai, she naturally raised her generation. Su Zing tacitly accepted Ozzy's identity. Thinking of Suju, his face suddenly changed. Oh no!
He said junior brother Shuju, carrying the master's last words, took a portrait and said he was going to Tianyahage to find his uncle Li Kanghai. This is simply a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Ozzy's face was not looking good.
With Li Kanghai's methods, even if Shuju had practiced for 100 years, it would be useless. Forget it. Even without 100 years of cultivation, with the presence of my seniors, I can still secure the position of the head of the Xingxiu Sect.
She tried to calm herself down. She stopped thinking about it. She took out the jade pendant and said to Su Jing, I want to take over the position of headmaster, senior brother. Do you have any objections? Su Jing was stunned.
He hadn't expected this new junior sister to be so direct. He was torn. Ozzy said in a deep voice, Zhu was born in Shaolin and has his heart set on Shaolin. He doesn't know any other martial arts of our sect.
What qualifications does he have to lead the Xingxiu Sect? If he disregards the Xingxiu Sect and insists on returning to Shaolin, what can you do about it? Is he trying to destroy my Xingxiu Sect? So Xing opened his mouth, wanting to refute.
But thinking of Shuju's personality and the words he had said before leaving, it seemed to be true. As for Shuju's current search for Li Kanghai, it was simply to fulfill Xiaoya's last wish. Once that was accomplished,
the young monk would most likely go and rebuild Shaolin. Su Xing fell silent. He naturally wouldn't acknowledge Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui. Besides, those two uncles didn't know the Beiming divine art, and neither did he, if he had been qualified.
Xiaoyazi would have passed on the skills to him long ago. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. In this case, he thought about it and found that he had no choice. After much deliberation, he finally made up his mind. He knelt before Ozzy and kowtowed.
I, Su Jing, an unworthy disciple of the Xingxiu Sect, pay my respects to the new leader of our sect. Ozzy stood there gracefully, accepting Su Jing's bow. Then, she spoke frankly. Listen carefully. My name is Ozzy, actually.
I'm just a descendant of the Xingxiu school. I had a master before me. His name was Ding Chunqiu. What? Su Jing jumped up. Ding Chunqiu, are you Ozzy, the demon girl from the Xingxiu Sect? Although he had been staying at Pyomyao Peak,
it didn't mean he didn't care about worldly affairs, of course. He knew about the person named Az who took over as the leader of the Xingxiu Sect after Ding Chunqiu's death. Az's eyes flashed coldly. She said coldly, brother, are you prejudiced against me?
What's wrong with the Xingxiu Sect? Ding Chunqiu betrayed his master and ancestors. I have long since drawn a line between us. If Master Li Kanghai doesn't recognize me, why would he teach me martial arts? And why did he ask me to come to Uncle Xiaoyazi?
If she didn't want to be branded as someone who harmed her fellow disciples, she wouldn't even bother playing this game with Su Jing. Besides, only if Su Jing acknowledged her, her title as the Xingxiu Sect's leader would be more legitimate.
No one in the martial arts world would agree. Su Jing looked embarrassed. He looked at Ozzy carefully and hesitated again. Ozzy said seriously, no matter what, I don't want the Xingxiu Sect to decline, therefore,
I am determined to obtain the position of sect leader. If you are unwilling to help me, you can leave. However, this exquisite chessboard is a treasure of our Xingxiu Sect. You cannot take it with you.
What she meant was to tell Su Jing that even if he didn't help her, he had to acknowledge her status as the leader. Su Jing understood. Leaving the exquisite chess game behind would mean acknowledging his intentions. He struggled for a moment,
then sighed and bowed again, saying greetings, Master RZ Beam. She quickly helped Su Jing up and said, brother, there's no need to be so polite. Ozzy is doing this for the Xingxiu Sect. Please forgive me for any helplessness I may have.
Regardless of whether what Ozzy said was true or not, Su Xing finally felt better. He quickly got into character and asked, Master, is there anything I can do for you? Ozzy nodded.
She was seeking the position of Xingxiu Sect leader not only for herself but also according to Xu Jing's instructions. She had a clear purpose. One day later, a piece of news spread from Paomiao Peak to the martial arts world,
instantly causing a huge sensation. Su Xing of the Xingxiu Sect has finally revealed the secrets of the exquisite chess game. Anyone who passes the chess game test, regardless of background or martial arts proficiency, can join the Xingxiu Sect.
Becoming an elite disciple and inheriting the martial arts, the most exceptional can even become a direct disciple of the Xingxiu Sect's leader, eligible to compete for the position of the next leader. As soon as the news came out,
it was like dropping a high explosive bomb on a calm lake, setting off a huge wave. But within just a few days, the news spread throughout the world. The Xingxiu Sect was the uncrowned king of the martial arts world.
Who wouldn't want to join and acquire its skills, even if it was just the ordinary Xingxiu Sect skills? They were far more powerful than the most powerful sects in the martial arts world. Moreover, the allure of becoming the sect leader's successor was there.
This was a truly incredible opportunity to ascend to the top. After the news spread, hordes of Jiangyu people frantically rushed to Paomiao Peak. Paomiao Peak, which had previously been almost deserted, soon became bustling again.
And even more so than before. Chapter 321. Once you get on the pirate ship, you can't get off. A little later than the news of the Linglong chess game selection of disciples,
the news that Ozzy had taken over as the head of the Xingxiu Sect, and that the Xingxiu Sect had become the Xingxiu Sect, spread. This news also had a huge impact and sparked countless discussions. However,
this coincided with the Xingxiu Sect's use of the Linglong chess game to recruit disciples. Many speculated that this might be the Xingxiu Sect's next move, or perhaps it was facing some kind of crisis. But no matter what,
this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Xingxiu Sect had always been aloof. It had never recruited a large number of disciples, not even publicly. But now, with such an opportunity, he had suddenly become an elite disciple.
Who in the martial arts world would let him go? That was the Xingxiu Sect's inherited martial arts technique, and it was completely different from the martial arts techniques in the martial arts world. Just look at Ding Chunqiu.
A mere traitor to the Xingxiu Sect, he had only learned the unorthodox technique of Huagong Dafa, which was considered a cult within the Xingxiu Sect. Yet, he destroyed Quanjin Shaolin and nearly dominated the entire martial arts world. Of course.
Regarding Ozzy's succession as the head of the Xingxiu Sect, some people envied her and wanted to curry favor with her. Naturally, others were jealous and wanted to replace her, or even overthrow the Xingxiu Sect's supremacy.
But the existence of Tianyahage and Lingjiu Palace was like two huge mountains, making no one dare to act rashly. Especially now that rumors were circulating that Li Qushui had killed Wu Xingyan and become the new Tianshen Tonglao.
Tianyahage and Lingjie Palace had merged into one. Ambitious individuals were watching, thinking this might be an internal struggle within the Xingxiu Sect. However, countless people from the martial arts world still rushed to Paomiao Peak.
Just a few days after the news spread, Paomiao Peak was practically filled with people arriving. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, people were everywhere. It was packed to the brim. Among these people, there were renowned martial arts masters,
as well as fresh-faced newcomers. There were even ordinary people who had heard about the martial arts world and yearned to join it. There were men and women, young and old, from all walks of life.
Although the major sects in the martial arts world strictly controlled their disciples after hearing the news, they were still unable to prevent those disciples with ambitions and ideas from coming. In some sects, even the elders had the audacity to come.
The leaders of other sects who didn't come weren't there because they looked down on the Xingxiu Sect's techniques. It was a matter of face. It was impossible for them to not be tempted. Everyone present,
regardless of their status or strength in the martial arts world, lined up obediently. The line stretched from the foot of the mountain to the top platform, even going back and forth several times. No one wanted to leave. Everyone brought plenty of food.
Furthermore, the former Xingxiu Sect disciples had transformed themselves into official disciples of the Xingxiu Sect, responsible for maintaining order and providing logistical supplies.
Those who left the Xingxiu Sect when Azai took over were filled with regret. Who could have imagined this day? Among the first few who arrived, some had noticed the youth of the current Xingxiu Sect leader, Azai, and were willing to take a risk. After all,
if they could successfully abduct Azai, force her to reveal her unique skills, and then cultivate in anonymity, their future achievements would be promising. But all of them failed. This included several renowned warriors.
All of them were swiftly and decisively killed by Azai. Their heads were hung on the tall, withered tree on the platform atop Piamiao Peak. This not only deterred other people with ulterior motives, but also played a very inspiring role.
Everyone firmly believed that the reason why RZ, who was so young, possessed such strength was because she had acquired the Xingxiu Sect skills. Summit platform. Su Jing stood on a huge rock 1 meter away from the chessboard, acting as a rip.
In front of the chessboard, an old man with a black beard was twisting the chess pieces in his hands. He closed his eyes and was immersed in the chessboard space. 3 meters behind the old man, a long line of people lined up in an orderly fashion.
Everyone remained silent, watching it. After about a cigarette break, the black-bearded old man suddenly opened his eyes, his body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He looked extremely exhausted. It was as if he hadn't slept in days.
He was shaky and could even stand up. 2 former Xingxiu Sect disciples who had been waiting nearby quickly stepped forward, one on each side supporting the black-bearded old man as he left the chessboard and went to the other side to rest. Su Jing,
who had been standing by, had a blank expression on his face. He said calmly, "Failed. Next one." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-bearded old man's expression darkened. He was filled with disappointment. Meanwhile,
a young man standing behind him was filled with excitement. He eagerly rushed to the chessboard and sat down. Poor guy. Su Jing looked at the young man who had just sat down, with a hint of pity in his eyes.
He casually glanced at the attic perched on the waterfall. Inside the closed attic window, a faint red light flickered. He was the only one present who knew that the red light was coming from a Manggu Crimson Clam.
This Manggu Crimson Clam possessed an unimaginably powerful primordial spirit, as well as terrifying wisdom and strength. It was currently lurking there, constantly plundering the primordial spirit power of those who entered the exquisite chessboard space.
And Su Jing was actually just a puppet on the platform. Whether anyone who came to participate in the chess game could pass or not was entirely up to Manggu Zhuha. He also guessed a few things. For example,
the situation he encountered when he cracked Linglong's chess game was no different from the situation encountered by those who came to crack the chess game. At first, Su Jing thought he had cracked the chess game, but his master Xiaozi
said he had been ambushed. He hadn't cracked the game at all. He was still unhappy about it now. Thinking about it, it was clear that his master was right. The one who had ambushed him was the Manggu Zhuha in the attic. This is a total scam.
I am just like the countless people before me. We are all victims. But he still wanted to help the evildoers and continue to cheat people. And he believed that with the current strength and vision of the people in the martial arts world,
no one would be able to see through this deception. Su Jing felt angry and helpless. He felt like he was on a pirate ship and couldn't get off. He was expressionless, lost in thought. He seemed a bit absent-minded.
He didn't even notice when the young man playing chess woke up. That was until a deafening voice echoed in his mind. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and let him pass." Su Jing woke up instantly and said subconsciously no. He was stunned for a moment.
Surprise crossed his face. He looked at the dejected young man sitting in front of the chessboard. Only then did he realize that he had just heard the news of his passing. How could such a person pass? This young man had no martial arts skills at all.
It was obvious that he was obsessed with women. His body was almost completely drained. He looked weak and had kidney deficiency. That doesn't make sense. Is it because this guy is good looking? Su Jing studied him carefully for a few seconds.
It was undeniable that his appearance was even more beautiful than a woman's. Furthermore, his temperament was extraordinary. This clearly met the Xingxiu Sect's criteria for accepting a disciple. Chapter 322. Tenfold enhanced spiritual power.
Su Jing couldn't figure it out, but he didn't bother to think about it anymore. He quickly changed his tune and announced that the young man had passed. In an instant, the entire Piamiao Peak was in an uproar.
This was the first person in several days to pass the Linglong chess game. Even the person involved was a little dazed. When he heard the word no, he thought he had failed, but then he unexpectedly saw a sudden reversal.
The frustration on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a calm and relaxed smile, full of confidence. "May I have your name?" Su Jing nodded secretly. He had a greater respect for the young man before him. Although he was embarrassed at the moment,
he still hoped to use this opportunity to recruit some useful talents for the Xingxiu Sect. The young man was very graceful. He stood up and bowed, saying, "Greetings, senior. I am Donyu, the junior." As soon as he finished speaking,
there was a slight commotion among the people in the queue behind him. Many people started talking. Su Jing listened closely and soon learned Duanyu's identity from people's discussions. He turned out to be the crown prince of Dali.
He got drunk and had sex with his own sister. He nearly had his legs broken. Then he ran away from home and disappeared. Although Donyu hadn't learned martial arts, he could still hear the loud discussions behind him. His face turned extremely embarrassed.
Su Jing's mouth twitched. But then he thought about how Wu Xingyan loved his fellow master, Li Kanghai, who was also a woman, he suddenly felt that Duan Yu's situation wasn't a big deal. The Xingxiu Sect could accept it. He waved his sleeves and said, "Okay.
Go over there and wait. Someone will come and arrange for you in a moment." Duan Yu clasped his fists. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked away. He looked normal, and it was clear that he had not been robbed of his spiritual power like the others.
Su Xing then realized the problem. It was obvious that Duan Yu had cracked the chess game on his own. And in the words of his master, Xiaoyaozi, those who could crack the Linglong chess game were best suited to practicing the Tianshan school's martial arts.
Especially the Beiming divine art. It seems that I misunderstood my senior. He was excited. He glanced at the waterfall pavilion and felt that Manggu Zhuha was really selecting talented people for the Xingxiu Sect. Next.
Su Zhang's resentment completely dissipated. He cheered up and became serious. In the attic, Xu Jing lay in front of the window, peering through the cracks in the bamboo wood at Duan Yu below for a moment.
He also understood clearly the discussions of the people outside through his soul. Duan Yu, he hadn't expected such a coincidence. He hadn't even offered to help. Even before this, he didn't know the other person's identity or origin.
Su Jing didn't plunder Duan Yu's soul because he felt he was too weak and an ordinary person. He was worried he might kill him, and that would scare the rest of the chess team away, thus affecting his plans.
He had never thought that Duan Yu could crack the chess game. The result had turned out like this, but since the other party had succeeded, he was also happy to see it happen. This just gave the others behind him more confidence.
After looking at Duan Yu for a moment, Xu Jing stopped paying attention and his soul entered the chessboard space of the current player. The scenes that unfold within this chessboard space are different for everyone.
This is the chess player's greatest obsession. Those who can't break it, who can't let it go, will find it difficult to crack the game. Obsession is a kind of spiritual energy. He violently shatters the illusions of other people's obsessions
and absorbs and strengthens his own soul. Xu Jing himself did not have this ability, but he gained it through the Linglong chess game. He speculated that the exquisite chessboard was a scene constructed by the player's soul. After he shattered it,
the player's soul was forcibly kicked out of space. The part of the soul power that constructed the scene became ownerless energy, which he absorbed. Although the improvement each time is not much, it is not to be underestimated as it adds up.
Or perhaps it was because his soul was too strong. So this exquisite chess game had no effect on him at all. Xu Jing easily shattered the chess illusion of the person behind Duan Yu, increasing his own spiritual strength slightly. This person is not good.
He informed Su Jing of the result and once again plunged into the next person's chess game space. 3 months later, the initial bustle and excitement on Piaomiao Peak was gone, and fewer people were participating in the Linglong chess game.
During this period of time, besides Duan Yu, nearly 100 other people cracked the chess game and joined the Xingxiu Sect. Some of those who cracked the chess game, like Duan Yu, did so entirely on their own.
Others were deliberately let off or even helped by Jing. Xu Jing always maintained the principle of allowing at least one person to pass through each day, giving those waiting in line hope. This was how he managed to maintain his position until now.
He stayed in the attic all day during this period. Apart from resting and eating, he also strengthened his spirit. On average, for every 10 people, his soul scanning range would expand by 1 meter, and every day,
he could destroy the chess illusions of about 200 people. In other words, he maintained a progress of expanding his soul scanning range by 20 meters every day. After 3 months,
his soul scanning range had reached a diameter of 2,000 meters, a tenfold increase from before. At this point, Xu Jing finally felt full. He knew he couldn't go on, or his soul would completely collapse.
This was because his soul had reached its limit after being refined by the flame bird's nirvana fire in the world of a Chinese ghost story. If it weren't for that experience, he might have collapsed long ago. If you want to continue to improve like this,
you must first digest and stabilize your current spirit. As for what constitutes complete digestion, Xu Jing also came up with a standard through continuous experimentation, when he currently released his soul to scan a 200-meter radius.
It wasn't strenuous at all. As the range expanded, he began to feel increasingly tired, and he couldn't sustain it. Otherwise, the soul power he released would gradually dissipate, permanently reducing his own soul strength.
The method of increasing one's spiritual power after digestion, besides natural absorption over time, it can also be accomplished through visualization. When he can easily and effortlessly scan a 2-meter range, he will have completely digested this harvest.
This exquisite chessboard was also left by the founder of the Xingxiu Sect. Perhaps it was used to enhance the spirit and soul, just like me. However, to use it, one must have reached the second stage of spirit and soul projection.
The more Xu Jing thought about it, the more likely it seemed. This thing was simply a spiritual version of the Beiming divine art. No wonder it was considered the most precious treasure of the Xingxiu Sect.
It was a shame that later generations were unable to wield it. It gradually fell into disrespect. Too bad I can't take it away, he was filled with regret.
The chessboard and pieces used to create the exquisite chess game were similar to the Divine Wood King Cauldron. They were made of some unknown material. This, combined with the chessboard itself, created a strange effect.
Without this special chessboard and pieces, the effect of the exquisite chess game would be at most similar to the Zhenlong chess game he knew from the demi, gods and semi-devils. While it could influence people's minds, it could not create a chess game space.
Since he couldn't continue strengthening his spirit, Xu Jing didn't want to waste any more time. He sent a telepathic message to Su Jing. Chapter 323. Attack Xuanhuan. Su Jing flew up into the air and looked at the line of people.
While it wasn't as large as the tens of thousands at its peak, it was still at least several thousand people. It seemed unwise to end it so abruptly. He made some arrangements, paused the chess game, flew to the attic, and reported his concerns to Xu Jing.
Then you can take charge of it yourself. If anyone passes, you will be accepted into the sect. Also, make an announcement. Don't worry about anyone else who comes after you. Su Jing didn't want to bother with it anymore.
Su Jing had no choice but to take things slow. Oh, right, send a message to Ozzy, ask her to come see me. Xu Jing gave another order. He would then retreat to consolidate his spirit and soul, and continue strengthening his connection with the Dragon Ball.
Before that, some troubles needed to be resolved. It was also time to give Ozzy the promised reward and fully prepare for the battle with Kun. 2 days later, Ozzy came to Piao Miao Peak and met Xu Jing. She looked a little gloomy.
She seemed to be preoccupied. After a few words, she said bluntly, even if Senior hadn't called me, I had been planning to come over these past 2 days. Related to Li Qiushui, Xu Jing saw it immediately. In the past 3 months,
Ozzy had already digested most of the century-long cultivation power she had absorbed. With her current strength, the only ones who could still pose a threat to him in the martial arts world were Li Qiushui and Wu Xingyan.
Wu Xingyan was seriously injured last time and hasn't appeared yet. He's probably still recovering. So, all in all, the only one causing trouble for Ozzy is Li Qiushui. Ozzy nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. She said bitterly,
That old witch Li Qiushui is truly despicable. She's already completely integrated Lingju Palace and Tianyahai Pavilion. Now she's targeting me. A few days ago, she sent Axing and asked me to merge the current Xingxiu Sect with her. She had a good plan.
She knew the players chosen by Linglong Chess were all good talents. She had been keeping her troops on the sidelines for a while, waiting until we were almost done selecting them. Then she jumped out to pick the peaches.
And she would pull out the peach trees as well. Ozzy grew angry as she spoke, and then she recounted Ah Qing's bossy attitude when she came. After listening, Xu Jing asked, How did you answer? I killed Ah Qing with a single blow. Ozzy's expression was grave.
The head was sent back to Tianyahai. She paused and continued. But I also found out something. After Xu entered Tianyahai, although he came out alive, all his power was gone. That loser.
He just gave away his 100-year-old Beiming Divine Art Q for nothing. He was tricked into it by Li Qiushui. Perhaps he even lost the Beiming Divine Art. Xu Jing understood. If Xu Ju hadn't traveled thousands of miles to deliver food, Ozzy,
with her current skills and the magic she had learned, could have fought Li Qiushui. The gap between them would have only narrowed. But now, she couldn't win. In fact, the gap had widened. But this is just right. He flew to RZ and said, Let's go.
RZ said happily, Okay, let's set off now. She led Xu Jing out of the attic. After giving Su Jing a few words and instructing him on the sect's affairs after their departure, she headed directly towards Tianyahai.
After Li Qiushui defeated Wu Xingyan, she only stayed in Lingjia Palace for half a month before returning to Tianyahai with everyone. After all, Lingjia Palace was located outside the Central Plains. Not only was the area sparsely populated,
but even fresh meat was scarce. The food was mostly vegetarian, and the wine was light. It was nowhere near the carefree life she had in Tianyahai. Ozzy flew on the journey, including recovery time.
It only took her 1 day to reach the outside of Tianyahai. Meanwhile, inside Tianyahai Pavilion, the disciple who had brought Ah Qing's head had just returned to life. He knelt before Li Qiushui, his face filled with fear,
and recounted his experiences in detail. Tong Lao, that Ozzy doesn't take you seriously at all. She said this is her time to dominate the world, a time unmatched in history, and she told you to abdicate immediately if you know what's good for you. Otherwise
what? Li Qiushui's face was as gloomy as water. She said that if you refuse to step down, she will tear your stage down sooner or later and make your life worse than death. She's dreaming of a lifetime? Who the hell is she?
Qiushui slammed the table in front of her, shattering it. She stood up and said, Call someone. Follow me to Piao Miao Peak. Xu Jing's spirit was free for a moment. He happened to hear something. He recounted what happened inside, in a strange tone.
He asked, did you really say that? RZ flew closer to Tianya Hage. She smiled awkwardly and said, isn't there a senior here? Why should I be afraid of her? That's right. Xu Jing smiled and said, in that case, let's be a little arrogant. As he spoke,
he mobilized the energy of the Dragon Ball. His neck bulged. Then, his mouth suddenly opened. In that instant, a red ball of light shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it blasted into the Tianya Hage Palace. Boom!
The magnificent palace collapsed in an instant, and the earth shook violently. Li Qiushui, come out and die! Aziz's expression was filled with excitement, as if she was afraid of chaos. While in mid-air, she summoned her inner strength and shouted loudly.
The sound was deafening, echoing for miles around. Li Qiushui flew out of the ruins. Furious, she said, you bitch! How dare you come to my house and attack me? I'm going to hit you! Aziz summoned her strength. She raised her palm and released a spirit bomb.
Bei Mingqiu, Li Qiushui's face lit up with realization. She also swung a palm strike. How dare you be so presumptuous? So you've learned the Bai Ming divine art, but you're still far from ruining my reputation.
She became alert and determined not to let Aziz return alive. Then, she summoned all her strength. With a bang, Aziz's energy bomb exploded. Then, an even larger energy bomb shot back at her. Aziz's face changed slightly.
She activated her instantaneous transfer technique, narrowly avoiding the blow. In just this one exchange, she realized her power was 3 times lower than Li Qiushui's, and indeed, something even worse had happened.
The other party was also emitting Bei Mingqiu. At this moment, she cursed Zhu fiercely in her heart and prepared to let Xu Jing take action to deal with him. She was not a pedantic person, but at this moment,
a figure in white suddenly appeared behind Li Qiushui and struck him with a fierce palm. Bang! A circle of energy wall lit up around Li Qiushui, forming a light shield. She easily withstood the sneak attack from behind. Then, with a burst of power,
she sent the attacker flying backwards. Heroine Wu, it's you bitch, you're still alive! Li Qiushui looked back, startled at first, then burst into laughter. What good does it matter if you're alive? The gap between us is widening, even on a full moon.
It would be easy for me to kill you. Today is the perfect day. Since both of you bitches are here, no one can escape. Chapter 324. Ending everything. Wu Xinyan's strength had now been fully restored, her injuries healed.
She had arrived near Tianya Hage several days ago, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. However, when she was about to attack, she discovered that Li Qiushui's power was incredibly high. She could only endure it temporarily. But this time,
seeing RZ appear, she finally couldn't hold back and appeared to launch a sneak attack. Although she hadn't even broken Li Qiushui's protective ki, Wu Xingyan remained unfazed. Facing Li Qiushui's arrogant words, she remained calm and silent. However,
her gaze passed over her and turned to Xu Jing, who was lying on Aziz's shoulder. What, are you still counting on her? Li Qiushui is confident of victory. Don't you see the situation now? I've already mastered the divine art of the North Sea.
I've also gained 100 years of my senior brother's skill. Who in the world can still be my opponent? If you two are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy and respect me, I will spare you. So much nonsense, RZ said disdainfully.
She turned slightly and looked at Xu Jing Sr. Li Qiushui's face was filled with uncertainty. She had already noticed the Manggu Zhuha on Aziz's shoulder. She hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now she couldn't help but take it seriously, Senior.
Only then did she notice that Wu Xingyan was not looking at RZ, but at the Manggu Zhuha. Playing tricks, a fierce light flashed in Li Qiushui's eyes. She suddenly pointed her sword. Call out!
Appeared in the air and flew in front of Xu Jing in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Xu Jing's mouth opened. A faint crimson shadow flickered in the air. Bang! The lightsaber was instantly shattered, turning into scattered points of light.
What? Li Qiushui's face was filled with shock. This lightsaber was condensed from Bei Ming's true energy. She had mobilized 30% of her true energy at once. Even she wasn't sure she could block it head-on. But now,
the Manggu Zhuha had shattered it with a single blow from its tongue. You are lucky. She quickly made a decision. With the Manggu Zhuha around, she would be no match for it. She immediately turned around and chose to flee without even looking back.
Still want to leave? Ozzy sneered repeatedly, certain that Li Qiushui was doomed. As expected, almost at the same moment, Li Qiushui, who had flown dozens of meters like lightning, suddenly froze. Then, she plummeted from the air.
Xu Jing's current soul strength. Although the power of the immobilization technique had increased tenfold, it was still several times greater. Furthermore, he had evolved it to target the soul. Li Qiushui couldn't resist it at all. Go to hell.
Seeing that Li Qiushui was in trouble, Ozzy and Wu Xingyan attacked at the same time, attacking with all their might. Boom! Li Qiushui, restrained by the immobilization technique, even stopped her protective ki. Her body was still mortal. Instantly,
she was filled with 2 streams of ki, exploding on the spot. Wu Xingyan sighed as he looked at Li Qiushui's miserable state. Of the 4 brothers and sisters, only she was left. At that moment, she looked incredibly lonely. She is not dead yet.
Don't forget Bei Ming's rebirth. Xu Jing's mind carefully scanned the broken arms and limbs on the ground. Soon, he made a discovery. He opened his mouth and a cloud of red mist erupted, slowly enveloping one of the stumps.
The severed leg was about to be engulfed by the poisonous mist when it suddenly came to life and flew away with a whoosh. Certainly, Xu Jing cast another immobilization spell, and the broken leg instantly fell down.
RZ raised her palm and released another stream of qi, ready to kill everyone. Wait, Wu Xingyantu suddenly made a move, blocking RZ's attack. He begged, can you let her go? RZ was immediately unhappy and shouted, are you crazy?
She never thought of letting us go. Wu Xingyan looked at Xu Jing. She knew that Licucius' life or death was just a matter of Xu Jing's words. RZ snorted coldly. She also looked at Xu Jing and said worriedly, Senior, she knew Xu Jing might be leaving soon.
Letting Li Qiushui go now would only create trouble for herself. But she couldn't say these words to Wu Xingyan's face. There's no need to worry. Xu Jing understood RZ's concerns. Actually, letting Li Qiushui go wouldn't be a bad idea.
You could absorb all her power. Even if she knew the Beiming divine art, without the Ye Jinjing, it would be difficult for her to recover, let alone surpass you. RZ's expression shifted. Then she remembered she could still plunder the power.
It was also the Beiming divine art, but it was much easier to digest than other people's power. Xu Jing didn't care. He continued, you make your own decision. After he finished speaking, he sent a telepathic message to Wu Xingyan and repeated it.
Wu Xingyan looked at RZ and said nothing more. RZ remained silent. She walked straight to Li Qiushui's broken leg and said, come out. Xu Jing cooperated and lifted the immobilization spell. Instantly, the broken leg cracked and then broke apart.
From the breach, Li Qiushui, barely the size of a thumb, emerged. Then inch by inch she grew, returning to her original size in the blink of an eye. She was completely naked. Her mature, perfect body was on full display. Her face looked even younger.
Her dignified appearance shone with an indescribable allure. RZ and Wu Xingyan were both women present. Xu Jing was a Manggu Zhuha. No one else saw anything wrong with him except himself. Senior sister. Li Qiushui felt a pang of discontent. She had,
of course, heard Wu Xingyan's plea for mercy. As she recalled the happy moments of their past lives together, her hostility gradually faded. Junior sister, Wu Xingyan sighed again, but didn't know what to say. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past.
He sighed. Life is like a dream, like fog. The birth and death of causes and conditions are still free. Li Qiushui continued halfway through the sentence and lowered her head in guilt. The two of them didn't actually have much hatred, initially.
They simply looked down on each other. One fell in love with Xiaozi, the other with Li Kanghai. Both were in vain. In the end, even their prideful personal cultivation suffered the most severe blow. At this moment, they felt a sense of sympathy.
She glanced up at Xu Jing and then at RZ. She didn't resist anymore. She knew her life and death were not in her own hands. Xu Jing lay quietly on RZ's shoulder. Silent.
RZ coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, let me absorb 90% of your power. Then he'll let you go. Okay? Li Qiushui, whether Shed figured it out or for some other reason, agreed readily. Take it! As soon as she finished speaking,
she slowly slapped RZ in the face. The Beiming divine art has a drawback. If the target of the energy being absorbed is higher in power than the user, there is a risk of backlash, causing the energy to flow back, unless the target actively gives it up.
But RZ remained unfazed. She had practiced the Yi Jin Jing, which included the reverse flow technique, a technique even more powerful than the Beiming divine art. Even if Li Qiushui played tricks, she had a way to counter them, and there was Xu Jing.
Without hesitation, she extended her palm and head on Chapter 325. True Dragon Evolution. Li Qiushui didn't play any tricks. As she faced RZ's palm power, the surging Beiming Q within her body began to flow back like a river,
flowing continuously into RZ's body. As RZ absorbed the energy, she activated the Yi Jin Jing stirring technique, shattering the imprint belonging to Li Qiushui. Then, she effortlessly transformed it into her own cultivation. At first,
Li Qiushui was in control, but when their cultivation levels were similar, the situation shifted completely. Using the Beiming divine art combined with the Yi Jin Jing, completely took the initiative at this point.
Even if Li Qiushui wanted to change her mind, she couldn't pull back. Soon Li Qiushui's cultivation level dropped to only 10%. Her face was pale and shaky. She looked at RZ in horror. She was nearly 90 years old. If she lost the last of her strength,
her body would age rapidly. Even if she regained her youthful appearance through cultivation, she would never regain it. For her, this was more terrifying than death. Mrs. Z. Wu Xingyan could help but remind him. RZ snorted. Her palm trembled slightly.
She let go, lost her balance, and nearly collapsed to the ground. Wu Xingyan supported Li Qiushui. He looked at Xu Jing and RZ and nodded. Thank you very much. Well, take our leave now. As she spoke, she took Li Qiushui's arm.
The two of them quickly flew into the sky and disappeared at the end of the horizon in a moment. RZ gathered her true energy into her danshin. She exhaled and said, I really don't understand these two. They probably won't appear again.
Su Jing actually saw things more clearly than Az. Even if it appears again, I'm not afraid. Az felt the surging power within her body. Now she was truly invincible. It's time for me to go too, Su Jing said suddenly. This was a decision he had made long ago.
Now it was over. It was time to leave, Senior, Az exclaimed, her face showing reluctance. Don't try to persuade me, you've already completed the mission. This is the reward the god of plague asked me to give you.
Su Jing recited the cultivation method he had learned from the Kunlun sect in the world of a Chinese ghost story. Word for word, it echoed in Az's mind. After confirming Az had memorized it, he suddenly floated up and flew away at a rapid speed. Senior!
Az watched Su Jing fly out. Her heart felt empty. She felt sad and reluctant. She couldn't help but yell, go back and practice well. Su Jing didn't stop and quickly disappeared from Az's sight. 3 months later, the far west. The sky was cloudless.
The sun overhead scorched the earth like a fireball. The scorching wind blew like an invisible flame, creating ripples in the air. Su Jing looked down from the sky at the vast and silent desert below. The sky is blue, the ground is yellow.
Apart from these two monotonous colors, no other colors can be seen. He had an endless supply of Dragon Ball energy. He continued to fly for another day, traveling thousands of miles into the desert. Finally, he found a small oasis and landed there.
Inside the oasis, there is a lake several dozen meters in radius, surrounded by dense aquatic plants and green trees. Su Jing fell directly into the lake. After swimming around, he arrived at the wetland on the shore. System.
As he silently recited this in his mind, the system interface popped up. Su Jing looked at it intently. On a sudden thought, he clicked on the plus sign behind the Dragon Ball compatibility. Over the past 3 months,
his body has adjusted to the initial changes and can now begin strengthening. Swish! The system interface trembled slightly. The origin point value jumped rapidly. The compatibility suddenly jumped from 39% to 40%.
A strange energy burst out from the Dragon Ball, spreading throughout his body and merging into every part of his body. I feel very relaxed. It's not a big strain on my body. It looks like I can improve quite a bit this time. Su Jing looked inward.
Assessing his potential, calming himself, he continued to tap the plus sign. Without stopping, he did so 10 times in a row. Boom! This time, he sensed it clearly. A massive amount of primordial energy emerged and poured into the Dragon Ball within him. Then,
the Dragon Ball violently vibrated. Large streams of energy, resembling blood, gushed out, frantically integrating into every cell of his body. Su Jing felt a burning sensation all over his body, as if he were immersed in boiling water.
His bones and muscles began to swell uncontrollably. At the same time, a message popped up on the system interface. It appeared before his eyes. 1. Evolve using the sky swallowing clam as a template. Origin points 70,002.
Obert as a template. The origin points 80. 3. Evolve using the true dragon as a template. Origin points 100 Zarzozand. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Countdown.
Tip: True Dragon is not restrained by Kun after evolution is complete. The compatibility reaches 100% directly if you give up the option. It will default to continue digesting the Dragon Ball. Su Jing was slightly stunned as the countdown ticked.
He finally realized what was happening. He didn't want to give up and choose to digest the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, even if he could evolve into a dragon, he would definitely follow his old ways and be eaten. It seems that a choice needs to be made.
He read it once and made his own judgment. It wasn't that difficult actually. The system was a bit tricky, but you get what you pay for. Prices were always clearly marked. Furthermore, after selecting this option,
the compatibility will directly evolve from 50% to 100%. If you choose to forego digesting the Dragon Ball, you will also need to use up 50,000 essence points. The actual prices for the 3 options are 20,000 and 50,000 respectively.
Since the True Dragon was the evolutionary template requiring the most origin points, it was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 options. Furthermore,
the system indicated that this evolved True Dragon was clearly not the type of dragon that the Dragon Ball had once been consumed by Kun. Su Jing's only concern was his origin points, while the first 2 options consumed less energy.
Their power was undoubtedly lower. Choosing one would likely entail a greater risk. Facing a predator like Kun, winning would be easy. Losing and being eaten would mean a complete loss. Fortunately,
there are still a lot of origin points left from the last time I traveled through time. If the origin point was still as tense as before, he would definitely take the risk. But now there was no need. The improvement of the soul is the most important.
Once the soul reaches the 3rd level, a single traversal of the upper limit of light kills will gain 1,000,000 essence points. He really doesn't need to waste this opportunity. Su Jing glanced at his remaining essence.
He could definitely afford the extra 20 or 30,000 points. After making his decision, he directly selected the 3rd option. As he confirmed his choice, an almost immense amount of primordial energy emerged and split into 2.
One part surrounded the Dragon Ball, surging back and forth, unexpectedly disintegrating it in the blink of an eye. The decomposed matter then merged into another source of energy, dispersing throughout his body. Instantly, intense pain,
accompanied by a tingling sensation, washed over him. Xu Jing had forgotten how long it had been since he had experienced this feeling. Even with his current spiritual strength, he couldn't block out or weaken this feeling. His mind directed its inward senses.
The flowing blood magnified in his mind until he could see cells, like bubbles. Then he delved deeper into the cells. Chapter 326 Kunpeng attacks. The moment it penetrated the cells, Xu Jing's mind shook, the world spun around, and he was now above a boundless
deep boom. Before he could react, the calm sea suddenly surged. A gigantic monster with 7 heads, shaped like a cobra, broke through the water and soared into the sky. Hissing, the monster was nearly 100 meters long.
Its belly snow white. It had no legs or horns. Its 7 heads were hideous and terrifying. Black air emanated from its open mouth. Its fangs were sharp. Liquid dripped from them into the sea, emitting a foul stench.
It was clearly a highly poisonous creature. It soared into the clouds, shaking its head and tail. Thunder roared in the sky. Torrential rain poured down. A strong wind suddenly appeared. Naga! Xu Jing's thoughts raced.
He quickly found the corresponding memory and recognized the origin of the creature before him. Among the 8 devas, the Naga is one of the dragons. The Dragon King has a human head and a snake body. He is one of the 8 devas.
Could it be that the so-called Yu Linglong came from this Naga? Xu Jing's mind moved. His thoughts suddenly became clear. It turns out that Kun preys on pseudo-dragons like Naga. All fear stems from the unknown. He felt relieved when he learned the truth.
Just as he was about to retreat, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A fierce wind roared. Countless energies surged out of the hole like a flood, heading straight for the Naga. Original energy. Xu Jing remained unaffected.
He now transformed into a spectator standing in mid-air. He watched as the troublemaker Naga was enveloped by the origin energy and forcibly merged into it. Oh, the Naga, soaring high in the sky, plunged headfirst into the sea.
Its 7 heads banged against its body, tumbled endlessly, stirring up enormous waves. It began to struggle in agony. Xu Jing felt a sense of unity. This was just one of his cells, but at this moment,
every cell in his body was experiencing the same thing. Roar! Under the influence of the original energy, the Naga's body became ethereal, sometimes larger, sometimes smaller. Its 7 heads gradually merged. Its skin became golden and shimmering.
As time passed, large lumps formed on either side of its combined head. 5 claws sprouted from its underside. Its appearance became closer to the familiar one Xu Jing knew: a camel's head, a snake's neck, deer antlers,
fish scales, eagle's claws, ox ears. This is the true dragon, the beast of all beasts, the all-powerful beast. The system must contain countless biological templates, combined with the omnipotent original energy.
This is the only way to break through the limitations of the organism itself. Xu Jing watched the Naga's transformation. He suddenly recalled some of his previous experiences traveling through the world, when he transformed into a giant python.
He desired a strong will. He evolved scales. When he transformed into an armored dragon, he desired the ability to survive in the water. And so, he got what he wanted.
The evolution from Naga to True Dragon was a template provided by the system. But like the previous 2 times, it was also an evolution that broke through the limitations of the creature itself. The side effects of this evolution were clearly severe,
affecting the entire body. He finally understood the cause of his intense pain, numbness, and itching. Xu Jing saw that his transformation was about to be completed. He retreated with an idea in his mind. In just this short moment,
his external body also underwent tremendous changes. The most obvious thing was his size. It began to grow and expand, soon covering the entire oasis, and it continued to grow. At the same time, his appearance was rapidly changing into that of a true dragon.
At this moment, a mournful cry suddenly came from the clouds above. A bird, resembling an eagle, with gleaming golden wings, adorned with a variety of majestic precious colors, and as huge as a mountain, with a wish-fulfilling jewel on its head,
emerged from the depths of the clouds. Its wings spread out, almost covering the sky and the earth. It enveloped dozens of acres of the ground, plunging it into darkness. At the same time, its 2 eyes, like the sun and moon, flashing with lightning,
locked onto Xu Jing. Its sharp claws opened wide, and it swooped down from the clouds. It came so quickly. Xu Jing's transformation was not yet complete when Kunpeng suddenly appeared. Roar! He quickly flexed his body, curling up, his dragon head tilted back.
He opened his mouth and roared. A line of fire erupted from his mouth. Boom! Before the fire reached Kunpeng, it suddenly exploded, transforming the hundreds of meters in the sky into a sea of burning fire. A flash of shock shot across Kunpeng's eye.
He had clearly sensed a familiar dragon presence and had followed it, expecting a delicious meal. But he hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events. But it didn't retreat. Instead, greed shone in its eyes.
It intuitively sensed that if it could devour the true dragon below, it would bring immeasurable benefits. Facing the sea of flames, Kunpeng flapped its wings. Suddenly, a typhoon of force 12 or higher blew up.
Knife, like wind, sliced through the flames, even causing them to swirl back. Balls of fire fell to the ground like a shower of meteors, shattering huge craters in the desert. The next moment, it flapped its wings and swooped down like lightning.
A pair of giant claws fiercely grabbed Xu Jing's back. It had complete confidence. As long as it could secure this one strike, it could rip 2 holes in the opponent's armor, no matter how thick it was. Once it had one, it would have 2.
It believed it could subdue any powerful dragon. Xu Jing narrowed his eyes. Under the influence of his ki, he instantly understood Kunpeng's intentions. Restrain me. He just found it funny. So either his soul body
or blood had been affected in the slightest by Kunpeng. This is just a kun, a monkey that is king in a mountain without a tiger, or a frog in a well. Bring it on! Xu Jing's entire body instantly straightened. He lowered his head slightly.
His 2 incredibly hard dragon horns recklessly thrust towards Kunpeng's abdomen. As his body transformed, he was already able to unleash many magical powers: wind, reindeer, lightning, ice fire, and so on. But at this moment,
he completely abandoned all magical powers and chose the most primitive and brutal fighting method: close combat. Biting and fighting. Bang! The sounds of a dragon roaring and a rock crying rang out at the same time.
Kunpeng's sharp claws tore through Xu Jing's back armor, creating 2 holes several meters across. Xu Jing then used his dragon horns to slice open his opponent's abdomen, leaving 2 massive wounds tens of meters long.
Scarlet blood rained down from each other's wounds, dyeing the surrounding desert red. Kunpeng flapped its wings and flew up. Countless golden feathers scattered. A wound deep beneath its abdomen revealed the bone. Blood gushed forth.
A look of horror filled its eyes. Come on! Xu Jing's spirit surged, roaring to the heavens. Under the influence of the origin energy, the injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If Kunpeng had arrived later,
after he had fully evolved, perhaps he wouldn't have been so reckless and unrestrained. He might even have become a wizard. But the problem was that he arrived too quickly, when his body was in its evolutionary state.
The source energy would automatically heal all injuries. If he didn't take advantage of this, he would be truly foolish. Isn't it just consuming more essence? Xu Jing glanced at the origin point on the system interface and suddenly felt rich and powerful.
Chapter 3: Twang's Death and Return. Faced with Xu Jing's provocation, Kunpeng roared angrily. After circling high in the sky, it spread its wings like lightning, circled behind Xu Jing and swooped down on his back again. Xu Jing was prepared.
His coiled body suddenly unfurled and flipped. His massive, thick dragon tail rose. Carrying a force like a tidal wave, it swept towards the sky with all its might. Boom! A deafening crash filled the air, blood splattered,
and shattered scales and golden feathers flew everywhere. Kunpeng's sharp claws once again tore through the scales on Xu Jing's back, tearing off 2 pieces of flesh weighing hundreds of pounds. Then, it soared straight up,
reaching 1,000 meters in the air in the blink of an eye. Xu Jing also took advantage of the previous confrontation and swept his tail heavily on the wound in the opponent's abdomen, causing the flesh to burst open and revealing the white bones.
Kunpeng hovered high in the sky. Its claws loosened their grip on the flesh. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked in Xu Jing's flesh and blood. Then, it roared with excitement. The greed in its eyes intensified. Come on, keep going! Jing released his spit,
transmitting a wave of provocation. He then turned over, deliberately exposing his wound to Kunpeng's sight, demonstrating his terrifying recovery power. A solemn look appeared in Kunpeng's eyes. Its injuries were not light either.
It had originally thought it had the upper hand, but the current situation was once again beyond its expectations. If you can't kill me, then he'll wear you out! Xu Jing bluffed. Continuing his provocation, he didn't fly into the air. The opponent was too fast.
Flying into the air would only put him in a more passive position. Chirp! Kunpeng was enraged once again. He flapped his wings fiercely. Instantly a hurricane arose. Countless wind blades descended from the sky, enveloping Xu Jing's body. Is that all you have?
As Xu Jing shook his head and tail, the frozen yellow sand on the ground swirled up and rose into the sky, forming a wall as hard as iron. It easily blocked the wind blade. Boom! At that moment, Kunpeng saw its opportunity. It
shattering the ice wall. With unstoppable force, it pounced on Xu Jing's back. Its golden hooks sunk into the hole it had created, destroying the flesh that had just been repaired. It grasped deeply into his spine, then pecked at his eyes with its sharp beak.
Oh, Xu Jing's spine was gripped tightly by Kunpeng's claws. He felt a sharp, piercing pain. Half of his body was almost paralyzed and out of control, but this was exactly what he wanted. It was a trap he had set, using himself as bait. Certainly.
At the critical moment, he unleashed the immobilization technique he had prepared for a long time with all his strength. Kunpeng's body froze, but only for a fraction of a second before returning to normal. But for Xu Jing, it was enough.
He suddenly twisted his dragon body, claws spread wide, and grasped Kunpeng's wings. Then he lowered his head, avoiding Kunpeng's peck. He wrapped his upper body around Kunpeng, his dragon horns pressed against the opponent's neck,
and bit down fiercely. Chi! The bite was full and solid. As his head swung, he tore off a whole piece of flesh. Kunpeng immediately let out a painful howl. He subconsciously tried to flap his wings and escape.
But his wings were restrained and entangled. No matter what, he couldn't fly. Its eyes widened. A hint of fear tinged its fury. The excruciating pain that reached its very soul sent it into a frenzy. With a roar, it launched a counterattack. Boom!
The two behemoths tangled together, tumbling endlessly across the sand. They bit and pecked at each other, accompanied by thunder and lightning, hail, and fire. A brutal exchange of wounds unfolded.
The vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was completely disrupted. Visible energy shockwaves rushed out in all directions, one after another. This is a life and death battle.
Xu Jing was in a state of desperate struggle from the very beginning. He relied on his incomplete evolution and risked his life without hesitation. As time passed, when his body's evolution was complete, his condition was much better than Kunpeng's.
At this point he was even more unbridled. He completely gained the upper hand and tore off Kunpeng's in one fell swoop. Kunpeng couldn't help but wail and scream. The orb above his head emitted golden light. In his eyes, the sun and moon rotated.
A heart-pounding energy brewed, his eyes fixed on Xu Jing with hatred, still want to turn the tables. Xu Jing had long since escaped Kunpeng's grip. His dragon body wrapped around the other's body, strangling him. He bit his throat firmly. Die!
He pushed open the pair of dragon claws on Kunpeng's chest. He shook his head, biting off the opponent's throat. At the same time, his two claws tore open the opponent's chest. A stream of blood gushed out from Kunpeng's neck like a fountain.
Blood also gushed out uncontrollably from the two holes in his chest. It let out a shrill cry. Its pupils gradually lost their color. The destructive force it had gathered dissipated. Bite! Xu Jing heard the message of mission completion in his mind.
He was filled with excitement. He released Kunpeng's body, raised his head to the sky, and chanted continuously. Then he soared into the sky on a cloud. The battle swept away the yellow sand within a radius of dozens of miles,
exposing the rock layers buried deep beneath the sand. The rock layers were then fractured by the fighting, forming a massive sinkhole. The pit was littered with shattered dragon scales and dulled golden feathers.
There were also large and small pieces of flesh and blood that pooled like rivers and lakes. What a pity for Kunpeng's body. Xu Jing looked down at the situation below from the air. He felt a little regretful.
Then he unleashed a continuous stream of flames, transforming the Tianqing below into a sea of fire. The flames burned fiercely for 3 full days, finally consuming all traces. Even Kunpeng's body was completely reduced to ash. Amidst the ashes,
a bead shining with 7 colored gems lay quietly on the ground. Xu Jing stretched out his forelimbs and grabbed. A gust of wind swept up the pearl and flew in front of him. Another Yu Linglong. This orb is the one on Kunpeng's head.
It is also the condensation of his cultivation. He tried to swallow it, then sensed it for a moment. Finding it had no effect on him, he spat it out again. Never mind. Give it to Azai. Xu Jing thought about it and made a decision.
He had already used up the Xingxiu Sect's Dragon Ball. He couldn't take this one with him anyway. It would be better to leave it to Azai. With a sudden thought, he flew deep into the clouds. After identifying the direction,
he quickly headed towards Tianshan Mountain. In Lingju Palace, Azai lazily lay on the soft chair. Below her, there was soft singing and dancing. The music was all over the place. She had completely unified the Tianxiu Sect into one.
She rightfully claimed the title of Tianxiu Tonglao. She dominated the martial arts world. She also possessed peerless skills, perpetually youthful appearance, and a lifespan exceeding a century. Almost all my wishes have come true.
But Asi felt rather disinterested. It was as if her life had lost its purpose. She turned over in boredom. She had no interest in the singing and dancing below. Her mind was occupied with the cultivation technique she had obtained.
This technique could be cultivated to a level similar to her current one. More importantly, it could increase longevity and lifespan. It was infinitely superior to the Northern Ocean divine art. But even so, Azai had no interest in practicing.
If such a long life is so boring, what is the point? It would be great if a senior were here. Maybe he could give me some direction. She sighed, dismissed the singing and dancing maids, and fell into a daze. At this moment, whose mind was distracted,
suddenly stood up with a start. Her expression became extremely solemn. She rushed out of the hall at top speed and arrived outside Lingjia Palace. She looked up at the sky. High above, the clouds shifted color. Clouds gathered,
and the clear sky darkened in an instant. A thick, gathering sea of clouds pressed down toward the mountain where the Vulture Palace stood. At the same time, streaks of golden light shone through the sea of clouds. A massive object,
Several hundred meters long could be seen looming within. It resembled a towering mountain range, a terrifying sight. Ozzy suppressed her uneasiness, gathered her true energy, and took a defensive stance. Everyone else in the Vulture Palace was also startled.
They rushed out one after another, seeing the sudden change above their heads. Their faces turned pale with horror. As the sea of clouds continued to descend, an overwhelming aura, like that of a god or demon, emanated, suffocating everyone.
What was even more serious was that even those who wanted to escape found themselves unable to take a single step. The ki Ozzy had just summoned was instantly dissipated by this powerful aura. She could no longer summon it.
It was as if she had gone from a peerless master to a mere mortal. Her face turned pale and her mind was in a mess. It's over. What the hell is this? She staggered, barely able to stand. A surge of fear rose within her.
Others had already collapsed to the ground. Just when Ozzy was thinking about how to escape, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her mind. This voice was like a light in the darkness, dispelling the panic in her heart. "Senior, help!"
Hope immediately ignited in her heart. Although Ozzy felt her previous life was very boring and even felt that immortality was terrifying, when she was truly faced with the threat of death, she realized that she didn't want to die at all.
She still had many other things to pursue. Here, from the sea of clouds pressing down overhead, Xu Jing's enormous dragon head poked out. He looked down and spoke. His voice boomed, earth shaking,
echoing through the cliffs and causing the surrounding peaks to tremble slightly. It wasn't that he was deliberately trying to scare Ozzy. It was that after his body had fully evolved into a true dragon, his strength was too great.
So great that he couldn't contain his own aura of oppression. Or perhaps it was because his soul wasn't strong enough, unable to precisely control his body. That was why it turned out like this. He was still over 1,000 meters away from Ozzy.
This was already the limit of his proximity. If he went any further, the other party would probably have trouble even speaking. Seeing the monster sticking its head out from the sea of clouds, everyone screamed in fear. "Dragon! It's a dragon!"
It is the dragon god. Someone immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xu Jing. Ozzy's heart was pounding. She raised her head, swallowed her saliva, and said, You are. Senior." Xu Jing glared and said, "How could it be false?"
Ozzy was speechless. Her face was dazed. Xu Jing opened his mouth and exhaled. The Kumpeng pearl flew out of his mouth and landed directly in Ozzy's palm. "Is this you, Linglong?" Ozzy finally came to her senses.
After taking over the Xingxiu Sect and settling in the Lingjia Palace, she had read many books and learned a lot. She also knew that the combination of Yu Linglong and Beiming divine art could cultivate immortality.
She even wondered if she would have taken the risk if she had known this information back then. "I had originally thought that Yu Linglong was lost forever with Xu Jing's departure. Unexpectedly I found her again. For a moment, I felt a little complicated."
The other disciples of the Lingjia Palace were all stunned. No one had expected that Tong Lao actually knew this terrifying dragon god and had even been gifted with a treasure.
No wonder the Xingxiu Sect has always been the supreme leader in the martial arts world. Some of these people were disciples selected from the Linglong chess game. Their faces were filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Xu Jing glanced around.
His gaze returned to Ozzy. He said, "It's like another Yu Linglong, but she's better than the original Yu Linglong. Try using Beiming Zhuqiu activate her." The Beiming divine art was created based on Kun. This orb was also taken from Kun.
He had studied it before arriving. Using Beiming Q to activate the orb would likely produce some kind of reaction. Ozzy didn't hesitate when she heard this. She made a move to activate her true energy, but after a few seconds, there was no response.
Xu Jing was stunned. He felt a little confused. "Did I make a mistake, Senior? Could you please step aside a little?" Ozzy looked up helplessly and said. Xu Jing finally understood the reason. Feeling a little embarrassed, he climbed a distance.
Ozzy breathed a sigh of relief and then mobilized the Beiming Qi. In an instant, Kumpeng released a dazzling brilliance, escaped from Ozzy's palm, and merged into her brow with lightning speed. Buzz! Ozzy soared into the air.
A stream of majestic light shone behind her. A natural red dot suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. She looked radiantly majestic. Xu Jing stared at it for a moment, secretly praising it. In just a moment,
Ozzy's strength had actually risen to Class A. He couldn't help but feel a pity. He couldn't take this Kumpeng orb with him. Otherwise, he could have created a Class A expert. After calming down, he said, "I am leaving." Ozzy's expression trembled. In panic,
she shouted, "Senior, can we still meet? Practice well. Perhaps we can meet again someday." Xu Jing finished speaking. He summoned the system and directly clicked on the return option. Although he coveted this true dragon body, he couldn't afford it.
He could only regretfully miss it. A flash of white light flashed across the sky. The sea of clouds gradually dispersed. Xu Jing was no longer visible. Late at night, 3 figures flashed across the sky above the walls of Ant City and entered the city.
"Finally, we're here. Things are different now." Getting all the way here was a real struggle. The human boy who murdered the young master is in this city. The clan leader said his home is on Anhua Street. It's called the Xuanhuan. Let's go.
Let's go take a look first. The three men who spoke appeared to be human beings. They walked down the street with a swagger, and a strange aura emanated from them. When they passed a patrol, they didn't go around them. They just walked right past them.
The soldiers seemed not to notice them at all. Soon they arrived at Anhua Street and searched every house. Chapter 328. You all deserve to die! When Xu woke up from his deep sleep, it was still dark outside.
He habitually called up the system and looked at the interface. Origin point 148943. Although the harvest of origin points this time was a little small, the biggest benefit was the enhancement of the soul. Collect the reward for Mission 3.
Xu immediately chose to receive the reward. The system's rewards were different from the enhancements gained through the Linglong chess game. Specifically, the enhancements had no side effects, control was effortless. Soon, a cool breath entered his mind.
Unlike before, this time it lasted a long time and seemed to be endless, and his spirit was further strengthened by the integration of the aura. How come there are so many? After the upgrade,
He felt directly that his soul had increased significantly. He estimated that it was about 20% of the total strength of his soul. With his current spiritual power, a 20% increase would be equivalent to expanding the scanning range by 400 meters.
This was unprecedented. It was even greater than the total improvement he had gained from all his previous journeys. He clearly remembered that in Godzilla's world, the soul improvement after completing the mission was only 30 meters.
Is it possible that each improvement is related to the overall strength of my soul? The larger the base number, the greater the improvement. Lying in bed, Xu pondered over this matter. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had a guess. If that's the case,
then my next journey, after completing the mission, will definitely increase by more than 400 meters. It should increase each time. Perhaps he'll reach the 3rd level soon. Xu could help but get excited. He let his mind wander.
Wanting to see the range he could now scan with ease. After a period of meditation and practice, the soul that had been strengthened in the world of Tianlong Bobu had been completely digested. Coupled with the system's recent upgrade, he thought about it.
And his soul instantly spread out over a range of more than 700 meters. This range was the limit of what he could scan effortlessly. It already encompassed the entire Xuanhuan and even extended to the surrounding streets. The demon race.
Outside the Xu residence was Anhua Street. It was late at night. 3 men walked side by side on the street, occasionally glancing at the buildings on either side, as if searching for something. Xu immediately noticed something.
The demonic energy within these 3 men was incredibly strong and was circulating, confusing the outside world. This deceptive method could deceive ordinary people, but it couldn't stop his current soul scan, even though he hadn't used his full strength yet.
3 high-level B monsters. Xu quickly judged the opponent's strength and his expression became a little serious. Sneaky. What do they want? He jumped to his feet and prepared to follow and take a look.
As a member of the human race and one of the Dalian Kingdom's black evil guards, he felt it was his responsibility to protect humanity to the best of his ability. Besides, he was the only black demon guard in Anhe City. It was practically his territory.
His parents and family were all here. At this time of war between the 2 races, a matter of life and death for the human race, if the demons came, no matter their motives, he would not allow them to leave alive. Xu quickly put on his clothes,
took the black moon blade from the wall, gently opened the door, and walked out. Although he was only at the lower B level, his spiritual power clearly surpassed his opponents, combined with his formidable physique and magical abilities.
He was confident he could slay these 3 upper B-level demons. He wasn't afraid even if the opponent had a trump card. A flying zombie at the A level was certainly his trump card. The palace was extremely quiet, and everyone was asleep.
Jing quietly climbed over the wall and left the mansion. He lurked all the way and approached the demon tribe coming along the street. There's a big house up ahead. Let's go take a look. It might be the Xu residence, one of the 3 demons.
A middle-aged man with short hair spoke. Another muscular man glared fiercely. He licked his lips and said, no doubt about it, that's the most conspicuous one on this street. Let me do it later. I've been suffocating for a while now.
I'll kill everyone else and just take that kid back. I'll hand him over to the clan leader for disposal. Don't be careless. The last one, who looked a bit older, said to the most composed, thin man.
The clan leader said Xu has at least a low-level B-level strength, and when he transforms into an ape demon, is over 100 meters long. We'd better be careful. It's best to fight quickly and decisively. Attack together. Don't make too much noise.
Otherwise, we'll attract the other black evil guards. It's hard to say whether we can bring him back alive. The 3 of them were members of the Eternal Night Wolf clan, which lived outside the northernmost territory of Dalian State.
They had come here under the orders of their leader, Baiji Shujing. Approaching, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression darkened. He had never imagined that these 3 demons were coming for him.
And they were even going so far as to annihilate his entire family. Damn it! Damn you all! A surge of rage surged through his heart. He emerged, unsheathing his black moon blade. A blazing flame ignited from the blade. His entire aura erupted. Shujing.
Quick decision. The 3 Eternal Night Wolf clan members who were advancing paused, their eyes lit up with surprise. They had seen Shujing's portrait before arriving, so naturally, they recognized him at a glance. Fengji.
Jing raised the flaming sword high and slashed forward in an instant. Boom! The next moment, countless blades burst forth from the air, each engulfed in flames, transforming into a torrent that enveloped the 3 Eternal Night Wolf demons.
Don't overestimate your abilities. The muscular man showed disdain. He took a step forward, his arms outstretched. A cold white light emanated from his body, drawing an arc and forming a massive round shield, shielding against all incoming blades.
The other 2 wolf demons separated, one on the left and one on the right, turning into afterimages. They ignored the blades and swooped down towards Shujing. Certainly. Shujing's eyes flashed coldly. He unleashed his full power.
After numerous experiments in the demi-gods and semi-devils world, he too abandoned the seals and talismans upon returning to the main world. He directly unleashed the immobilization technique.
The power of this immobilization technique is related to the soul and cultivation level of the caster. The more the caster's soul and cultivation level surpass the recipient's, conversely, the weaker the spell.
And even the possibility of backlash. Although Shujing's cultivation wasn't as strong as the 3 wolf demons, he could sense that he was far stronger than them in terms of spirit and soul. Adding one to the other, he still had the overall advantage.
As the spell was unleashed, the 3 Eternal Night Wolf demons instantly stiffened. Their movements halted, and their icy round shields instantly disintegrated. They stared intently at the enveloping flaming blades. Their eyes widened with terror.
Their expressions were ferocious. It seemed they had never expected such a situation to occur. Their minds and spirits were trembling violently. Their eyes were filled with resentment. Their eyes trembled almost to the point of cracking.
A trickle of blood oozed from their mouths, noses, and ears. Yet, they still couldn't escape the immobilization effect. Chapter 329 Practicing Yi Jin Jing. Su Jing didn't expect the immobilization technique to hold these 3 high-level demons for too long.
However, at his current level, even just a breath or 2 would be enough to determine the outcome. As the icy round shield crumbled, the flaming blade he slashed out suddenly accelerated, transforming into a torrent that enveloped the opponent. Shh.
In an instant, countless blades danced if possessed of spirits, sending a flood of burning fragments of flesh and blood plummeting to the ground. Oh! The 3 demons finally broke free from the spell's control.
Regaining their mobility and screaming as they revealed their true forms, it turned out to be a wolf demon. Shujing's expression shifted. Something struck him. He dropped his long sword, stepped forward,
and instantly pounced upon the 3 wolf demons in a flash. The 3 wolf demons had their limbs broken and were reduced to ash by the flames. Although they had regained control of their bodies, they had lost most of their full strength.
Their eyes all flashed with murderous intent, mingled with monstrous hatred. They simultaneously opened their wolf-like mouths. Instantly, 3 balls of light, condensed from demonic energy, erupted. A bone-chilling chill erupted.
And the air temperature plummeted to a point unbearable for ordinary people. A thick layer of frost quickly covered the hard stone floor, spreading in all directions. Still want to resist? Coldly, his demonic energy circulated,
easily dispelling the chill. He met the 3 rapidly approaching light bullets with a single punch. Boom! A dull sonic boom echoed through the air. 3 light bullets were detonated by a single punch, before the icy aura within them could dissipate.
Another ball of blazing flames erupted from Jing's fist, transforming into a shockwave that ripped away and shattered the surrounding stone slabs, burning them to ashes. The 3 wolf demons howled in agony.
Their tough skin cracked and burned under the shockwaves of flame. Their blood evaporated in large quantities. Their remains flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Shujing strode forward, giving them no chance.
He smashed down on them with his heavy fists. Bang, 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 bang. After a flurry of blows, the 3 wolf demons collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant. They had completely lost the strength to resist.
Their bones were almost shattered by Shujing's hammer. If it weren't for the demon's body and the support of demonic power, they would have been dead long ago. The huge commotion here had already attracted the attention of the city patrol.
People in the surrounding blocks were also awakened. The brave ones had already sent people out to investigate. Time was running out. Shujing picked up his long sword, grabbed the 3 wolf demons by their tails, and flew into the sky.
After reaching Class B strength, his demonic power could already be used for flight. However, it was not yet suitable for long distances, so he rarely used it. At the same time, he also sent a telepathic message to Shumaozong,
informing him of part of the situation. Then, before anyone arrived, he led the wolf demon out of the city walls and rushed towards the Lufeng Mountains. Su Jing remembered the wolf demon he had killed during a previous mission.
He guessed that the arrival of these 3 wolf demons was most likely related to that demon. He had to find out the specific reason. Otherwise, he would have killed all 3 wolf demons right away. Soon, he flew to a small peak outside the Lufeng Mountains.
This is a relatively remote mountain. It's steep and difficult to climb. The summit is covered in dense trees, with tall sycamore trees forming a continuous mass. Su Jing scanned the area with his spirit. After confirming there was no danger,
he dragged the 3 wolf demons deep into the forest. Tell me, what are your 3 backgrounds? He flung his hand, throwing the man to the ground. He walked over to them, like a lion surveying its prey. You
Wait, D.
One of the wolf demons glared at Su Jing with wide eyes. Your family. Well, the other 2 wolf demons didn't say anything, but they also refused to speak. Their eyes were filled with malice. Su Jing narrowed his eyes.
A cold glint shone through his eyes as he spoke. Don't think you're tough just because you're not afraid of death. You haven't seen my methods yet. He was too lazy to say more.
He recalled the method of using the life and death talisman in his mind and began to think about it on the spot. The life and death talisman is a hidden weapon. To launch it, one must first learn how to refine it. In the world of the film Tianlong,
the life and death talisman isn't made with liquids like wine or water. Instead, it's created by condensing one's true energy directly within the body, creating a special talisman. This type of talisman absorbs the caster's true ki to form a talisman.
Once the talisman is injected into the subject's body, it will transform the yin and yang kai based on the subject's true kai. For example, 3 parts yang, 7 parts yin, or 6 parts yin, 4 parts yang, while it only contains yin and yang.
The order and quantity of these energies vary, allowing for a myriad of possibilities. After all, Su Jing was cultivating the Fire Phoenix demonic power, which was different from true ki. Furthermore, this Fire Phoenix demonic power was extremely overbearing.
Whether he could condense a talisman seed without being destroyed or assimilated by the Fire Phoenix demonic power was uncertain. While he was hesitating, an idea suddenly struck him. He thought of the Yi Jin Jing.
The biggest gain for him from this time travel was the Yi Jin Jing. He didn't know how the Yi Jin Jing in other martial arts worlds was, but the Yi Jin Jing in the movie Tianlong was a magical technique that possessed the ability to encompass all things.
Why not give it a try? Su Jing acted immediately. He ignored the 3 wolf demons and began practicing the first form of the Yi Jin Jing. This Yi Jin Jing is like yoga. The difference is that it practices the whole body.
Combining breathing and visualization with different postures, you perform each movement continuously. These movements serve to repeatedly strengthen the flesh, bones, meridians, marrow, and blood, ultimately strengthening the tendons and cleansing the marrow,
enabling one to achieve a state of innate fullness. But this is just the beginning. The essence of this Yi Jin Jing lies in the subsequent reversal of the meridians. Based on one's own yin and yang and 5 elements, it combines the external 5 elements,
yin and yang, and the bipolar magnetic force to condense one's own magnetic field, and thereby connect with the cosmic magnetic field. Once a magnetic field is formed, it can attract various forces from heaven and earth.
Through the transformation of the magnetic field, embrace them within the body. Su Jing's physique had long been strengthened through the training system. From the first movement, he did not pause at all. All the movements were performed in one go.
At the moment of completing the final movement, he felt himself merge with his surroundings. Countless energies, from heaven and earth, converged upon him. The 5 elements of energy flowed into his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys.
Other energies entered various parts of his body or merged directly outside of it, forming cycles of varying sizes. However, this cycle was extremely unstable and could collapse at any moment. System. Su Jing muttered to himself. Summoned the system.
In the column of exercises, there was a new item, Hali Jin Jing, a perfection of the 5 elements plane. Without hesitation, he clicked on the plus sign at the end. Chapter 330, Reborn.
Buzz.
As Jing clicked the strength plus sign,
The system interface trembled violently. The origin point value flickered wildly. In the blink of an eye, it dropped to 30,000 and continued to decrease. So much. Su Jing jumped in surprise.
Then he sensed a large amount of original energy emerging from his body, transforming into yin and yang forces, merging into different parts of his body. The body surface is yang, the interior is yin, the back is yang, the abdomen is yin.
The 5 internal organs are yin. At this moment, Su Jing felt a warm sensation all over his body. His strong body gradually became softer, and subtle changes began to appear in the circulation of his qi and blood. At the same time,
The Wangong on the system interface actually jumped continuously, reaching the second stage, level 6. It also boosted his physical strength, also reaching the second stage, level 6, make a lot of money. Xu Jing felt his physical fitness grow stronger, yet
his body didn't expand and contract as it had before. Instead, it became more coordinated. He looked like a gentle, elegant gentleman. Furthermore, far from wasting the origin points this time, they actually saved quite a bit after using over 45,000
origin points. The Yi Jinjing finally completed its strengthening. The subsequent internal 5 elements were perfected, a transformation that represented the perfection of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This is a physical transformation.
It's a state of mind. Like Ozzy in the movie Tianlong World, although she practiced the Yi Jinjing, she was only at the entry level. Even though she could perform some techniques, it was only the initial development and utilization of her body's potential.
At Xu Jing's current level, he no longer needed to use any magic. He could reverse his meridians at will. He could easily dissipate any energy that entered his body, as long as it did not exceed his limit at once, without suffering any harm.
He could also change his appearance at will by adjusting his bones and skin. His entire body was perfectly round and seamless. Within his body, the yin and yang and the 5 elements circulated perfectly, endlessly, forming a stable magnetic field.
What he needed to do next was to continuously strengthen the magnetic field, from the inside out, to build another circuit outside the body to resonate with the internal one. Xu Jing sighed helplessly. He only had 10324 origin points left.
The plus sign for the next realm enhancement wasn't displayed. This clearly meant he didn't have enough origin points. However, the life and death talisman should be able to be practiced. He felt a new and incredibly docile fire phoenix demonic power within him.
After his body had been completely transformed, it seemed as if he had completely subdued this demonic power, as expected.
He followed the method for creating a talisman seed from the life and death talisman and easily condensed a true talisman seed within his danshan. The entire process took no more than a minute. What are you doing?
The wolf demon who had previously threatened Xu Jing finally couldn't help but speak. A look of uncertainty flickered in his eyes as he kept sizing Xu Jing up. All 3 of them had shattered bones and lost limbs.
Their demonic energy had been completely dissipated by the beating. And even the fire phoenix demonic energy had been mixed in. It was already a struggle for them to suppress it without causing any problems, let alone launch another attack.
Xu Jing had just been practicing the Yi Jinjing. A full hour had passed. During that time, the 3 of them watched as Xu Jing went through a series of bizarre movements. Then, he stood still, yet
his entire being seemed to have undergone an incredible transformation. This made them feel terrified and even suspicious. At this time, another wolf demon also spoke up. You think that scaring us like this will make us surrender? Whatever methods you can
do it. Come. The last one was not to be outdone. Xu Jing glanced at him and sneered. I hope you can continue to be so stubborn. He raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword gesture.
He pointed at the wolf demon that was threatening him. Swish, swish. A series of rectangular talismans flew out from his sword finger and headed straight for the wolf demon's face. The wolf demon wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move.
He could only watch helplessly as the talismans flew towards his face and easily penetrated his body. What the hell? He didn't dare be careless. He quickly looked inward.
He saw yellow lines covered with array, like patterns melting within him and circulating into his bloodstream. The wolf demon's heart skipped a beat. If he were still strong, he would have enough confidence to force these things out of his body in time. But now,
the next moment, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he let out a deep roar. His face showed extreme pain, but no matter how much pain he was in, he couldn't even struggle. Kill me, please.
Roar! He only lasted half an incensed stick of time before he could no longer endure it and began to beg. This feeling is like being unable to live or die. You did what? To him.
The other 2 wolf demons were horrified when they saw their companion become like this. They were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. Xu Jing sneered repeatedly. He pointed twice in succession.
Injecting the life and death talismans into their bodies. He said coldly, you'll know soon. He wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time before dawn. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground and waited patiently. A moment later,
the other 2 wolf demons finally felt the power of the life and death talisman. Tears and snot streamed uncontrollably, the agony excruciating. The wolf demon who had been the first to suffer had already lost control of his bowels and bladder,
leaving only howling. The power of this life and death talisman was completely controlled by the talisman seed within Xu Jing's body. Even after entering the enemy's body, it could still be remotely controlled from a distance, like a poisonous insect.
A single thought could trigger it to attack or calm it. Furthermore, its power was countless times greater than the ice, sliced a life and death talisman from the other Tianlong. I say! Another half-incense stick of time passed.
The wolf demon who had made the first attempt had completely collapsed. He even tried desperately to mobilize his demonic power to commit suicide. However,
the life and death talisman that had merged into his blood caused him to lose control of his demonic power. Even suicide was impossible. Xu Jing stood up and walked over to the wolf demon. He lifted it up with one hand and walked away.
Then he controlled the talisman, weakening the power of the life and death talisman within it. He said calmly, "Speak." The wolf demon was still in unbearable pain, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He began to talk about the reason for his visit in a fragmented manner. Xu Jing listened silently, sensing the other person's emotional fluctuations with his soul, discerning truth from falsehood. Soon he learned everything.
He hadn't expected that the wolf demon he was tasked with killing was actually the son of the Eternal Night Wolf clan's leader, and Julai had actually been captured by the Eternal Night Wolf clan.
Xu Jing's spirit communicated with the Black Evil Guard's identity jade token. He checked Julai's information. It showed that he was still alive. However, he still couldn't contact him. Chapter 331. Alien Queen Mother.
Xu Jing wouldn't easily believe the wolf demon's words. He controlled the life and death talisman to continue to torture it. At the same time, he turned around and went to the other end to interrogate the other two wolf demons.
The other two wolf demons didn't hold out for long. Under the torture of the life and death talisman, they quickly revealed everything they knew. Julie, Xu Jing sighed. Everything else was fine.
But the fact that Julai had revealed all his information made him feel uncomfortable. But thinking about the fate of the other party falling into the hands of the demon clan, "We said, everything, please, kill us."
The three wolf demons still had the life and death talismans in their bodies. They just wanted to die quickly. Xu Jing smiled and looked at them and said, "Want to die?" The three wolf demons nodded despite the pain. However, seeing Jing's strange smile,
they suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, Xu Jing's face turned cold and he said, "You have come all the way here to deal with me. How can I not treat you well?" He was thankful that he was still at home when the other party arrived, not out on a mission.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly disastrous. As for the three Eternal Night Wolf demons, he had no intention of killing them with a single blow. It's time to test the alien queen's parasitic ability on the demon race.
He looked at the outer armor part of the system. Alien gender female, height 5-6 meters, ability super, corrosive blood, fixed reproductions hive mind, level 5 spexoskeleton, level 3 strength is level 9 agility thus level 5 self-healing plus.
The strength of these three wolf demons had reached high level B. Xu Jing didn't even need to try to parasitize ordinary aliens. He knew it wouldn't succeed. At this level of strength, the cells in a demon's body are extremely contaminating.
Their blood is highly toxic to ordinary people. Even if they can't use their demonic power, if an alien egg enters their body, it will definitely lead to death. Xu Jing didn't care about abilities like strength and agility for the alien queen.
The most powerful ability was reproduction. It was the ability to create an army of aliens, not her own strength. An idea struck him, and he clicked on the plus sign after fixed reproduction. In the blink of an eye,
this ability evolved into efficient reproduction. Xu Jing focused his attention. Specific details about efficient reproductive capacity emerged in his mind, just like the iron-blooded alien queen in Alien vs Predator 2.
His current ability allows him to find a place to lay eggs in large quantities through the ovipositor. He can also retain the ability to reproduce even after leaving the ovipositor, directly injecting the alien eggs into the body using his inner molars.
But this wasn't enough for Xu Jing. His current ability only made him more flexible in laying eggs, but the alien eggs remained the same. Furthermore, he couldn't personally kiss other creatures to lay eggs. Continue. He had a thought.
His efficient reproductive ability blurred for a moment. It evolved again. Enhanced reproduction. Xu Jing's face lit up with joy. He saw hope.
The description of enhanced reproduction suggests that this ability strengthens the alien embryo's ability to absorb and utilize the parasite's genes. It also relatively enhances the alien embryo's ability to adapt and survive.
When he exchanged for the alien queen, he was betting on the potential for its reproductive ability to evolve. After all, he relied on the queen's perception ability to evolve into a hive mind. So far, Xu Jing feels that he made the right bet.
The plus sign after enhanced reproduction was still there. This meant there was still potential to be tapped, so he clicked on it without hesitation. Buzz! The system interface vibrated violently, just like when he first upgraded his Yi Jinjing.
His origin points were fluctuating wildly, even more ferocious than before. In just a few breaths, his remaining origin points had dropped by half. Xu Jing's eyelids twitched wildly. He suddenly realized how reckless he had been.
This could be the ultimate evolution of reproductive ability, and this time, the evolution was surprisingly comprehensive. At this moment, The fonts on the system interface, including the alien queen and other basic abilities, became blurred. This is bad.
Su Jing stared nervously at the wildly fluctuating origin points value. Every second felt like torture. This time it lasted a bit longer. After about 10 minutes, the system interface finally stabilized. The fluctuating origin point values finally stopped.
Origin A456. Xu Jing's face turned grim. His worst fear had come true. He only had less than 10,000 origin points remaining. This would severely impact his earnings from his next time he traveled through time. It's so pitfall.
The system doesn't even prompt me. He was extremely depressed, but helpless. He could only look at the evolved alien armor, alien queen, gender female, height 84 meters, ability super, corrosive blood.
Can control ZOP3 alien queens. Hive mind level 2, level 9 special exoskeleton, level 2, level 9 strength, level 2, level 9 agility, level 2, level 9 self, healing. Hiss! Xu Jing took a breath, his face showing shock.
No wonder so many origin points were used. The strength of the alien outer armor had unexpectedly leaped to the 9th level of the second order, equivalent to the upper B level. Furthermore, it had evolved again, becoming the alien queen mother.
The alien queen mother could even control 3 alien queens. Xu Jing's eyes turned and he quickly looked at the summoning consumption. Not bad. Only 1,500 essence points are needed. He finally breathed a sigh of relief.
If summoning required more origin points than he possessed, then he would be at a huge loss. The birth of the alien queen required a large amount of nutrients from the parasite, and right now, right in front of him, there were 3 ready-made hosts.
Why not give it a try? Xu Jing's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the 3 eternal night wolves. At this moment, the 3 of them were tortured by the life and death talisman to the point where they didn't even have the strength to wail.
Their demonic powers were also unavailable. Perhaps there was still hope that parasitism would succeed. With a thought in his mind, he summoned the alien queen's armor. In an instant his entire body vanished. In its place appeared a terrifying,
over 8 meters tall, its exoskeleton gleaming with silvery white light. Standing upright, it resembled a metallic Tyrannosaurus Rex. The 3 eternal night wolf demons were completely stunned.
They had been told upon arrival that Xu Jing possessed the ability to transform into an ape demon. But what they saw and experienced now completely shattered their understanding. What kind of creature is this?
Although the aura of the creature before them was only at the same high level B level as themselves, they could sense the cruelty and cold-blooded nature emanating from it, which made them tremble in their hearts. Xu Jing swung his nearly 9-meter-long tail.
It suddenly thrust out like a spear, easily piercing the fur of one of the wolf demons and piercing its body. Chapter 332, Preparing to Move. Time travel. The wolf demon shuddered in fear after being stabbed. The spear tail, over 9 meters long,
was terrifying to contemplate. However, he discovered that the tail only penetrated half a foot before instantly retracting. Tormented by the life and death talisman, he dared not despise it. He quickly looked inward, his heart trembled.
He felt that the human before him was even more cruel and terrifying than the demon he knew. But this time, it was beyond his expectations. The place where he was pierced inside his body did not show any abnormality at all. He looked at Jing anxiously.
His panic grew. He suspected he might have been possessed by something even stranger. The other 2 wolf demons were also trembling with fear, their eyes filled with terror. Xu Jing observed the expressions of the 3 wolf demons.
He realized that even with the alien armor, he could still control the life and death talismans within the wolf demons. Furthermore, the purpose of stabbing the opponent with his long tail was simply to feel the resistance within the opponent's body.
Unexpectedly, the 3 wolf demons were like frightened birds, terrified. Add my control. Should be fine. Xu Jing brought the long tail to his mouth and tasted the other's blood. After feeling the reaction within his body, he had his answer.
He immediately began digging at the top of the mountain. Before long he had dug a massive hole. A glue-like mucus was secreted, filling the hole. He then spent another 500 essence points to regenerate an ovipositor,
which then laid a large number of alien eggs within the nest. Among these strange-shaped eggs, 3 appeared larger than the others. With sufficient nutrients, they quickly hatched one by one. Xu Jing removed his alien armor and returned to his original form.
As expected, these hatched facehuggers had already established an unbreakable mental link with him, still treating him as their queen mother. Go! Xu Jing pointed at the wolf demons trapped in the cave with only their heads exposed.
3 of the queen facehuggers roared and pounced. Bang, bang, bang! The 3 wolf demons were frozen in place, their faces etched with terror. They watched helplessly as the queen's facehugger pounced on their heads. Then, it strangled them,
forced them to open their mouths, and injected something into their chests. Xu Jing shuddered softly at the same time. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He unleashed his full spiritual energy,
transforming it into 3 sharp arrows that fiercely pierced into the minds of the 3 wolf demons. The facehugger alone wasn't enough to suffocate them into unconsciousness, so he needed to personally protect the queen alien's embryonic growth.
The three wolf demons had long been exhausted by the torture of the life and death talisman. How could they withstand Xu Jing's spiritual attack? They howled miserably. Blood streamed from their eyes, noses, and ears. Their brains were in a state of chaos.
Xu Jing's mind was a little groggy. Taking on 3 high-level wolf demons at once was a huge drain on his spirit. If it weren't for his immense gains in the Tianlong world, and the other party's current weakened spirit, he wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly.
He rubbed his head, closed his eyes, and tried to visualize the Fire Phoenix Nirvana diagram, trying his best to recover from the energy consumed. Half an hour later, the 3 wolf demons finally regained some consciousness, but at that moment,
another spiritual attack struck, scrambling their minds into chaos. That's fine. After this, Xu Jing's face turned pale. His breath smelled of blood. He had a splitting headache. Fortunately, the 3 wolf demons had been thoroughly damaged.
Even if they had the strength to resist before, they were now unable to affect the growth of the alien queen. When the day dawned, the first alien queen finally emerged from her body.
Demonic power.
Xu Jing looked at the alien queen,
who was the size of a newborn foal. His eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed a chilling energy swirling within its body, a force clearly the same as that of the eternal night wolf demon. Furthermore, this alien queen's appearance was different from his.
Its exoskeleton resembled a wolf's skeleton. Its silvery, white limbs were thick and powerful. It lay prone on the ground, swishing its tail, which was longer than its body. Queen Mother, the little alien queen, raised her iconic crowned head.
Wisdom gleamed in her eyes. Clear communication flowed through her mind. Xu Jing could sense her attachment to him. He reached out and touched her head. She rubbed it vigorously against his palm. In just a moment, the other 2 alien queens emerged.
Surrounding him and expressing their joy to him, Xu Jing discovered that these 3 alien queens were exceptionally intelligent, on par with humans. Furthermore, their overall strength had reached Class C level upon birth and was still rapidly increasing.
By this time, the 3 wolf demons were completely dead, and all the alien eggs in the cave had hatched. Xu Jing had considered how to arrange and develop the alien army when he was in Xingxiu Sect. His original plan was to create a team of aliens,
having each disciple of the Xingxiu Sect who was about to go out on a mission carry one and go together. In this way, if there is any problem, he can know the situation in time through the alien. Originally,
Xu Jing was worried that this would take up too much of his energy, but now with 3 alien queens around, he no longer had anything to worry about. As the sky grew brighter, he quickly gave instructions to the 3 alien queens.
The demon races throughout Daliang were once annihilated by the Zhou family's Fire Phoenix Patriarch's domain. Nowadays, wild demon races are rare. Even if they do appear, if they cause trouble, they will be quickly eliminated by the Black Evil Guards.
The Lufeng Mountains were indeed as the legend had it. This was where the Fire Phoenix once resided. Even now, the aura of the Fire Phoenix still lingered deep within the mountains.
Beasts with intelligence instinctively fear this aura and flee from the depths of the mountains. If they become demonic beasts, they will certainly not choose to stay here. Therefore, the mountains are mostly populated by ferocious beasts,
at most nearing the level of demonic beasts. It must be said that such a place is the most suitable place for Xu Jing's alien army to hide and develop. The countless powerful beasts within would provide a wealth of options for his alien army.
And most importantly, with 3 alien queens, he wouldn't have to worry about these matters personally. Xu Jing explained various matters in detail, especially repeatedly instructing the alien queen not to attack humans. After everything was explained,
the 3 alien queens screamed and reluctantly left the cave, carrying all the facehuggers with them as they rushed down the mountain like a wall-climbing swarm.
Xu Jing used the power of the hive mind to transfer part of his consciousness to one of the alien queens. He watched them safely penetrate the mountains for dozens of miles before withdrawing his consciousness. He looked around, with a flick of his fingers.
Balls of fire fell everywhere in the cave, especially on the 3 wolf demons. Soon, the entire cave erupted in flames, reducing all the slime, including the 3 wolf demon corpses, to ashes. Xu Jing retreated to the surface, extinguished the flames,
and then sealed the hole. After clearing the surrounding traces, he took to the sky and headed back towards An City. He left in a hurry. Although he had communicated with Xu Maozong, he didn't have time to make some things clear.
It's obvious that his family must be very anxious at this time. Xu Mansion Hall. The 2 brothers Xu Maozong and Shibaji sat opposite each other in silence.
Such a big commotion at the doorstep in the middle of the night alarmed not only them but also the entire Annie city. There were many different opinions in the city. After seeing the scene, many people, including officials,
were convinced that demons and monsters had appeared. When the news spread, people were in panic and chaos. Although the existence of demons and monsters had become widely known, Anhe City, located in the Central Plains,
was considered safer than some other cities. However, after what happened last night, people no longer believe that, including Xu Mozong and Xu Moji. They are all uncertain and worried about the future. Why hasn't Jinga come back yet?
Sumaji stood up and paced back and forth. Is he okay? It will be fine. Although Xu Mozong was worried, he remained calm. At this moment, Xiaolian's voice was heard outside the door. The young master is back.
Su Maozong and Xu Maozong looked up and saw Xu Jing striding towards them. Dad, uncle. Xu Jing took off the long sword from his back and handed it to Xiaolian. He then walked into the hall. Xu Maozong and the others were delighted. After he sat down,
They couldn't wait to ask, what's going on? Xu Jing didn't waste any words. He detailed everything except the creation of the aliens. Then he got straight to the point. Dad, uncle, let's move. As long as he remained with the Black Evil Guard,
he would have to go out on missions, especially in the current situation. However, the threat from the Eternal Night Wolf clan made him worried about his family. Of course, the best way was to destroy the other party to prevent future troubles. However,
according to the information he obtained from interrogation, the other party had 2 Class A experts, and they were very powerful. At the moment, even if Xu Jing used his strongest trump card, the flying zombie, he could only protect himself.
He couldn't even annihilate the other clan. Furthermore, he still had family. The idea of our relocation had crossed his mind since he joined the Black Evil Guard. He had also mentioned that the safest place in the entire Dalian Kingdom was Langdu. There,
a dedicated Black Evil Guard protected members and their families. Furthermore, after so many years in Dalian Kingdom, Xu Jing was certain there were other Class A experts stationed there.
Su Maozong and Xu Maozong were a little frightened when Xu Jing said that the demons had come to seek revenge last night. After hearing the suggestion of moving, they looked at each other. The 2 brothers instantly understood each other's decision.
There is no problem with moving, Xu Maozong said. It's just the Xingxiu Sect. Don't worry about that, Xu Jing said. I will take care of my uncle and grandmaster. I won't let them go out on dangerous missions. That's good. Xu Maozong felt relieved.
Su Maoz reacted and asked Jinga, aren't you going with us? Xu Jing shook his head and said, I still have a mission. Dad, don't worry about the family business here. He'll come back to live in this house. You take some of your belongings.
The rest can go to Liangdu. Everything will be arranged there. After their family moved here from Xingxiu City, they had used their wealth to buy several shops. Selling them now wouldn't be easy. Besides,
they weren't the only ones in the city who were thinking of leaving. Xu Moza didn't ask any more questions. He said in a deep voice, then you should be more careful here. Don't worry, Xu Jing continued. There's no time to lose.
It's best to do it as soon as possible in the next few days. Just like last time. Anyone who is willing to leave with our family will be taken away. Okay. Xu Maoji decided. I still have a lot of things to do. I'll arrange it right away.
He was also a man of decisive character. He said this and quickly walked out of the hall. Xu Maozong also had things to deal with. He was about to leave, but Xu Jing stopped him and said, Uncle, come with me. Xu Maozong responded.
The 2 of them walked to the study and locked the door. Jinger, do you have anything else to say? Xu Maozong then asked. It's nothing. I just learned 2 new techniques. I think you could practice them, uncle.
The Beiming divine art contained a method for transforming one's own power into Beiming Qi. This was a very suitable technique for Xu Maoz to cultivate. Xu Jing had considered it. Even if the key of the fairy blade technique was extremely powerful,
it could still be transformed if combined with the Yi Jin Jing. Xu Maoji frowned upon hearing this and said, I've already practiced several techniques. If I were to practice 2 more, I'm afraid I'd be biting off more than I can chew. No, uncle.
Please listen to me first. Xu Jing briefly explained the functions and levels of the Beiming divine art and the Yi Jin Jing. Then he smiled and said, how is it? Xu Maozong's eyes sparkled. He asked excitedly, can I really be reborn? Yes.
It can also restore youth and repair physical injuries. Okay. I'll learn this. Xu Maozong said without pretense. Wait until I learn it. Then I'll slowly teach your parents. They won't refuse to learn this, will they? Xu Jing also meant this.
Because of the unique nature of the Beiming divine art, he only intended to let his family practice it. Even if he ever wanted to pass it on to the entire world, he wouldn't pass it on to anyone else. He immediately began teaching with the Yi Jin Jing.
He spent the entire morning helping Xu Maozong gain an understanding of the Yi Jin Jing. In the afternoon, he began guiding him in practicing the Beiming divine art. After all, Xu Maozong's cultivation was not very high.
It didn't take much effort for him to completely transform his power into Beiming Q. Uncle, you should first master the technique. Don't be in a hurry to improve your skills. Xu Jing gave some instructions.
He already had a plan for how to improve Xu Maozong's skills. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, he said something and left to return to his room. For him, if possible, he would have loved to travel through time and space all day long.
improving his strength as quickly as possible and quietly developing himself. The first thing Xu Jing did when he returned to his room was to communicate with his soul about his identity jade token.
He then submitted an application to send his family to Liangdu for resettlement. This application was just a formality. He could use it as an excuse to personally take charge of the escort without having to worry about being assigned to a mission.
As for the notification on the identity jade ring that it had detected a wolf demon, he chose to ignore it. As long as he didn't report it, even the jade ring's owner wouldn't notice anything. After browsing through the various events of the past 2 days.
System currently, there were only 6456 origin points left. He could reach the world with 10,000 origin points. With a thought, he clicked on the 1,000 point option. Instantly, it was as if a tunnel opened in his brain.
Then a white light enveloped his soul, carrying him into the tunnel. Chapter 333, Pacific Rim Uprising. This was the second time Xu Jing entered the tunnel while conscious. Compared to last time, perhaps his soul was stronger.
Or perhaps it was because this world was at a lower level than his current soul. He remained conscious throughout, and could clearly sense the entire journey. The tunnel was pitch black, without a trace of color.
Xu Jing could clearly feel the white light enveloping his soul, carrying it deeper and deeper. It seemed like an eternity, or perhaps it wasn't long at all. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the passage ahead. Then, a second later,
he felt his body lighten. He had already left the passage. Time and space shifted. A familiar blue planet appeared before Xu Jing. At the same time, the system's white light vibrated slightly. Suddenly, scenes appeared within the planet,
gathering into beams of light that rapidly surged toward him. Then they merged into the white light enveloping him. More precisely, they were absorbed by the system. During this process, Xu Jing also saw all the scenes because he remained conscious.
These images were like a movie, showing him everything that had happened on the planet over the past 10 years. It's actually Pacific Rim. Back. He hadn't seen the second Pacific Rim movie before his time travel, but now,
seeing the changes and events that had taken place on the entire planet over the past decade, he wasn't panicked at all. From the scenes, he could easily predict what was about to happen. This information was no less than what he'd gotten from watching a movie.
After the system received all the information, a mechanical voice sounded entering the Pacific Rim world. It has been detected that the host has previously logged into this world. The outer armor has not been redeemed. You can choose to spend 15,900
essence points to restore the level 8 rat tails shell. The host has insufficient essence points. The system will select a shell on your behalf. Before Xu Jing could react, the system instantly carried him into the planet's interior. The next moment,
he arrived in front of a full-sized mecha in matte black and orange. Then, he whooshed into the mecha's head. Buzz! Inside the mecha's head was a genetically modified monster's secondary brain. With a flash of white light from the system,
the life force within the brain instantly dissipated. Then, with the help of the system, Xu Jing's soul perfectly merged into the monster's brain, and he gradually regained consciousness. System.
Xu Jing immediately summoned the system and looked at the interface. Movie Pacific Rim Uprising. You can choose to return at any times. Currently convert 2070 origin points. Identity. Height 86 96 meters.
Abilities: dual shoulder mounted 6-link disruptor missiles, dual plasma cannons, dual thermal swords, chest laser generator, back signal jammer. Mission 14: restore the reputation of the monster cults of 5,000 origin points.
At least level 3 monsters Zodu 100 as origin points 10 earned. Mission 3: invade the Aniverse planet, kill all pioneers. A soul enhancement. Reminder: in 1 hour, this system will help the host disconnect from the pioneers.
Please prepare as soon as possible. Countdown 5921. After Xu Jing carefully read all the information, he quickly organized his thoughts by watching the images received by the system when he entered the world before.
He had a clear understanding of the development and changes after he left this world. He transformed into a standing rat and wreaked havoc. From the United States to Europe, then to India and Korea, the entire world was in chaos. Then,
under the watchful eyes of the stars, he transformed into a white light in the sky and completely disappeared. 10 years have passed since that time. At the beginning of this decade, all nations were worried and searching for him.
They also invested heavily in researching and manufacturing mechas and building PPDC bases. But after 2 years passed and Xu Jing hadn't appeared again, European nations began to spread the news that the Monster King had been killed.
They then withdrew funds and used them to rebuild the destroyed cities. At the same time, they cracked down on the monster cult and expelled its members. Other countries initially hesitated to act rashly.
But when they saw that the Europeans had not suffered any retaliation, they finally felt relieved. While they didn't abandon the construction of the PPDC mecha unit and base,
they did the same thing as the Europeans. They imposed various restrictions on the massive monster cult and used media to vigorously publicize the news of the Monster King's death. Aside from the fanatics,
the vast majority of monster cult members joined to protect themselves from Xu Jing's rampage. Therefore, under the strong suppression of various countries, the once large force quickly disintegrated, no longer possessing its former power. Furthermore,
as time passed for the past 10 years, no matter what rituals the monster cult organized, they no longer received any response. Under these circumstances, only a handful of steadfast and fanatical diehards remained in the monster cult, were speechless.
If he had enough origin points to directly restore the tail rat, the first mission would probably be easily completed just by showing up. But now, his situation wasn't as easy. But it wasn't impossible, as long as he combined it with the second mission.
Restoring the prestige of the monster cult wouldn't be difficult. Several images flashed through his mind, most of which were about Dr. Newton Geisler. Newton was a monster worshipper. After Xu Jing's last visit,
he hadn't been able to obtain the ratus brain. Therefore, he and Gottlieb hadn't completed their mission of communicating with the monsters. He wasn't the one who saved the world, but he was a true mad scientist. After world peace,
he secretly bought a secondary monster brain from the black market, and secretly tried to experience synesthesia a second time. Fortunately, he survived and learned more information. However, this information could only be kept deep in his heart then.
Not long after, as if possessed by some mysterious force, he experienced a third telepathic encounter with the monster. After this incident, his personality changed. He left PPDC and joined Shaw Industries in China.
The founder and CEO of Shaw Industries is Xiao Luan. She's a tinker and hacker by trade, and a legendary genius in her own right. She possesses exceptional computer and hands-on skills. Her mecha designs are at the forefront of the world.
She is also a true businesswoman, leading several of the world's most important technology manufacturing companies. Newton joined Shaw Industries ostensibly to pursue a better future. But Xu Jing knew that during his second communication with the monster brain,
he had already been influenced by the Pioneer. During the third communication, part of the Pioneer's consciousness was transferred to Newton, allowing him to control or influence him at any time. Chapter 334. It appears again.
After seeing the series of scenes of Newton being controlled by the Pioneers, Xu Jing knew without hesitation that this guy was definitely the root cause of this human crisis.
The body he currently occupies was designed by Newton and secretly manufactured using Shaw Industries resources. It is an illegal, unregistered mecha hunter.
This mecha hunter called Obsidian Nemesis has far superior performance than all the official mechas currently in service. There are two main reasons for this. First, the armor of this mecha is made of a new, unprecedented alloy material.
It possesses a defense capability far superior to other mechas, and also possesses exceptionally strong attack power. Secondly, the mecha is controlled by the monster's brain. Its brain nerve endings are directly connected to the wiring conduit.
This makes the mecha itself the monster's body. The two are directly connected, making its reactions much faster and more agile than any other mecha hunter currently in service. After all,
even the world's most advanced drift, floating neuron connection system requires data transmission to connect the driver's brain signals to the mech hunter command system. Therefore, there will be a time delay when performing any action.
As Xu Jing pondered, a thought struck him. The obsidian goddess of vengeance took a step forward, moving around in the surroundings. Controlling his body was as easy as controlling it as a human. It was effortless.
The various circuits within the mecha are equivalent to his nervous system. He also possesses a complete set of senses. Everything the mecha sees, hears,
and feels through its electronic devices is transmitted directly to the brain of the monster he has usurped. It should be able to become even better and more powerful. Xu Jing summoned the system and looked at the interface. Obsidian Nemesis Biomech 23% plus.
Although he only had 5456 origin points left, he wasn't going to be as frugal as he was last time. After all, he only needed to guarantee 10,000 origin points this time. Let's get started. Xu Jing clicked on the enhanced plus sign without hesitation.
His current location was in a factory on the Taimyr Peninsula in Siberia, in the Severnaya Zemlya archipelago. This factory was built during the Kaiju Wars. It was primarily used to manufacture energy cores and second and third generation mecha hunters.
However, it was abandoned 13 years ago. Since then, governments have failed to implement any monitoring measures. Consequently, Newton used it to secretly manufacture the Obsidian Nemesis, at this time, in the factory, beside Xu Jing.
There were only some fully automated manufacturing equipment. Most of these equipment bore the Shaw Industries logo. All of them were obtained by Newton through the use of his power. Here, Xu Jing didn't have to worry about his safety for the time being.
He devoted himself to strengthening his current body. Biomecha 24% to 60%. Every 1 cent increase only consumes 150 points of source energy, but the changes it brings are earth-shaking. Monster flesh began to grow within his body,
evenly filling the gaps between the armor and becoming one with it. Simultaneously, his body's hematopoietic system began to grow. Vast blood vessels stretched throughout his body, and within them flowed blue monster blood. As his blood circulated,
Xu Jing instantly felt his strength and energy rising. His overall performance began to improve. It was like a frail human becoming taller and stronger. His physical qualities, such as strength and agility, improved significantly, but soon.
The changes in his body stopped. Identity Obsidian Nemesis 59% Biomechan, height 87-96 meters, weight 4969 tons. Xu Jing glanced at the system interface. He was quite satisfied, although he hadn't tried it yet.
He felt that his strength had more than doubled. Furthermore, his weight had more than tripled. At this point, there were less than 15 minutes left before the system severed his connection to the Forerunner Hive consciousness.
He didn't delay any longer and walked out of the factory. It was pitch black outside. It was already night. Xu Jing identified the direction and ran quickly, heading towards the sea. Before long, he arrived at a patch of ice.
Beneath the thick layer of ice lay the sea. He raised his foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Boom! The ice layer within a radius of dozens of meters suddenly shattered into pieces and he sank into the sea. Shaw Industries, Newton,
dressed in a suit and tie, his hair neatly trimmed, emerged from the gates of the Huaxia Shanghai Group with a spirited demeanor. Compared to his tattered, disheveled appearance at PPDC, he now looked like a successful entrepreneur.
Passing employees nodded and greeted him, making him even more proud. You should know that his current role is different. He is a senior researcher and director of the Innovation Research Department at Shaw Industries.
He oversees the development of the Mecha Hunter remote control system and comprehensive research on Mecha Hunter technology. He is also responsible for the physiological research of the multi-consciousness integration protocol, also known as the drift system.
The drone mecha project that Xuanhuan is currently promoting was developed under his advice and guidance, and is inseparable from his help. In the entire Shaw Group, except for the boss Xuanhuan, everyone else has to give him face, of course.
And one who came from the PPDC's Science and Technology Research Department. Xuanhuan, while favoring him, was also constantly vigilant. She assigned several dedicated personnel to monitor him in shifts, except in the lab.
He was followed everywhere he went, monitoring who he came into contact with and even eavesdropping on his words. Newton knew that Xuanhuan was being monitored. He didn't particularly like her behavior, but he could understand why Xuanhuan did it.
But why did he leave PPDC and come to Shaw Industries? Although his relationship with Gottlieb was filled with unpleasantness and the two of them were constantly at odds, they didn't seem to dislike each other, strictly speaking.
They seemed to have a mutual admiration for each other. Newton suddenly felt a little confused. Something seemed off. Could it be that the treatment here was better? No, another thought suddenly occurred to him. At the PPDC, everyone laughed at him.
They thought he was like a flea, insignificant, a joke. He studied monsters, but was not taken seriously. I want to make everyone who looked down on me pay the price. I want everyone to realize how powerful I am.
That's why I'm leaving PPDC, he convinced himself again and again. He took off his suit, folded it over his arm, and unbuttoned his shirt. He found his car in the parking lot and drove directly to the bar near his luxury apartment.
Newton was in the habit of meeting women in bars, often getting drunk and returning home late. But there was one thing, he never discussed work with anyone, whether he was drunk or not. After entering the bar, he sat in his familiar seat, ordered a drink,
and looked for prey. But at this moment he froze, and the smile on his face gradually faded. How could this happen? Newton lowered his head. The veins on the back of his hand, gripping the wine glass, bulged. He lowered his voice and growled, "Damn it.
I'm sure it's that existence. Yes, it's happening again, just like it did 10 years ago. What to do? Don't worry, we have a backup plan. This time, we're going to make it pay. Whatever it is, no can stop us."
He muttered to himself in a low voice, his tone constantly changing as if he were impersonating a different person with each sentence. Meanwhile, his eyes were filled with darkness and malice, like a ruthless thug. At this moment,
he was no longer Newton himself. He was a pioneer, and there were not just one or two of them. In his mind, ever since he began to communicate with the monster's brain, they had arrived, and they were lingering. Chapter 35, Six-Winged Bio-Mecha.
A night of hunting at sea. Xu Jing finally got the killing limit of 10-7 origin points. If he wasn't in a mecha, it wouldn't have taken so long, although he could walk, swim, and even propel himself quickly through the sea.
It was still no match for the ease he felt in the sea as a monster. Continue to strengthen. He didn't return to the Siberian production workshop. Instead, he found a secluded location deep under the sea and activated the system.
62 cent each, 1% increase to required 150 essence points. After using up another 6150 essence points, it finally reached 100%. Is this a complete bio-mecha? Xu Jing felt the state of his body. He was now 15 meters tall and weighed nearly 20 tons.
The original armor seemed to come alive, seamlessly integrating with the muscles and tissues growing within him. Even the metal structure changed, forming unknown metal cells. Call. Su Jing took a breath. He was like a special life form now. He could breathe,
eat, metabolize, and even repair himself after being damaged. Furthermore, the energy core in his chest was no longer his sole source of energy. Even if he lost it, he could still retain most of his strength and fully recover through food supplements.
In addition, his weaponry was also adjusted accordingly. The destroyer missile pods on his shoulders were transformed into plasma cannons. They also had the ability to store energy.
So there was no need to worry about running out of energy and not being able to refill it. As for the laser device, thermal saw and signal jammer, they were not affected at all. Instead, they became even more powerful than before. Su Jing stretched it. Suddenly,
the crackling sound of bones and joints rubbing against each other echoed throughout his body. His joints were now more flexible than a human's. He could even turn his upper body 360 degrees without worrying about any harm.
This is the perfect combination of machinery and biology. He activated the propellers and headed straight for the sea. After reaching the shore, he began to move around on land. He effortlessly deployed a variety of combat techniques,
eventually employing complex martial arts techniques like boxing. His footwork was nimble, and combined with his thrusters, he moved like a ghost. His movements no less impressive than those of King Gong. Bass, Su Jing lowered his right arm.
A plasma. He didn't bother practicing anything else. Instead, he aimed the plasma saw at his chest and slashed it across fiercely. Scissor, teeth, grinding friction sound filled the air, and sparks flew everywhere.
The defense has also been greatly enhanced. Su Jing looked down at the scar on his chest. It was deep, but not fatal. It hadn't even completely pierced the armor, and it was repairing itself at a visible speed. This armor was like monster scales.
It was covered with a layer of tough, thick skin. Inside lay plump, elastic muscles. These 3 layers of protection, combined with his powerful cell repair abilities, increased his survivability several-fold. It seems like something is missing.
Su Jing put away the plasma saw. He pondered for a moment, then he glanced up at the sky. Finally, he remembered he still couldn't fly. System, give me wings that will allow me to fly freely.
He already knew that there were numerous templates within the system. As long as he strongly desired it and imagined a certain creature or entity, and had enough origin points, it would be possible for it to evolve.
Su Jing had no intention of saving his origin points. His first thought was wings like those of a 12-winged angel. He held it in for a long time. But the system didn't respond at all. Are there not enough origin points? He still had 39 essence points left.
After some thought, he tried to reduce the number by half. Instantly, a tingling sensation came from his back. Su Jing's heart surged with joy. He saw the origin point value on the system interface rapidly jump. Simultaneously,
a large amount of origin energy appeared on his back, splitting into 2 parts. A total of 6 clumps merging into both sides. Instantly, a large amount of muscle first sprouted from his back. Then, 3 huge protrusions bulged out on each side.
Evenly distributed from top to bottom across his entire back, the original energy immediately found an outlet. It split into 6 clusters and poured into the protrusions on the back. Then, as if gestating something,
the 6 protrusions rapidly swelled and grew large. Lang clang. The next moment, the 6 protrusions burst apart, each ejecting a matte black wing gleaming with metallic light. These 6 wings were divided into 3 pairs, and when fully extended,
they were enough to wrap around his entire body. Puff, puff, puff. Su Jing controlled his wings and flapped them vigorously. In an instant, a fierce wind blew up, sweeping in all directions. Ice and snow flew everywhere. Waves surged.
With a rumbling sound from the earth, his entire body slowly floated up. At the same time, the pulse thrusters on his legs spewed out blue flames. Whoosh! Under the effect of this thrust, he quickly rushed into the sky. After a successful flight,
Su Jing gradually became familiar with controlling the 3 pairs of wings. He mastered forward movement, turning and moving up, down, and left and right with ease. Only then did he land. The wings behind him retracted back under his control.
He then strode towards the factory. Before he even got close, 6 plasma cannons on his shoulders extended, locking onto the factory floor. Boom! Boom! 6 blue beams of energy shot out from the muzzle one after another,
extending hundreds of meters and striking various parts of the factory. A devastating explosion occurred, reducing the entire factory to rubble. This wasn't over yet. Su Jing retracted the muzzle of his shoulder cannon. He stood firmly with his feet apart.
From beneath the energy core, which had previously glowed a deep orange light, a red cylinder suddenly emerged. Swish! A red particle beam, approximately 3 meters in diameter, shot out, impacting the iceberg above the factory.
As he turned his body left and right, it swept across the iceberg. Rumble. A blazing flame erupted from the iceberg. A puff of steam instantly emanated. Then, the solid, frozen iceberg broke into pieces. With a deafening roar, it collapsed,
completely burying the entire factory in ruins. Mission 2 required the slaying of 100 level 3 monsters. Mission 3 required the invasion of the Pioneer's planet. Therefore,
Su Jing suspected that Newton the Pioneer would most likely open the wormhole again. Before the wormhole opens, he will not allow the other party to be exposed. In the footage we saw upon entering the planet,
it was clear that Newton had tampered with the design of Shaw Industries' drone mecha, and it looked quite significant. In this case, Xu Jing couldn't let anything happen to Shaw Industries. Therefore, regardless of whether this factory would be exposed or not,
he had to completely destroy it, leaving no hidden dangers. Chapter 336. Do you think the monsters will come back? 10 years have passed since the wormhole closed. It has been about the same time since the former king of monsters, the dragon, disappeared.
Suddenly, such a statement was spread in human society. The dragon is definitely dead, and they've dropped a nuclear bomb on the monster world. If the monsters were going to retaliate, it would have happened long ago, so the other monsters won't come back.
The danger the PPDC has been wary of doesn't exist. Just look at it. How many shattered dome bases have humans built in the past decade? How many mech hunters have they built? How many assault troops and related personnel have they hired?
How much money has it cost? Shouldn't these funds be used to rebuild everything destroyed by the war? Look at the Europeans. They spent their money on reconstruction a long time ago. Now they have regained their vitality, so it's time to move on.
It's also time to disband the PPDC. June 9. Shanghai. Shaw Industries founder and CEO Xiao Luan announced today that Shaw Industries has received approval to withdraw funds from the PPDC. The company plans to produce a fleet of unmanned mech hunters based on the prototype mech hunter she developed.
The company is preparing to establish a new PPDC. This will reduce the number of bases at Shatterdome and related personnel. Unmanned mechs don't require expensive control cabins or drift system brackets,
reducing the cost of each mech hunter by 15%. Furthermore, only one pilot is required and remote control ensures safety even in the face of danger. Once the UAV mech squadron plan is approved by the PPDC Joint Management Committee,
it will immediately undergo its first deployment and field testing. China, Southern Shanghai, Moyulan Base. After the Monster War, the various shattered dome bases were relocated or merged. Moyulan was established during this process.
The base covers 400 square kilometers, encompassing several of the largest islands in Xingchuan Bay. The entire base is a complex of bunker-like buildings, each 8 to 10 stories high. The main camp is located in the center of the complex.
The main business is divided into 5 parts: a large outdoor helipad, a mecha cabin, a mechanical operation area, a hunter academy, and a command center. In the current mecha cabin, there are 7 brand new 6th generation mecha hunters parked.
From the outside to the inside, they are Omega Warrior, Redeemeric Protector, Saber Athena, Phoenix Gorilla, Vengeance Wanderer, and Fire Eureka. The Vengeance Ranger is the 6th generation successor to the Danger Ranger.
Its head shape and exterior armor details all bear resemblance to the Danger Ranger. This mech hunter is incredibly powerful and fast. Its left forearm is equipped with a chain sword, and its right arm is equipped with a gravity sling weapon.
It commemorates the nuclear attack on the wormhole. The Danger Ranger was a surviving mecha from that battle. However, it was eventually destroyed by the King of Monsters, the Dragon, along with its legendary pilots, Rayleigh and Mako Mori.
There is also the most symbolic and powerful mecha of the entire base, Eureka. Every human who sees this mecha hunter is filled with awe. It is the resurrected and evolved version of the Eureka Raider that destroyed the wormhole.
Its appearance is exactly the same as it was back then. The Fire Eureka is a comprehensive lightweight mecha. It resembles Tum due to its light weight. It sports a pair of angel wings for balance, its wrist blades, powerful fists,
and chest-mounted plasma missiles all emphasize maneuverability and speed. Moreover, this mecha can attack from a distance as well as engage in close combat. Its performance is greatly improved compared to the previous Eureka Raider. Most importantly,
of the 3 pilots who once piloted the Eureka Raider, 2 others besides Pentecost, the most outstanding and legendary pilot in human history, are still alive. They are the Hansen father and son. 10 years have passed. Now, this father and son,
who have become living legends side by side, have both made great progress. As for the father, Heck is already very old, too old to pilot the Jaeger. However,
he has become the Secretary General of the PPDC. He is also the leader of the PPDC and holds a very crucial vote on the management committee. As for his son, Chuck, after personally fighting alongside the legendary Pentecost and even surviving a wormhole,
he finally grew sensible and changed his impulsive temper, becoming more mature and steady. During these 10 years, he also rose through the ranks. Following Pentecost and Heck, the de facto commander of the PPDC, the Hansens,
father and together, leveraging their legendary status and influence, they controlled the entire PPDC from top to bottom. Their operation was as solid as an iron barrel. No one could challenge their prestige. Old man,
what do you think of that drone mecha plan proposed by that bitch from Shaw Industries? At the Moyulan base, Just one day after Xiao Liuan's demonstration of the drone mech hunter, Chuck and Sun walked side by side on the outdoor helipad.
Everyone they passed stopped and saluted, their eyes filled with reverence. It was Chuck who spoke, his tone was filled with teasing. As a marshal, he only revealed this hidden side of himself in front of his father, if those who revered him knew.
Their jaws would drop to the ground. Don't call me that. Show me some respect. Heck also had a hot temper. He straightened his back, puffed his beard and glared, and assumed the authority of a parent. Then, with a look of displeasure,
he said, "What else can I say? Regarding the remote-controlled mecha hunter, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm relieved to hear you think that." Chuck laughed a few times. Then his face was filled with disdain.
That bitch had never even been on the battlefield. Besides the technology, what did she know about mech hunter? She was just a self-righteous fool. He paused. He continued. When the Eureka Raider passed through the wormhole,
the signal was severely interfered with. Without a pilot inside, remote-controlled mech hunters would have been able to detonate the nuclear bomb, even if they could intermittently connect to the signal.
They wouldn't know the correct point to successfully detonate the bomb. Boy, you're right. Heck's face was full of agreement. He looked towards the distant sea horizon. A look of nostalgia appeared on his face.
If the Beckett brothers hadn't appeared in Dangerous Wanderers, would Dangerous Wanderers still be Wanderers? He scoffed, he asked himself, answering his own question. If Raleigh hadn't lost his brother, if he hadn't suffered all that frustration, pain,
and repression, he and Mori Mako wouldn't have exploded. They wouldn't have single-handedly killed the shrew and the shrew. They wouldn't have turned the tide and saved Hong Kong Island. This legendary battle would have saved humanity's last hope. Yes.
Chuck's eyes reddened slightly. If the three Webster brothers hadn't piloted the Crimson, would there still be a Crimson Memorial on Hong Kong Island?
And then there's the Crimson Memorial to the Kaidanovskis and their Cherno Alpha companions who died in the Cherno Alpha. Everyone knows the answer. If it were a Sullus mecha hunter, no one would ever build a monument to the machine.
Perhaps we don't need a monument, but humanity needs heroes. Pilots are heroes, and only humans can be heroes. He took a deep breath, calming the complex emotions in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Old man, do you think the monsters will come back?"
Chapter 37. The fear of being forever dominated by the evil dragon. Old man, do you think the monsters will come back? When Chuck asked this question, Heck's face suddenly became extremely serious. He frowned. Before he knew it,
he had arrived at the mecha cabin. He walked down the steel stairs, into the narrow walkway, and finally arrived at the top floor surrounding the mecha hunter cabin. He raised his eyes and took a close look at the towering and imposing Eureka in fire.
It stood at attention, as if awaiting the next opportunity to protect humanity. Heck's eyes were deep. He stared at the fiery Eureka for a long moment before speaking to Chuck, who was silently following him.
As much as I hope the monsters will never appear again, I know I'm just fooling myself. Perhaps they'll be back soon, so, Chuck suddenly said.
Is this why you worked so hard to climb to the position of Secretary General of the PPDC Management Committee, and why you're so stubborn and refuse to step down so I can have a good time? Heck laughed angrily. He slapped Chuck on the head.
He feigned anger and said, "You little brat, your dad will always be your dad." The heavy atmosphere became slightly lighter and more cheerful. "I always wonder." Chuck looked at Eureka in flames and whispered,
"If it hadn't been for Marshal Pentecost who fought alongside me, my portrait would probably be hanging in the Hall of Heroes right now. And you'd have to see someone you didn't. Maybe you'd lose your will and retire." Everyone knew Pentecost's legend.
Not only had he single-handedly piloted the Tango Wolf to slay the demon witch, but he had also managed to rescue Chuck from the mech just in time while inside a wormhole. He then independently piloted the Eureka Raider,
completing a remarkable feat of nuclear explosion through the wormhole. That's why I worked so hard to become Secretary General. And I urged you to strive to become a figure like the Marshal. Heck looked nostalgic. His voice was low.
"Only in this way can we have sufficient say. If one day, the monster returns, I don't want to fight alone like last time." He and Pentecost had experienced the frustration of being abandoned from the regular army.
They were transformed into an underground organization. They lacked everything they needed. Life was too hard. Without faith, neither of them could have endured. Chuck nodded vigorously. As Heck's son, father and son pilots of the Eureka Raider,
their mutual empathy had once allowed them to connect. He felt no less than Heck did. "Oh kid, you forgot about Raleigh. If it was Raleigh who entered the wormhole, I'm sure he could have completed the mission independently in the Jaeger.
Has a man with the same unwavering will as the Marshal. What a pity." Heck sighed. Both Raleigh and Morimako had perished at the dragon's clutches. The disparity in power was so great that they had no power to resist. But at that time,
this single mecha was all that remained of humanity. Even though they knew they would die, they had no way to retreat. Evil dragon. Chuck was silent for a long time. Then he said in a trembling voice, "Do you believe it is really dead?"
He recalled the days when the evil dragon ravaged the world, plunging humanity into despair. It was truly an incredibly powerful monster. Just thinking about it brought back a sense of dread, of being dominated. That's a level 8 monster.
Known as the King of Monsters, a demonic being, although Chuck wasn't a member of the monster cult, he didn't deny the title. No one could defeat the dragon. Even a fully upgraded 6th-generation mecha hunter was child's play before it.
Unable to withstand a single blow. Compared to the ignorant masses outside, he clearly knew more. That was that the dragon had not been killed by humans, even with continuous, large-scale nuclear bombardment, even if humans tried every possible means.
They could not kill it. This was because it possessed not only unmatched strength, but also intelligence far exceeding that of humans. The evil dragon vanished on its own accord, transforming into a streak of white light.
It truly looked like what the monster cult had said. It was God incarnate. Or perhaps a messenger sent by God to the mortal realm. It came with a mission to save suffering humanity. It was humanity's true savior, but the savior's mercy is for his believers.
Not for his fallout to forgive. But he is also determined to use force to subjugate all those who oppose his supremacy. The monster cult is now facing increasing difficulties. However, the remaining members are the most steadfast and fanatical.
These people are extremely terrifying and have even been designated as terrorists by many countries. But even so, no country dared to completely solve the problem of the monster cult. Who knows if the dragon will come back?
Perhaps it really came on behalf of God. Chuck knew full well that many high-ranking politicians in various countries said one thing on the surface, but secretly believed it without a doubt, even providing various conveniences for terrorists.
Heck glanced at Chuck, patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Don't overthink it. If God really exists, and he sent the dragon last time, wouldn't that be a good thing for all of humanity? If the monsters come again, then the dragon might appear too."
But whether it's true or not, we must first be ourselves. Chuck took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said, "The committee summit will be held in a few days. This Cine summit will determine the future of the PPDC. Do you think we can win?"
He was referring to a committee vote on whether to continue using manned mechas or promote the unmanned mecha program. If they lost, then the Moyulan base, and countless other bases, and the mecha hunters currently in service, even the Eureka.
And for the pilots, there would be no other option but to join Xuanhuan. This was a nightmare for many, He said solemnly. Even if Shaw Industries has incredible PR skills, it won't affect the overall situation. My vote.
And as long as you and I are still here, even if everyone sides with Xuanhuan, nothing will change. He laughed again and said, "I'm now very glad that I had the foresight to climb to the position of Secretary General. Otherwise, after such a mess."
Instead of falling to the monster, I might have been defeated by that little bitch. Cha laughed heartily. He said, "This is the old fellow I'm familiar with. I've been in touch with your son. I've already guessed what you're thinking. Get lost."
His expression turned serious. But seriously, Xuanhuan is indeed very capable. Drone mecha technology isn't worthless. After all, if we had used drone mechas during the monster war,
I'm sure many lives wouldn't have been lost. It's just that I don't trust drone mech hunter technology. At least not yet. This plan seems perfect, but remote systems can be hacked and sabotaged. Almost half of the management committee now supports Xuanhuan.
They want like my decision. So what? Chuck snorted coldly. With our positions and influence, no one can stop us. Yes! But influence, like unconventional weapons, should be used indiscriminately. Heck nodded and smiled again.
I've already made a request to the management committee to have Vengeance Wander and Eureka Fire appear together at this summit as ceremonial mechas. It's time to give some people a heads up. No problem. Chuck rubbed his hands in anticipation.
This time I'm going to fly the Eureka myself. I'm here to support you. How's that, old man? Your son is now a marshal. Isn't that enough for you? Over the past decade, drift system research and technology have advanced by leaps and bounds.
The requirements for synesthesia are no longer as strict as they once were. As long as both parties agree, synesthesia can be achieved to control the mecha. In this base, he was a living legend. No pilot disagreed with him.
All he had to do was choose a suitable pilot and agree with them. Heck smiled triumphantly, turned around and walked away laughing. Chuck's face froze, and he suddenly came to his senses. Damn it, this was calculated as a legend of wormhole travel.
My influence seemed to surpass that of the old man by a fair bit. Senpai Chapter 338. I'm back. Since the victory in the monster war, humanity has rested and recuperated, and Earth has gradually recovered from its damage. However, along the Pacific Rim,
the numerous cities destroyed by the monsters remain largely unchanged. These ruined cities and their surrounding areas became the homes of the poor, the homeless, and forces with various agendas. However, in any ruined city,
There is always one type of people, monster worshippers. The monster cult sent preachers to wander the ruins, seeking converts, lingering on, waiting for a change. Jishan is one of them. This twice destroyed city, now in ruins,
has become the headquarters of the monster cult. Traces of monster believers can be found in almost every corner. Unlike any other coastal ruined city, the monster believers regarded this place as a sacred place where the gods had visited.
Everyone yearned for it, however, avoided it like the plague, daring not to approach. As the Pope of the monster cult and the only person to have communicated with the King of Monsters, Dylan's faith is undoubtedly the strongest.
If nothing else delayed him, he would organize church members to gather at the shore of Juji Mountain for a grand prayer ceremony every day at sunrise and sunset. Despite receiving no response for 10 years, he still didn't give up.
Every remaining member of the monster cult, including him, firmly believed that one day their king would return, the wormhole would be revealed, showing them the path to heaven. As usual, night falls, inside and outside a massive monster head
fashioned into a temple on the coast. Thousands of flickering candles flickered. Burning quietly, they illuminated the surroundings of every pilgrim. The scene was completely silent, with countless devout people performing rituals under Dylan's guidance.
King of Monsters, I praise you. You are our Lord, you abhor evil, you purify heresy, your power fills the heavens and the earth. At the end of the ceremony, a resounding, unified prayer suddenly erupted.
Gathering together and breaking the silence of the night sky, no one noticed. In the ocean, a huge shadow was approaching the coastline and soon entered the continental shelf. Su Jing dove to the bottom of the ocean, his arms and legs clasped together.
6 wings spread out from behind him. With gentle flaps he swam swiftly toward shore. He successfully deceived the PPDC by jamming and forging ship signals in the Pacific Ocean, where a large number of sensors had been deployed over the years. Soon
he reached the limit close to the coast. At this point, Su Jing stopped moving. He silently sank to the bottom of the ocean. He released his spirit and found Dylan. A resounding voice echoed in his mind. Dylan, who was reciting a prayer, suddenly shuddered.
Tears streamed down his face. He fell to the ground sobbing, "Merciful God, you have finally returned." His reaction immediately caught the attention of the important members of the monster cult surrounding him. Word quickly spread, causing a huge censure.
Those present were the most ardent believers. No one suspected Dylan was faking it. Everyone was incredibly excited. Their faces were filled with excitement and fervor. They raised their hands and cheered loudly. "I'm back!"
Su Jing unleashed his soul power with all his might. A mighty voice echoed in everyone's minds. This was like a powerful shot of adrenaline, instantly bringing everyone's emotions to a crescendo. Earth-shaking roars erupted from the scene.
They looked up at the sky, as if they could feel the Lord's gaze, watching them intently. 10 years had passed. They'd suppressed their emotions for too long. They'd been through so much. Everyone was in tears now. They were overcome with emotion.
The grand and resounding prayers rang out once again, filled with passionate fighting spirit, reaching the sky. It's all the power of faith. Su Jing's spiritual power was now stronger than ever. He could already sense some fluctuations. He was excited.
He had already begun to think about the usefulness of this power of faith. They prayed over and over again. Everyone was in a state of utmost excitement. Even if they were hoarse, they still did not stop. "All right, Su Jing, stop the believers."
When the noise died down, he called out to Dylan. Everyone looked at Dylan with envy, then bowed and stepped back. Dylan came to the temple, knelt on the ground, and said devoutly, "My lord, your most humble servant pays tribute to you."
He was trembling with excitement. The Lord was clearly about to deliver an oracle. Yet, he chose to listen to it now. This was undoubtedly the greatest grace for him. This wasn't the first time Jing had played tricks. He was experienced. His voice,
majestic and aloof, yet filled with infinite compassion, echoed in Dylan's mind. From the images he saw upon entering Earth, he knew that in order to open the wormhole, he had to ensure the smooth implementation of the drone mecha plan.
And in the current situation, it was clear that the presence of the Hansen father and son had become the biggest obstacle. The oracle he gave Dylan was related to this. However, he didn't ask the monster cult to support the drone mechas.
Nor did he ask them to fight against the Hansens. Instead, he asked Dylan to support the PPDC and oppose Shaw Industries' drone mecha plan. Su Jing wanted to complete Mission 1, while he could use his own strength to bring fear back to humanity,
forcing them to join the monster cult and thereby revive its prestige. He now had another option to whitewash the monster cult, openly become the savior, maximize the influence of the monster cult, and make people willingly join it.
The latter option was clearly better and more conducive to the future development of the monster cult. Even if he left again, the monster cult would not have fallen to its current state, and more importantly, through the latter action,
he could gain more power of faith. If the power of faith is used to strengthen the current body, and not exchanged for outer armor, not only can it not be taken away, but also no additional origin points will be obtained upon returning. However,
it can be used to strengthen the existing outer armor. Once all tasks are completed, it can be summoned. This was a hidden reward. It was allowed by the system. Since he had the conditions to obtain it, Xu Jing certainly wouldn't give up.
Dylan listened silently to Xu Jing's narration and arrangements. His heart was in turmoil. He was shocked beyond words. The pioneers of the Antiverse planet were all traitors. They stole a portion of the Lord's power and dreamed of becoming new gods.
They wanted to destroy all of humanity, created by the Lord, and recreate a new world. These rebels all deserve to die. Dylan's heart was filled with immense anger. He had no doubt about Xu Jing's words, although they worshipped monsters after all.
Up to this point, apart from the Lord, no monster had ever responded to or treated them favorably. Instead, they had been slaughtered without mercy. He had doubts at first, but now he finally understood. He thought he knew the truth. My lord,
your humblest servant is always loyal to you. Dylan was quick to express his devotion. He was incredibly devout. Very good. Xu Jing calmly began to talk about the next arrangements. Chapter 339. God is a Gorilla. Australia, Sydney.
PPDC Management Committee Summit held. Sydney is a city of symbolic significance. It's not just the headquarters of the PPDC, more broadly. It symbolizes a certain kind of international cooperation. After all,
the PPDC is an organization that brings together members from around the world for the sole purpose of protecting the Earth. Although it was damaged many times during the Monster War, the reconstruction work has been largely completed.
The PPDC Management Committee's building complex is located in the city center. It is tall and sleek, and has become a world-renowned landmark. Around the harbor, along the coastline, and even outside the PPDC headquarters building,
dense anti-monster cannon weapon systems were deployed. If activated, these weapons would be enough to instantly destroy any monster up to level 3. Afternoon, sunny.
The circular plaza outside the Management Committee building was packed with tens of thousands of people. Some supported the drone mecha project, while others protested against it. There were also various mecha fan groups and kaiju enthusiasts.
It seemed as if every group in the world had gathered here. The atmosphere was tense, clashes were ongoing, banners and excited people were everywhere. At the edge of the lane, 4 rows of fully armed riot police stood, shields raised,
maintaining order at the scene. In a small area at the very edge of the square, a group of robed monks formed a circle. Within the circle stood a statue of a giant, roaring, diamond-shaped beast. Each of them, with a fervent expression, prayed continuously.
They were originally members of the monster cult, but now they have officially changed their name to the King Kong cult, declaring that King Kong is the true Lord God. Pope Dylan's face was filled with unusual excitement. He declared,
"My lord has sent his divine general down to earth this time. He glowed with a black light, possessed 6 wings, and possessed unrivaled power. All heretics will pay a heavy price." He was so excited. After 10 years, their prayers had finally been answered,
and they had received the true approval of the Lord. The believers erupted in deafening cheers, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Even the reporters were excited, eager to hear what they were saying.
The monster cult has been making a lot of moves in recent days. Every single one of them is considered a major news story that has shaken the world. Not only did they change the name of the church and promote new doctrines,
they even denounced everything on the planet Antiverse as heresy, completely subverting the original faith. After all, those monsters have always been worshipped by them. Fortunately, their new true god was still a monster.
This monster resembled a gorilla standing on human form. They called it King Kong. This is the origin of the name of the new church. Is God an ape? Everyone who saw and heard the news was shocked. In addition,
this new Vajra cult also supported the PPDC, which it originally hated the most, and expressed strong opposition to Shaw Industries' unmanned mecha program. The sun really rises from the west. What on earth are these monster believers thinking?
Why did they suddenly change so much? There must be a reason behind this. It holds a huge secret. Think carefully. Could it be that the original monster believers, who openly embraced King Kong, could have undergone such a transformation?
Like cats smelling fish, the reporters rushed to the Vajra cult's location. They instinctively felt that if they listened to what Dylan was saying, they might get some big news. Unfortunately, to prevent unrest,
the riot police focused their attention on the Vajra cult members and directly drove away the crowd. Even the reporters were no exception and were all driven away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky.
Distraught jumping Hawk helicopters, divided into 2 teams, each carrying a mech hunter, passed the harbor and flew towards the committee building. "Look, it's the Vengeful Rangers! Ah, Eureka's here too!"
I heard that General Chuck was personally piloting the ship this time. And the co-pilot was the son of the hero Stark Pentecost. Really? Absolutely true. When the 2 successors to the legendary mech hunter appeared, countless people cheered,
chanting slogans repeatedly. The roar was like a tsunami. even more powerful than the previous Vajra cult. Even the various groups that had previously been hostile to each other joined in the cheering.
Because no one can deny that without the heroes of those days, the monster wars would never have stopped, and the wormhole would never have closed. Boom! The Hopping Hawk helicopter dropped 2 mechas onto a reinforced landing pad near the committee building.
The earth shook, resounding through the air. The shockwaves of the landing sent dust cascading down upon the surrounding crowd, nearly knocking some unprepared individuals off their feet. However, this did not cause dissatisfaction among the crowd,
including those of the Vajra sect, once again erupted in earth-shaking cheers. It's hard to imagine that these monster believers would actually cheer for us one day. Inside the cockpit of the Eureka, Chuck was surprised, yet he was also extremely disdainful.
He was even wary of the monster believers' unusual behavior. His co-pilot was Jack Pentecost. Their minds were connected, and he knew exactly what Chuck was thinking. He responded, "They're always trying to stir up trouble. Now they've suddenly become like this.
It's really hard to trust them." He was a little distracted. His father and sister, both heroes, had sacrificed their lives to save the world. He alone had achieved nothing. He had been reduced to living in a ruined city, stealing mecha wreckage for a living.
Not only had he failed to bring honor to his family, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. If Chuck hadn't helped him this time, he might have gone to jail. But besides being grateful, he felt very ashamed and angry. "I'm not feeling sorry for you."
Chuck could clearly sense Jack's thoughts. He asked seriously, "Have you ever considered becoming a mech hunter pilot again? The Mo Yulin base is currently facing some difficulties. One of the Revenge Rangers pilots was poached by Shaw Industries,
and they're currently short on manpower." While they could select a student from the Hunter Academy, Chuck still preferred Jack. He didn't want to see the son of the renowned Pentecost fall into such a state of decline. Furthermore, Jack was incredibly talented.
He was a natural pilot and the original partner of Lambert, the remaining pilot of the Revenge Rangers. "Didn't we agree to let me be the instructor?" Jack felt inexplicably unhappy, but then he was suddenly moved.
"Let's talk about it after you stop Xiao Luan's drone mecha plan. Maybe tomorrow PPDC will close, and I can go home." During the Monster Wars he was once a Jaeger pilot. His dream was to become like his father and serve under him. Ambitious and resourceful,
he trained tirelessly with his partner Lambert, striving for his dream. But one night, Jack and Lambert had a heated argument over a minor matter. In a fit of rage, he climbed into a 4th-generation vintage Jaeger,
determined to prove that even without his partner, he could be a brilliant pilot, just like his father. In the end, it was clear he had failed. The first person he saw when he woke up was Pentecost. His father had mercilessly expelled him from the team.
Ignoring all his pleas, he was absolutely resolute. Disappointed and angry, he left the base without looking back. A year later, he received news that his father had died. Then, his sister also died. I haven't had the chance to prove him wrong yet.
The complex emotions buried deep within Jack's memories surged. His thoughts began to wander. His connection with Chuck instantly became unstable. The result was that the standing Eureka began to falter, causing the crowd around him to scream, "Warning!
The driver's neurological stress is exceeding the limit." The first electronic detection sound in the cabin sounds. General Quan, the acting commander of the PPDC, also hurriedly asked through the communicator, "Eureka, what happened? Damn it!"
Chuck didn't have time to explain. He roared, "Jack, don't dwell on the memory. Focus." Jack was a natural-born pilot. In an instant, he freed himself from the whirlwind of memories. He remembered what his sister, Mori Mako, had taught him.
"Focus on what's in front of you, only what's in front of you." He took a deep breath, calmed himself, looked at Chuck, and said, "I'm fine." "Sorry." Eureka regained her composure and stood upright again. The crowd around her cheered.
The 2 pilots of the nearby Revenge Rangers gave up trying to hold Eureka back. They had originally been Eureka's pilots, and they were honored that the Marshal was personally using their mecha. Besides,
they were just there to observe the situation. They wouldn't have to fight. Plus, there was only one pilot left on the Revenge Rangers, so they let them take over. "You really do want to be a pilot after all." Chuck exhaled. He said sincerely,
"Go and prove yourself. No matter what others say, I believe you can do it. I believe your father in heaven will see it too. Let's wait until after this summit." Jack looked through the holographic screen at the street outside the committee building.
A luxurious motorcade was slowly approaching. It was Xiao Luan and her group. Chuck snorted coldly. He gestured to the helicopter approaching from the horizon and said, "My dad's here too. We won't let Xiao Luan's plan succeed."
There is a dedicated helipad on top of the committee building. The helicopter Heck was riding in was also specially prepared for the PPDC Secretary General.
The PPDC Security Department also noticed the presence of Hike and Xiao Luan and began to print out to maintain order. Xiao Luan arrived first. The car stopped in front of the gate. She was wearing a gray dress and had a calm demeanor.
Behind her was Director Kang and a number of bodyguards. She looked like a leader. Her appearance stirred the crowd. Her fans frantically screamed her name and attacked the riot police, trying to get close enough to ask for autographs. Interestingly,
many of the followers of the Vajra cult were furious. They cursed and called her a heresy. They threw bottles, trash, and even signs at Xuanhuan. They also engaged in a violent clash with her fans. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Fortunately,
the PPDC security department intervened in time to stabilize the situation. They also arrested a group of the most violent Vajra followers. "My lord has returned. You will pay the price. Dromekas are heresy!"
Shaw Industries will surely become the culprit in destroying humanity. The followers of Vajra struggled. One by one, they were taken away, lashing out in fury. But they showed no fear, for their lord had appeared soon.
The world would understand the true nature of God. Xuanhuan naturally heard something. She simply ignored the group of crazy fanatics and walked towards the main entrance calmly. Today, she had only one goal: to launch the drone hunter program.
Years of hard work hinged on this single day. She was confident she could win. At that moment, a series of shrill cries suddenly rang out from the sky.
Everyone turned around and saw thousands of seagulls flying in a single column from the direction of the harbor, seemingly fleeing for their lives. This situation seems a bit strange. Many people's expressions grew serious, feeling that something was amiss.
Inside the cockpits of the two mech hunters, a holographic screen popped up showing the command center. General Quan, with a serious expression, spoke in fluent English. "Enemy sighted. Approaching you at high speed from the east. Numerous."
The technicians at the command center swiped their fingers, transmitting the view to the display screens of Eureka and the Rangers. In an instant, countless red dots appeared on the mecha's screen, and then, through all the screens,
they saw with their own eyes the faces of the approaching enemies. A massive black cloud seemed to drift across the horizon, accompanied by sharp, piercing cries. Thousands of flying creatures appeared from the coastline, sweeping towards Sydney. "Oh my God!"
"What is this?" Jack's mouth dropped open in shock. He reached out and tapped the holographic screen. It zoomed in, revealing the flying creatures' features. They were a swarm of creatures that bore a striking resemblance to the pterosaurs of ancient times.
Each one was the size of a truck. They were so densely packed that they practically filled the sky. It was a terrifying sight. "It's a monster." Chuck's face turned pale. There was no such creature on Earth today, let alone such a large group.
Could it be that the wormhole has opened again? Why was no abnormality detected? He didn't have time to think any further. He shouted, "Meet the enemy. Stop them." At this moment, the people outside the committee building also saw the countless monsters flying in.
They were all stunned and froze in their places. No one knew who screamed first. But then everyone woke up and started running away in all directions, crying and shouting in fear. Chapter 340: God will come down to Earth.
Chaos reigned in front of the management committee building. Even before the pterosaur monsters arrived, tens of thousands of people jostled against each other, resulting in countless casualties from the stampede. "Don't panic. Maintain order. Go to the shelter."
Chuck's deep, powerful voice echoed from the external speakers of the Eureka, and everyone within a radius of several hundred meters could hear it clearly. At the same time, General Quan at the command center gave the order.
And the anti-monster cannons deployed in Genie turned their muzzles and fired into the sky. Rumble, deafening explosions rang out. Monsters screamed and fell from the sky one after another, but compared to the massive herd, these seemed insignificant. "Damn it.
Where did they come from?" Chuck's face was grim. He gave the command into the communicator. "Rangers, follow me to fight." Two mecha hunters, under the control of their pilots, crossed the crowd and sprinted towards the incoming swarm of monsters.
"We can't stop them," roared Jack. It had been over a decade since he last operated a mecha hunter. Compared to that time, the equipment was much newer and more advanced. The cockpit and operating system are holographically and virtualized.
The driver is suspended in a magnetic field. The shoes are fixed to the illuminated rectangles at the bottom. The floor analyzes the driver's movements. Although this could easily create a wonderful feeling of human-machine integration,
it was still a little difficult for him to adapt to. It was agreed that it was only here to serve as a ceremonial mecha. Jack felt like he was being forced to do something, but he had no choice but to go ahead with it, individually.
These monsters weren't particularly formidable. A mech hunter could easily crush them with a single blow. But their overwhelming numbers, coupled with their ability to fly, left them helpless. "Attract their attention. Stop as many as you can. Command."
Chuck yelled. He quickly contacted Heck and said, "Old man, get out of here! Find a place to land and hide!" Boom boom! The anti-monster cannon bombarded non-stop. Eureka joined in. The plasma missile launcher on her chest extended.
A barrage of missiles roared into the swarm of monsters, blasting several empty areas in the sky. The ranger wasn't to be outdone. The gravity sling on his right arm activated. His right palm transformed into a power-assisted projectile assembly weapon.
Blue light emanated from his open grappling hook, transforming into blue beams that drew in a large number of cars on the ground. Then with a whiplash, the pile of cars slammed into the sky. The two mechas opened fire at full power,
instantly wiping out a small portion of the approaching monster group. But at that moment, as if receiving a command, the remaining monsters suddenly dispersed, splitting into several parts. Some attacked the fixed anti-monster cannons.
Others actually bypassed the two mechas and flew directly towards the committee building without stopping. Some also attacked the helicopter Heck was riding in. "Daddy," Chuck screamed in terror. His father hadn't even landed yet. Heck, high up in the helicopter,
Seemed to have made it except he quickly contacted Chuck. "These monsters are..." A piercing white noise suddenly sounded, instantly disrupting all communications. This was a premeditated attack. The timing was perfect.
All the leaders of PPDC gathered at this time. Who is it? Is it really the monster that has made a comeback? Chuck's mind raced with ideas one after another, but he didn't have time to think carefully. He yelled, "Jack!" The two of them were in sync.
Jack understood everything. Eureka turned quickly and ran towards the helicopter. Bang! One of the fastest flying monsters crashed into the helicopter, its body getting stuck between the wings. Chuck watched helplessly as the helicopter lost control
And plummeted toward the ground. No, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, but the distance between them meant he was powerless. But just as he was despairing, a sudden gust of wind blew up. A sharp, shrill roar echoed through the air. A sleek,
black glowing mech hunter descended from the sky. It swooped down and caught the falling helicopter. Then, in a V shape, it returned to mid-air. "Oh my god, is this a mecha hunter?" Eureka and the four pilots in the Ranger all gaped in shock.
They looked up at the sky, their jaws dropping in shock. If someone had told them before that the bulky mecha hunter could fly, they would have thought it was a fantasy. But now they believed it. The mecha hunter in mid-air had its back to them.
Its three pairs of massive metal wings were fully extended. It looked like an angel descending from Earth. Although this angel is black. Click! Xu Jing turned around. His shoulder gun bays opened, and 6 huge balls of indigo light emerged. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, he clenched his free hand into a fist. 4 small cannons emerged from the metacarpophalangeal joints. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The artillery fire continued uninterrupted. The energy seemed endless.
Pterosaur monsters from the sky fell in droves. Wherever Xu Jing pointed, the monsters in that area were instantly cleared. His firepower alone was more powerful than the combined firepower of the anti-monster cannon. Eureka and Rangers.
One man can hold the pass. 10,000 men cannot break through. Such a powerful mecha hunter is simply unheard of. Whether it was Chuck and the others, or the people on the ground who had safely escaped the battle zone, they were all stunned and speechless.
How is this possible? Which force actually possessed such terrifying mecha hunter technology? Chuck's mind was in a state of confusion. He couldn't think of anything. Furthermore, his father was still in the hands of the enemy mecha hunter.
He didn't dare to act rashly, so he ordered deal with the monster first. Eureka and the Rangers attacked again, attacking the remaining monsters. Soon, all the pterosaur monsters were wiped out, and their corpses filled the nearby streets.
Xu Jing retracted his weapon and glanced at Eureka and the Wanderer. He had long suspected that Newton, controlled by the pioneers, would make some move at this summit. He was also well aware of the existence of these pterosaur monsters.
He knew they came from another abandoned mecha factory and were primarily composed of metal alloys. Before the wormhole opened, his goal was the same as Newton's. He didn't want Xiao Luan's unmanned mecha plan to be hindered. However,
Xu Jing wanted to achieve his goal and also take this opportunity to openly appear in the world, whitewash the monster cult, and seize the opportunity to gain faith. Therefore, he had come long ago and had been hiding in the clouds high in the sky. So far,
he had essentially achieved his goal. While Heck, who was inside the helicopter, hadn't died, he had placed a soul seal on him, causing him to fall into a coma, a vegetative state that would last for at least a month.
This amount of time was enough for Xiao Luan to complete the UAV Mecha Plan, Chapter 341. Impact. The command center was buzzing with noise, with all sorts of discussions and exclamations echoing one after another.
General Quan contacted Chuck and said in 5 minutes, 3 mechas will be able to reach you. These 3 mechas came from another base, very close to Sydney, and are now on their way. Chuck knew what was going on.
He turned on the speaker and shouted to Xu Jing in mid-air, "Unregistered mecha hunter pilot, please identify yourself." Under normal circumstances, he would have told the other party to turn off the power, then exit the cabin and surrender.
But considering the huge disparity in strength between the two sides, he gave up on this foolish move. In terms of size, Fire Eureka and Revenge Wanderer were only about 80 meters tall. The other party, according to the scan data he had just collected,
was a full 115 meters tall. The difference between the two was like the difference between a child and an adult. Furthermore, the black mecha's weaponry was also powerful. Terribly so, even.
The metal scans on the other mecha revealed some unknown composition. Clearly, its defenses were also strong. More importantly, the other party can fly. It is incredibly fast and very agile. Chuck swallowed secretly,
Suspecting that this was simply not a mecha hunter that modern humans could create. If a fight breaks out, even with the 3 mechas that will arrive soon, he is not sure he can defeat the enemy. Plus, his father was still in the enemy's hands.
Although both sides had just united against the monster, the enemy was still unclear. What was urgently needed now was to find out the identity of the black mecha hunter. Xu Jing looked down from above.
Gazing down at the 2 new generation mecha hunters on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. Back when he was a dragon on the seabed, had come into contact with Eureka and the Wanderer, and they'd even briefly collaborated. He didn't rush to answer. Instead,
He slowly retracted his wings and landed on the ground. Soon a group of excited and enthusiastic followers of the Vajra sect rushed out from their hiding place, desperately rushing to their knees.
they all fell to the ground and shouted enthusiastically, "Lord General! Divine General!" Chuck and Jack looked at each other in disbelief, doubting the truth. Because the monster cult simply does not have the technological capabilities to create mecha hunters.
These monster believers must be crazy. They actually dared to jump out and act like a bully at this time. They are simply courting death, Chuck thought to himself. But he didn't expect the black mecha to actually nod. Not only Chuck and the others.
But even the command center fell silent. They hadn't expected this to be true. At this time, 3 groups of Jumping Hawk helicopters appeared from the north, each carrying a mech hunter and approaching. Xu Jing glanced back.
Then he placed the helicopter on the rooftop of the building next to him. With its wings spread, it soared into the sky. In a flash, it disappeared into the clouds. All he had to do was remain mysterious. Dylan would do the rest. Just 10 minutes after he left,
News of the attack on the PPDC Committee's summit in Sydney spread like wildfire around the world. There are 3 points that are of most concern. First, the attacking pterosaur monsters were all mechanical creatures constructed from alloy. Therefore,
it was clear that this attack was man-made, targeting the PPDC. Currently, governments around the world are investigating. Second, several PPDC committee members were killed or injured. Secretary General Heck Hansen was also injured.
although he was rushed to the hospital in time, he remains in a coma. Third, during this attack, a mecha hunter appeared, completely beyond human technological capabilities. This mecha hunter, officially known as the Obsidian Fury,
actually belonged to the Vajra cult. Dylan instantly became the darling of the world's media, and the Vajra sect also became the focus. Then there's the Obsidian Fury, this mecha.
dubbed a divine general by Congo believers and claimed to be a deity sent down to Earth, has garnered widespread attention and widespread discussion. Television, radio, the internet, and even the streets are all topics of discussion.
Does Obsidian have a driver? Can humans create such a mecha? Is what we have seen so far the full strength of Obsidian? Do gods really exist? All sorts of questions filled people's minds. Some things simply couldn't be explained.
Perhaps the only way was to believe in the existence of God. Seizing this opportunity, Dylan began to tout the power of King Kong. He preached to the world through the media,
claiming that the wormhole was about to open again, and that God would descend to Earth to save humanity. What surprised people most was that, at this critical juncture, the leaders of various countries remained silent,
seemingly tacitly acknowledging the legitimacy of the Vajra cult. Even the troublemakers arrested by the PPDC at the summit were quickly released. The original terrorists had their identities cleaned up in the blink of an eye. Remember,
they had disrupted the groundbreaking ceremony of the Pentecost Siblings Memorial some time ago. The reason behind this is quite intriguing. People are discussing it and speculating on the truth. It's late at night.
Newton was walking on his way to Shaw Industrial Laboratory. He had just come out of the bar. He had heard about the shocking incident that had taken place in Sydney that afternoon. But he couldn't remember what he had done that afternoon. Is he drunk?
He felt like something was wrong. He returned to the lab preoccupied with his thoughts. Then he met Xiao Luan. Xiao Luan was concentrating on searching the drone mech hunter's fiber optic data core system. She hadn't noticed Newton yet.
Next to her stood a pilot, wearing an unmanned remote sensing suit. This suit, when paired with a virtual reality helmet, could pilot a drone mecha hunter via a data core. Newton's expression changed slightly. He quickly walked towards Xiao Luan.
He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. He seemed to really not want Xiao Luan to search for too much data. Hi, boss. She interrupted Xiao Luan's train of thought. She forced a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm late. I thought you were still at Sydney."
Xiao Luan ignored Newton's greeting and said bluntly in Chinese, "The committee has approved the use of drone armor at an emergency meeting." Newton was stunned. As if realizing something belatedly, he nodded and said, "That's great." The driver next to him, Burke,
Suddenly interrupted Xuanhuan excited. Yes, I'm very happy. Newton quickly added that attack was, I was there, I know what happened. Xiao Luan interrupted Newton. Then she changed her tone and said in Chinese, but from a certain perspective.
This is also a good thing. If the committee hadn't been attacked and Heck hadn't been unconscious, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to get approval this time. Newton despised him in his heart, but he responded, what should we do now?
The committee asked us to complete the full deployment within 48 hours. 48 hours, Newton looked troubled. This is my life's work, it has to be done. Xiao Luan scolded without question, then walked out of the laboratory with Burke in a dignified manner.
She had other things to do. The mechanical pterosaur monster that attacked Sydney that afternoon. Its manufacturing process seemed familiar to her. She had brought back several corpses. She needed to study them carefully. As soon as Xiao Luan left,
Newton immediately became incredibly assertive. He reprimanded the questioning employee and then transformed himself into the harshest, most demanding and cold-blooded supervisor, urging everyone to act frantically. Chapter 342.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. PPDC Mission Command Center. Chuck, General Quan, and other important figures in the base were all present. They watched the Obsidian Fury battle clip over and over again. The scene was silent until the video stopped.
And then there was a burst of exclamations. Let's all share our opinions. Chuck's expression was complicated. He was feeling unprecedented pressure. Father Heck is in a coma. The drone mecha project has been successfully implemented.
PPDC faces the crisis of disbanding and reorganization. And then there's the uncontrollable mecha hunters. And there's the unknown enemy who created the pterosaur monster. The people present began to express their opinions. Absolutely flawless.
This is definitely not something that the monster cult can create. Even if we join forces with Shaw Industries, we can't create it. It moves so fast, so agile. If there were a pilot inside, would their neurons be overloaded? Wouldn't their brain explode?
It's incomprehensible. Just because it can fly. I don't think even if all the mech hunters in our base come together, they won't be able to deal with it. Although some felt that this was too much to encourage others and undermine their own prestige.
The unfortunate thing was that, after much thought, no one dared to guarantee anything. Besides, everyone present was on the same side, so there was no need to make harsh remarks.
The Vajra cult claims that this mecha hunter is a divine general sent by their Vajra god to the mortal world. Gottlieb moved aside the pile of running programs on the holographic screen.
He zoomed in on the Obsidian Fury image and displayed all the detected data. What's your opinion, Doc? Chuck asked. I spent a day researching and carefully studying the stories about gods published by the Vajra cult. Among them,
there's a mention of the origins of Vajra god. Gottlieb took a deep breath and said, they say God, or Vajra god, created everything. He created the Forerunners. But the Forerunners betrayed God and stole some of the power of creation. Chuck said, go on.
During the intense period of the monster wars, Newton, angry with me, secretly communicated with the monster's brains. Gottlieb recalled he saw some information. You all know your identities. For example, the monsters were mass-produced.
And the extinct dinosaurs were actually defective monsters made by the pioneers. And more importantly, whether it's monsters or dinosaurs, their genes themselves come from the pioneers. What do you mean? Chuck said with a change of expression.
Gottlieb hesitated. I suspect the so-called King Kong god is actually another intelligent life form. He may have used his own genes to create the Forerunners, just as the Forerunners created the monsters.
The Forerunners learned his technology for creating life and betrayed him. They became enemies. It makes sense that the Vajra cult regarded the pioneers of the Aniverse planet as their mortal enemies. Then there's the evil dragon.
In the new interpretation of the Vajra cult, the evil dragon, like Obsidian Fury, is a divine general sent down to the mortal world by the Vajra cult. But we all know that the evil dragon is likely the offspring of the tailed rat that died on Hong Kong Island.
It was supposed to be controlled by the pioneers. But something unexpected happened. Chuck's eyes lit up as he said, the little rat received help from the so-called King Kong god.
It escaped the control of the pioneers and then grew fully grown in a short period of time. It turned into a dragon, and it was the one who helped us destroy the wormhole back then. That's right. There's a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Gottlieb nodded and continued. Let's make another bold assumption. Is that King Kong god on Earth, hiding somewhere? He might be injured and afraid to show his face, but he probably possesses some strange abilities.
Like being able to communicate without even showing his face. It's like a biologically enhanced version of synesthesia. So it helps us fight the monsters. It's just to protect itself. It also doesn't want the pioneers to come. Besides,
I don't believe the Divine General's claims. I believe more in science. That so-called Diamond God must have a thorough understanding of biotechnology. It must be even more advanced and powerful than what the pioneers possess.
Have you seen the dragon's rapid growth and extreme evolution? And now, the Obsidian Fury. Gottlieb was a little excited. He stared at the holographic screen intently. He said, perhaps this is the perfect fusion of mechanical and biological, if I'm not mistaken.
It has its own thinking life. Did the Vajra cult say it's a special life form? I think it's exactly what I imagined. Chuck and the others suddenly realized, if Obsidian Fury was a biological mecha,
then its incredible agility and flexibility, as well as its ability to fly, could be explained. To put it simply, this is a monster that looks like a mecha hunter. There was a commotion in the command room. Everyone was talking. Doctor, if that's true,
then how do you explain the dragon's sudden disappearance into white light? And since the King Kong god already nurtured the dragon, why did he create a bio-mecha hunter? Chuck still had questions. Gottlieb pondered for a moment and said, science is endless.
We humans simply don't know so much. Perhaps the dragon disappeared because it was completely dead for some reason, decomposing or something. After all, it took such a short time to grow from a juvenile to a level 8 monster.
Its lifespan must have been very short. I'm thinking that perhaps the end of science is truly theology. Otherwise, why would King Kong gather the monster cultists and create the King Kong cult? Chuck didn't think about it any further. He wasn't a researcher.
He just needed to know the results. He continued, Doctor, have you found anything else? Yes. Gottlieb tapped the holographic screen. He found the image of the vengeful wanderer and moved it next to the Obsidian Fury. Look closely. Do they look similar?
As he said this, others noticed it. A burst of surprise echoed in the command center. Gottlieb pointed to the orange energy core in Obsidian Fury's chest. He then pulled up the data from Eureka and the Ranger scans. He said,
although it hasn't used its energy core much, its energy readings are the same as those of the Vengeance Ranger. Chuck reacted immediately and said, check the energy core of the Ranger. Find out where it was manufactured. I checked. Gottlieb swiped the screen.
The Avenger Ranger is manufactured in the United States. This factory is affiliated with our PPDC. No problems found. Don't forget the dangerous wanderer. Chuck added, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Gottlieb controlled the full system screen and displayed a map. This is the Severnaya Zemlya archipelago, near the Taimyr Peninsula in Siberia. He continued to zoom in on the map, pointing to a certain spot. He said, there used to be a factory right here.
It was used to build the power cores for the mech hunters in the early days of the Monster Wars. But it fell into disuse many years ago, and the power cores for the dangerous wanderers are produced here. I understand. I'll take care of the rest.
Chuck turned and quickly left the command center. He wasn't going to deal with the Obsidian Fury. After all, according to Gottlieb's analysis, they were natural allies with a common enemy, and the events in Sydney indirectly proved this point.
But not dealing with the Obsidian didn't mean he didn't want to know its secrets and verify Gottlieb's deductions. Therefore, he decided to inform all nations of Gottlieb's analysis. Then, someone would naturally go to Siberia to investigate.
He only had to wait for the news. I don't understand why the committee is so eager to deploy drone mechas, but I will say this drone mechas are heresy. Shaw Industries is courting its own demise. The drone mechas they deploy will destroy us all.
Chuck walked into the hall. A holographic screen in the center was playing an interview with Dylan. The staff gathered in groups of 3 or 4. Watching the fun unfold, they discussed the afternoon's events. He paused, looked up at the screen, and frowned.
A bad feeling suddenly struck him. If Gottlieb's inference is true, then the public remarks made by Vajra leader Dylan about drone mechas may not be groundless. After all, the one behind the Vajra cult is the same Vajra god who created the pioneers.
He knows more about the Aniverse planet and the pioneers than humans do. Are the monsters really going to make a comeback? If it is related to drone mecha, does that mean Shaw Industries has betrayed all of humanity? Chuck's heart skipped a beat.
He realized the seriousness of the situation. He didn't dare delay. He quickly walked out of the hall, went to the helipad outside and boarded a special plane to leave the base. United States, West Coast, Santa Monica, California, during the Monster War.
Most of Santa Monica was reduced to ruins, with broken walls and rubble everywhere. This place is now sealed off with wire mesh. The thousands of acres of beach are littered with the wreckage of lost or retired mechas. There's also the abandoned PPDC base.
Su Jing was currently hiding in the shallow waters of a nearby ocean. It was safe here. Apart from a few thieves sneaking in to look for mecha parts, no one else came to the coast. More importantly, this place is very close to one of the PPDC bases.
And there's a mecha named Chumo Aches that often patrols nearby. Everything was going smoothly now. The monster cult had been cleansed, and the drone mecha plan had been approved. He only needed to wait patiently, wait for the pioneers to launch.
And then observe QMOX movements to detect the situation in time. Then he would just have to act accordingly. One day later, Chuck returned to the Moylan base.
The Russians who had recently been sent to investigate the Northland factory had reported that the factory had been reduced to ruins, completely buried by the collapsed iceberg. That's telling. In all likelihood, Obsidian Fury was created there.
Chopping up the body of a mechanical pterosaur monster. The entire lab was filled with a horrible, nauseating odor. Chuck nodded. Frowning, he looked at the monster's corpse and asked, "Have you found anything about this?"
This is a serious problem. Gottlieb fought back the urge to vomit. He peeled back the cut alloy. Look. After he finished speaking, he quickly turned his head away, bent over and began to retch. Chuck held his breath, leaned in closer,
And peered inside the alloy. He saw nothing but wiring and conduit, mixed with rotting flesh. "What's this?" He stepped back and looked at Gottlieb. Gottlieb had been studying the carcasses of these alloy pterosaur monsters all day.
He had dissected dozens of them. His rubber overalls and gloves were splattered with what looked like a toxic slime. He put down the chainsaw. With great effort, he stripped off his rubber suit and gloves.
He walked to the lab and turned on the holographic screen. He had already tested it with various instruments earlier. Various data appeared on the holographic display, including data on all known monsters that had appeared. This is a monster group.
But I can't find any matches with the known monster genes in our database. Chuck's face darkened. He asked, "Are you saying this gene isn't from Earth?" But the wormhole is closed. If a new monster appeared, the sensors should be able to detect it.
It has nothing to do with wormholes. Gottlieb shook his head and said, "The radioactive half-life index of monster flesh is very unique, but the tissue inside this mechanical pterosaur is not."
My test results show that human genetic modification technology is clearly found in this genetic fingerprint. In other words, someone modified the monster tissue left over from the monster war and carried out large-scale proliferation and cultivation.
Chuck's face was filled with contemplation. Could this technology, combining machinery with monster flesh and blood, be related to the Vajra cult? It should be them. With the Vajra god's methods, he could directly cultivate real monsters.
There's no need for such trouble, Gottlieb continued. While you were away, a student named Amara came to see me under Jack's guidance. She said the cables inside this mechanical pterosaur were made by Shaw Industries. I looked it up, and it's true.
It was Shaw Industries again. Chuck's face was filled with anger. He now seriously suspected something was amiss with Shaw Industries. But when he met with representatives from various countries and discussed the Vajra cult's claims,
most of them were dismissive and remained skeptical. Furthermore, the unmanned mecha program was inevitable. Global deployment was less than a day away, and no one could stop it. Gottlieb sighed, but cables alone don't prove anything.
Shaw Industries cables are sold on the market and used in various applications. Besides, Shaw Industries doesn't have a biological research department, if they claim they were responsible for genetically modifying and cultivating monster flesh and blood.
I know. Chuck paced back and forth. Don't tell anyone yet. He felt extremely passive now. He felt helpless. If only the old man was here. Unfortunately, Heck was still in a coma. Gottlieb looked at Chuck's gloomy face and suggested,
"Why not ask him? He'll probably have access to internal information or shipping documents. With such a large group of pterosaurs, the amount of cables used must be significant." "Good idea. I'll leave it to you. Any questions?"
Chuck's impression of Newton was that he wasn't sociable. He wasn't familiar with the other man. Considering the entire PPDC, perhaps only Gottlieb had any connection with the other man. Although rumors had it that Gottlieb and Newton had always been at odds.
During the final battle between the monsters, they worked together to analyze the dragon's movements and intentions. Their mutual admiration was evident to all. "No problem." Gottlieb's eyes lit up. He was a little excited.
"I'm finally going to carry out a secret mission too." "Okay, you go now. Be careful." Chuck makes the arrangements. He's not one to stick to the rules. "I'll contact Dylan of the Diamond Cult and see if I can get in touch with that Obsidian or Diamond Cult."
Chapter 343. Butterfly Wing Shujing didn't stay in one place. Besides using Chumo X to determine the movements of the PPDC's California base, he also traveled between Old Mount Everest and Santa Monica. For him,
the journey between the two places along the coastline was just a matter of minutes. He can obtain various information from the outside world in a timely manner through the followers of the Vajra sect.
Su Jing rejected Dylan's message that Chuck requested a meeting without hesitation. He now knew more than the other party. That was that something had gone wrong with Newton. The drone mecha had been tampered with during construction,
and it was likely to go into action during deployment. As for telling Chuck the news, Su Jing would never do that. Otherwise, if the Pioneer's plan was easily thwarted, he would not be able to predict what would happen next. Time passes quietly.
Another day falls. Newton had been in the lab for a full 24 hours. During this final period, he constantly urged the technicians to speed up. Finally, they completed all the deployment tasks within the stipulated time.
All the major cities along the Pacific coast, including Xi'an, Shanghai, Dongjin, Los Angeles, etc., have already been equipped with drone mecha hunters. In the Shaw Industrial Building,
An entire floor housing the laboratory was designated as a remote command and control room. Currently, there were over 100 pilots inside, arranged in rows of 20. Each pilot was remotely controlling a drone mecha hunter around the world.
At various PPDC Shattered Dome bases, the first batch of drone mech hunters had already been deployed, an average of 2 per base, awaiting the order to officially enter the battlefield. This is a global event.
Major television stations around the world have already reached an agreement with Shaw Industries to broadcast this historic moment live. Newton was smug. He thought he was about to change the world. In fact,
most of the invention patents for the drone mecha hunter should belong to him. However, because he was Xuanhuan's employee, all the patents and credits belonged to Xuanhuan. But Newton isn't distressed at all. Right now, he's focused on the present.
He's not thinking about patents. He's not trying to take credit. He's just trying to make history. The important moment has arrived. The last 2 drone mech hunters were already en route to Mo Yulan. The data on the screen indicated they were operating smoothly.
Their pilots complained a bit, wondering why they had to be deployed last. Soon, however, they finally reached the sky above Mo Yulan's Shattered Dome base. The Jumping Hawk helicopter was about to cut the cable and drop them. Deployment is 100% complete.
I said we could, and we will. Newton was completely excited, but as soon as he finished speaking, as if at a signal, all the alarm lights lit up and emitted a sharp sound. Drone Mecha 375 loses control.
Remote pilot Burke was the first to react and report the situation via the communicator. He fiddled with the controls, but couldn't stop it. The holographic screen began to change color and distort. Finally, a burst of electricity erupted.
He convulsed and lost consciousness. What's going on? Find the reason. Newton felt that everything before him was so familiar, but he didn't know what was wrong. Mo Yulan base. All the mech hunters were ready to go, standing outside the base gate.
The pilots had no idea why Marshal Chuck had issued such an order. Give the drone mech hunter a warning. Or do you want to completely turn against him? But no one objected. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up.
The drivers had long been dissatisfied with Shaw Industries. Despite Xuanhuan's repeated promises that the drone mech hunter was not a replacement for the mech hunter, the pilots and mech hunter technicians believed this was impossible.
The lights of the Hawk helicopters appeared in the night sky, along with the operating indicators of the drone mech hunters. They were gradually approaching the base from the south, just as the enemy reached the airspace above the base's landing pad.
The drone mech hunter suddenly began to flutter. A purple energy beam emanated from its head. Tendrils of monster-like tissue expanded from the gaps in the armor plating, entwining themselves and merging with the drone mech hunter.
There's a problem with the drone mech hunter. The technical staff at the command center discovered the situation in time and shouted loudly, "Damn! Something's wrong!" Chuck saw the situation outside through the transparent tempered glass of the command center.
He immediately grabbed the communicator and shouted, "Attack! Destroy them!" The weapons of the 7 mecha hunters outside the base were already activated. Upon hearing this, they launched their attack without a second thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Plasma cannons, missiles, railguns. The mech hunters each displayed their prowess. Outnumbered 7-2, they instantly concentrated their fire on the 2 mutated drone mech hunters suspended in midair. Boom! Unsurprisingly,
the 2 drone mech hunters exploded on the spot. Shaw Industries betrayed humanity. Chuck's face was grim. Assemble. Head to Shaw Group. Capture the traitors. Chaos reigned within the Mo Yulan base. Everyone was in shock.
But the sudden change in the drone mecha hunters proved irrefutable. Furthermore, satellite monitoring from the command center showed that the same disaster had swept across all the Shattered Dome bases like a tsunami. In addition,
during the live broadcast on TV, everyone saw the drone mecha hunter transform into a demon and attack the mecha hunter and the base. Fortunately, Chuck had made preparations. He had ordered the pilots of each base to deploy their mecha hunters.
While the other bases weren't as quick and decisive in destroying the enemy as Mo Yulan's, they weren't completely defeated either. The Mo Yulan base was in Shanghai, not far from Shaw Industries.
His priority now was to quickly capture all Shaw Industries personnel and remotely destroy the remaining drone mecha hunters to prevent further deterioration. As for the culprit, Xuanhuan, she will likely spend the rest of her life in prison.
And Shaw Industries will collapse and become history. Su Jing had always maintained an attitude of not participating in the plot, and did not want to disrupt the pioneers' plan. However,
he was also unaware that his butterfly wings had already destroyed the original history. He flew high in the sky. He witnessed the 2 hunter drones mutate. Then, with lightning speed, he destroyed Chumo X, who had accompanied him into the battle. Then,
he charged towards the Los Angeles base. However, outside the base, the drone mecha hunters encountered strong resistance and were even in a precarious situation, on the verge of being completely destroyed. Why is it so useless?
Su Jing activated his jamming ability. Coupled with the darkness of the night, no one noticed his whereabouts. Seeing that the drone mech hunter was about to be destroyed, he made a quick decision and chose to intervene in the battle between the two sides.
Certainly, he still didn't show up. Instead, he used a freezing spell to freeze the remaining pilot of the mecha hunter in Lost Rocks. Without the pilot's control, the mech hunter, which had previously held the upper hand, froze and then collapsed.
Although the drone mecha hunter didn't know what was happening, it fired its missiles without mercy, easily destroying the enemy. Then it charged into the base and completely destroyed it. Explosions erupted. Flames shot into the sky.
The drone mech hunter strode across the ruins and rushed towards the coast. Chapter 344. Don't shoot. We are in this together. Xu Jing flapped his wings gently, following the drone from high above.
He had no idea what the other party would do next, but he could guess roughly. After the pioneers destroyed humanity's resistance, they would most likely choose to open a wormhole. As expected,
he followed the two drone mecha hunters all the way to the shallows near the harbor. Here, there were actually 4 drone mecha hunters that had already arrived, and judging by the situation, they hadn't participated in any battle at all.
The next 2 drones arrived and formed a circle with the others. Then they stood still, seemingly awaiting new instructions. Xu Jing looked down at the scene below from a high altitude, and something seemed to be going on in his mind.
Judging from the current situation, similar events must have occurred at every broken dome base around the world. This meant that at least dozens of wormholes were about to open around the entire Pacific Ocean. Although this is the real world,
it's a movie world after all. Given the usual good-evil endings in blockbuster movies, it's highly likely that the dozens of wormholes won't open smoothly. Otherwise, if the monsters from the Antiverse planet swarm in and explode on all sides,
Earth's limited military might won't be able to stop them. While Xu Jing was thinking, the drone mecha hunters forming a circle finally began to change. The energy core crystals on their torsos began to glow, and then they emitted particle beams,
which converged at the center of the circle. Boom! The earth shook violently. At the bottom of a shallow beach, 20 to 30 meters deep, a shimmering ball of energy gathered. Ripples rippled across the surface of the sea, and the water surged. Then,
beneath the ball of energy, a dazzling red light emanated from the seabed. Finally waited for it. Xu Jing felt the familiar spatial fluctuations and felt a little excited. The particle beams fired by these 6 drone mecha hunters merely served as a guide.
Like releasing a long-term, stable coordinate signal and providing some energy, the pioneers on the planet Antiverse could then respond to this signal with sufficient energy to open the wormhole. The newly opened wormhole was still unstable.
It needed a continuous supply of massive amounts of energy from the other end. The drone mech hunter needed to maintain a stable signal and energy supply. But even in this state, a massive monster's head still emerged from the red light.
Struggling to squeeze out half of its body, we can just passively wait for the wormhole to stabilize. Xu Jing's thoughts raced. He thought, if the drone mecha hunter was suddenly shut down remotely, the wormhole would instantly collapse. By then,
it would be too late to do anything. He made his decision in an instant. The energy core in his chest began to glow. Then his body tilted. A dazzling laser beam descended from the sky, striking the head of the monster attempting to escape the wormhole. Oh!
Half of the monster's head instantly melted. With a scream of pain, it was sent crashing back into the wormhole. Then Xu Jing's laser beam penetrated the underwater light sphere unimpeded and merged into it. At the same time, he released his spirit.
A wave of energy emanated, transmitting to the 6 drone mecha hunters. Don't shoot. We're in this together. The 6 drone mecha hunters were now considered half mechanical, half biological mechas, controlled by the pioneer hive consciousness.
They naturally understood Xu Jing's words. The particle beams from their chests continued to release. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic cannons on both arms activated. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead,
they raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Somewhat perplexed, Xu Jing didn't hesitate. He activated the plasma cannons on his shoulders and hands at full power. Indigo light burst forth, locking onto the 6 drone mechas and launching his attack.
Boom, 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 boom. The 6 drone mechas were unsurprisingly pierced through the heads by the plasma beams. They stumbled backwards and collapsed in unison. The energy ball condensing beneath the sea trembled continuously,
causing the space to become extremely unstable. Another monster, which had just tried to squeeze out, was decapitated by the fluctuating spatial force. The remaining body fell powerlessly back into the wormhole. Don't close it, Xu Jing prayed in his heart.
Increased his energy output, and slowly descended. He had directly destroyed the drone mecha because of the energy difference between the two. Fusion would only make the light ball more unstable. It would be better to go it alone.
His only concern now was that the pioneers on the other side of the wormhole would sense the situation here and abandon this wormhole. Perhaps because both parties had the same goal.
The wormhole space on the seed vibrated for a few seconds before stabilizing again. Shaw Group building. Inside the laboratory, Newton, armed with a pistol, kidnapped Gottlieb and was confronted by Chuck and his companions who arrived just in time.
Xuanhuan was held in the middle by a group of soldiers. They asked angrily, "How did you betray me? What happened tonight was so sudden." One moment she was still dreaming about her dream coming true. The next moment, she was hit by a bucket of cold water.
She watched her dream shattered. All her efforts were wasted. For someone who thought she was in control of everything, this was an unimaginable blow. However, the most urgent task was to clear herself of suspicion. Otherwise, everything would be over.
Beep beep beep. The alarms within the lab continued to blare. A satellite image appeared on the holographic screen. It showed 4 drone mecha hunters opening a wormhole on the shallow beach of Honolulu. Meanwhile, red circles spread out,
covering the entire Pacific coast. "Boss, have you finally figured it out?" Newton was extremely proud. Although the current situation was beyond his expectations, he had already completed the instructions for opening the wormhole. He now frankly admitted,
"You didn't find the wrong person. I did all this. But you discovered it too late. It's actually not difficult at all. 38% of Shaw Industries' production is fully automated. I made a few changes here and there, and completed the arrangement right under your nose."
He was completely manipulated by the pioneers. He had no regard for his own safety. His tone was filled with disdain. He taunted, "Especially you, so self-righteous. You always think you're the smartest person in the world."
Xiao Luan's face turned livid with rage. She wished she could shoot the man. This employee was smarter than she was. Had betrayed her. Had destroyed the dream she'd spent her whole life pursuing. Had even nearly made her take the blame.
By this time, Chuck finally understood the truth. He snorted coldly and called all PPDC bases. "This is Chuck Hansen. Attention all pilots. Drone mechas are opening multiple rifts in the Pacific Rim. Follow my orders.
Destroy them at all costs. Repeat." His only consolation now was his preparedness. He had saved the PPDC when the drone mech hunters attacked, according to reports from various locations, except for the Rocky Falls base.
The mech hunters at the other bases, aside from a few casualties, were all safe and sound. Retaining their full strength, Newton's expression changed slightly. The PPDC, which was supposed to be destroyed, was largely.
This was something he hadn't anticipated. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed the changes in Los Angeles and burst into laughter. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Before this,
if the pioneers had discovered the situation at Los Angeles, they might have given up on opening a wormhole there. But now the exact opposite has happened. Mobilize all your resources and energy. Focus on the coordinates of Loshanji.
The pioneers who entered Newton's mind communicated with each other and transmitted the information back to the planet Antiverse. While it's unclear what the Treacher Subsidian Fury intends to do, all the pioneers are fully prepared this time.
They won't underestimate the enemy like they did last time. "Damn you, Vajra God, no matter who you are, we'll make you pay for your arrogance this time." The pioneers in Newton's mind roared. Through Newton,
they naturally knew how the Vajra cult of the human world had fabricated things. They were all filled with indignation. Chapter 345. Where are the monsters? Newton's face was grim. He was a little distracted. He didn't notice that Gottlieb, whom he had kidnapped,
had quietly raised his cane. Bang! The crutch suddenly rose up and hit him in the face, causing him to scream and fall backwards. Bang! The sharpshooter Chuck brought seized the opportunity and accurately shot Newton in the arm holding the gun.
The moment the gun fell to the ground, a group of soldiers rushed forward and subdued Newton. "Doctor, are you okay?" Chuck stepped forward to support Gottlieb and asked with concern. "Shut down the drone." Gottlieb gasped. He looked at Xiao Luan.
"Let her go." Chuck nodded. The two soldiers holding Xiao Luan released each other. Xiao Luan, oblivious to everything else, rushed to the holographic screen and frantically manipulated the computer terminal,
attempting to hack into the subroutine Newton had installed in the drone mecha's operating code. All bases report the status of the pilots. Chuck prepared for both scenarios. The ripples of the wormhole opening were obvious,
detectable by mission control centers at each base. Furthermore, the opening wasn't far away. As long as the mech hunters arrived in time, there was still hope of stopping it. Reports from various bases began to fill the communicator.
The closest had already arrived and launched an attack on the drone mech hunters. Because the drone mechs needed to maintain an open wormhole, they were unable to retaliate. Perhaps the outcome would soon be decided. Sure enough,
it didn't take long before a new report arrived from the base. Among them, Shanghai, Zini, and Manila were the first to destroy the drone mecha, thus closing the corresponding wormhole. Gottlieb and the others cheered, but Newton, who was being escorted,
Snirno. Chuck saw Newton's expression and suddenly remembered the complete destruction of the Los Angeles base. He was confused. He didn't understand what had happened. But there was no time to investigate. He hurried to Xiao Luan's side. What happened?
I've hacked into the subroutine. Xiao Luan lowered her head. She replied and fell silent, completely absorbed in operating her tablet. She was a former hacker, and she was incredibly confident in her talent in this area.
What if this algorithm could be fine-tuned? Suddenly an idea struck her. She quickly modified a few key lines of code, and the data blocks on the holographic screen rearranged themselves. Chuck was too busy answering the call.
Even if the other bases successfully stopped the drone mech hunters, it wouldn't solve the immediate problem. There wouldn't be enough time to solve the problem in Rocky Mountains, if even this single wormhole stabilized.
It would become a nightmare for the entire Earth. He stared intently at the holographic screen. Although he didn't recognize a single code, he felt a sense of urgency. The data blocks on the holographic screen were reassembled. Finally,
a prompt popped up to close the program. At that moment, all the drone mechas everywhere twitched. Then, the cores in the armored heads exploded. The bodies lost their balance and fell to the ground.
The monsters whose bodies were stuck in the wormhole were all cut in half as the wormhole closed. Very good. There was a cheer in the laboratory, and news of the destruction of the drone mechas came from various bases.
The red circles on the holographic screen turned green and then gradually disappeared. All wormholes are closed. Xiao Luan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to announce the good news, she suddenly stopped.
When the others saw the flashing red circle still existing on the holographic screen, they suddenly fell silent. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation and was speechless with shock. "Oh my God!" Gottlieb exclaimed.
Why is the wormhole in Rocky still there? He already understood. The reason the wormhole still existed even though all the drones were shut down was because the wormhole in Luoshanji had completely stabilized. A monster is coming. It's a level.
Xiao Luan looked at the test data on the screen. Her face was filled with helplessness. She had already tried her best. Ha ha ha, Newton laughed maniacally. You're screwed. This world is heading for destruction. Don't think we'll give you a break like last time.
Once the wormhole opens this time, there won't be any buffer time. Level 4 is just the beginning. The number will increase. No one can stop us this time. Bang! Chuck punched Newton in the face, causing him to see stars. Then he kicked him,
knocking him to the ground. You bastard. Rape. He was still not satisfied and wanted to beat Newton up. Wait, stop hitting him. Gottlieb desperately grabbed Chuck. He wasn't Newton. He was now.
That fool Newton had secretly communicated with the monster brain again. The pioneer took advantage of the opportunity to invade his brain. He grabbed Newton by the collar and shook him. He shouted, "Newton, wake up, hang in there, you can beat them."
He arrived first, witnessed the entire process, and received personal confirmation from Newton, who was under the control of the pioneers. Pioneer! Everyone present was startled. Only then did they notice that something was indeed wrong with Newton.
He looked strange. His eyes were filled with evil. The sickly smile on his face was hateful. "Gottlieb, help me!" Newton's face changed at this moment. Suddenly he pleaded, "They are in my mind. I can't get them out of my head." His own will briefly emerged.
He regained control of his body. But before he could finish his words, his limbs twitched and returned to their previous state. He roared madly, "He is not strong enough. No one can stop us. You will die." Chuck resisted the urge to beat Newton up again.
He turned on the communicator. "Is an order bases around Los Angeles. Be alert to intercept monsters emerging from the wormhole. All other mech hunters, assemble at Honolulu base." So far, the entire PPDC, including all the mecha hunters in various bases.
He must get the situation under control and find a way to destroy the wormhole before it explodes. "It's out!" Xiao Luan shouted in horror. Another complete signal appeared on the holographic screen,
indicating that a level 4 monster had emerged from the wormhole. Everyone was horrified. Panic seized them. 10 years had passed. The monsters had truly returned, and this time they were clearly better prepared. Beep.
But at this moment a prompt sound suddenly sounded on the holographic screen. The red dot representing the level 4 monster that had just emerged from the wormhole gradually dimmed. The laboratory was completely silent.
And everyone looked at each other in confusion. Where are the monsters? What happened? What is going on? After a brief silence, the lab exploded. Everyone was talking. Xiao Luan quickly started working on her computer, trying to call up a satellite.
At this moment another level 4 monster rushed out of the wormhole. Then, the next second, its life force vanished once again. And Chapter 346, Killing Chickens and Dogs. Rocky Mountains. Xu Jing stood in the ocean.
The water reached just above his knees. He unleashed the plasma saws in his arms. He stood quietly beside the stabilized wormhole. Beside him, the bodies of 2 level 4 monsters lay on the sea surface, their blood boiling in the water. "Oh!"
A passionate roar echoed from the wormhole on the sea. As the sea churned, a monster resembling a crocodile, nearly 90 meters long, burst out, its bloody mouth wide open, and pounced on Xu Jing. Xu Jing swiftly dodged to the side and saw down. Sizzle!
Plasma showered everywhere. The crocodile monster's tough skin and scales were savagely cut by the plasma chainsaw. Then, the neck was pierced. Roar. The crocodile monster let out a shrill roar and struggled desperately. Xu Jing remained motionless.
He raised his arm and slashed fiercely. Most of the monster's head was separated from its body. After the crocodile monster rolled a few times, it completely fell silent. From the moment the other party appeared to the moment the situation was resolved.
It took no more than half a minute. Xu Jing didn't have to exert any effort at all and easily dealt with this level 4 monster. But before he could catch his breath, a dazzling red light emerged from the seabed, accompanied by roars.
A level 3 monster and a level 4 monster rushed out simultaneously. Boom! Xu Jing's shoulder-mounted plasma cannon pods opened. 2 beams of sky blue light flashed and blasted into the heads of the 2 monsters.
As the air filled with the thick smell of ozone and burning flesh, the 2 monsters that had just emerged from the wormhole fell backwards, tumbling and floating on the sea surface. Shaw Industrial Laboratories.
After seeing the images captured by the newly mobilized satellite, everyone was stunned. The massive corpses of the monsters soaking in the seawater had a profound impact on everyone. Is this the power of Obsidian Fury?
Killing a powerful level 4 monster is as easy as killing a chicken. Calm, agile, and precise. Not a single unnecessary movement, not a single wasted energy. Obsidian is like the coldest, most powerful killer, possessing exceptionally high killing skill.
He delivers a single fatal blow to every monster he encounters. Every movement is a delight to watch, and judging by how effortlessly he handled it, it was clear this wasn't his limit. It might not even be considered a warm-up. Even Newton,
whose body had been taken away by the pioneer, looked so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. At that moment, a brighter light erupted from the wormhole. A gorilla-like monster, over 100 meters tall, roared and rushed out.
Gottlieb looked at the data on the holographic screen and quickly came to a conclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the charging gorilla monster was hit in the chest by a cannon. It stumbled then. Obsidian stomped his feet and circled behind it.
The plasma chainsaw on his right arm drew a trail of shadows in the air. A gorilla head as big as a 3 or 5 story house rose into the sky. The gorilla monster's body shook.
Blue blood spurted from its neck dozens of meters high before collapsing onto the sea surface. Wow! There was a commotion in the lab and everyone's mouths dropped open. This is a level 5 monster, even during the Kaiju War.
It only appeared during the final nuclear attack on the wormhole. It fought the legendary dragon, causing a devastating battle and even triggering a massive earthquake and tsunami. And now, this level 5 monster, clearly relying on strength for defense,
couldn't withstand 2 attacks from Obsidian and was instantly decapitated and killed. Looking at Obsidian, it still didn't seem like he was putting in much effort. What a powerful force! Xiao Luan's eyes gleamed, her heart churning with emotion.
She designed the mecha hunter and had studied monsters. Naturally, she understood how difficult it was to decapitate the hardened head of a level 5 monster with a single blow, even though plasma cutting was a factor.
The decapitation only lasted for a split second. The main reliance was on one's own strength. And then there was Obsidian's swift and agile steps. As a Chinese, the first thing she thought of when she saw it was Kung Fu. Where is the limit of Obsidian? Strength,
agility, energy. Each one seems to have no limit. You have to remember that the opponent has wings. He hasn't used them yet. He hasn't even used energy weapons very often. Has been able to handle the situation with just 2 plasma saws that resemble swords.
Whether it's a level 4 monster or a level 5 monster, there's nothing that can't be dealt with one sword. 1, 2, 3. Everyone stared at the display screen in a daze. Completely numb. Many people know the meaning of slaughtering chickens and dogs.
But this is the first time someone has truly seen and understood it. Each of these monsters, slaughtered like chickens and dogs, would take considerable effort for a 6th generation mecha hunter, even a level 3 one, to handle.
Many countries possess satellites. With the wormhole now open, countries around the world are naturally sharing their resources. At this moment, countless people around the world witnessed Obsidian Fury slaughtering monsters. Everyone was deeply shocked.
Each base reported their situation. Where were all the mech hunters? After a long moment, Chuck awoke as if from a dream. He quickly picked up his communicator and began contacting them.
When he learned that mech hunters from several nearby bases were nearing Los Angeles, he quickly issued new instructions: all pilots, upon arrival, assist the Obsidian Fury and clean up the area surrounding the wormhole. At this moment,
the area surrounding the wormhole was filled with the corpses of various monsters. The sea area within a radius of hundreds of miles was polluted and turned a blue. Regardless, monster blood is known as the blue poison.
It poses a significant threat to the Earth's environment and cannot be ignored. Then there are the monster corpses. After what happened with Newton, we need to keep a tighter control over monster corpses, especially brains. Otherwise,
we might end up with even bigger problems. Chuck then contacted a number of relevant individuals, including governments of various countries, and most importantly Dylan, the leader of the Vajra cult. Obsidian Fury was, after all, a general of the Vajra cult.
While he knew he could be considered an intelligent being, he wasn't sure of his temperament. If he wanted to communicate, it would be safer to send his message through Dylan. Next, the PPC's forces and those of other nations quickly began to mobilize.
Supplies and personnel were dispatched. Governments around the world worked together. It only took a little over half a day. After Xu Jing easily eliminated another level 5 monster that had just emerged from the wormhole, the first group of professionals
finally appeared before him, escorted by over a dozen mecha hunters of various types. Chapter 347. Complete Missions 1 and 2. When the PPDC mecha hunters saw the sea surface filled with monster corpses, they were all filled with awe.
Fearing misunderstanding, they stopped 1,000 meters away from the wormhole. In contrast, Dylan was filled with enthusiasm. He shouted Lord God General and rode a cruise ship, fearlessly approaching Xu Jing, the mecha drone, under the Globalive broadcast.
The wormhole reopened. Everything proved what he had said in the previous interview. God exists, he is merciful. Therefore, God will descend to Earth to save the ignorant world. As God's spokesperson, Dylan, the Vajra cult's leader,
was now in the limelight. The Vajra cult had also completely regained its former power. He came here to report to the God General the requests of the various governments,
asking them to allow them to clean up the monster corpses and help them close the wormhole again. Xu Jing saw Dylan approaching recklessly. He immediately stopped him with telepathy and changed his voice to ask about his situation. Just now,
he heard the system notification sound. Task 1 has been completed. Dylan knelt respectfully on the deck and explained everything he knew in detail. He then stated the requests of various countries. Let them deal with the monster corpses. Fine.
Xu Jing split his attention, easily dealing with another level 5 monster that had just burst out of the wormhole, he said. But as for closing the wormhole, ask them if they have the courage to travel through the wormhole with me.
Strike back at the Antiverse planet, completely resolve this problem. So far, although numerous monsters have emerged from the wormhole, the highest level is only level 5. However, when Xu Jing first crossed into this world,
he knew that there were monsters of level 6 or even level 7 on the other side of the wormhole. Although there weren't many level 6 or 7 monsters, it would still be dangerous for him to go there alone and be surrounded.
If he could get more mecha hunters along, they could at least help contain them. Given the pioneer's dedication to Earth, even if the wormhole closes again this time, it might open again someday.
Xu Jing believed that after this incident with the monsters making a comeback, the governments of the various countries on Earth would definitely seriously consider the feasibility of his proposal after learning about it. In addition,
you should ask other countries to cooperate with you in promoting this religion and broadcast the situation here to the outside world. Of course, he would miss the opportunity to improve his reputation. After all the countries needed him.
The wormhole opened even more completely than last time. The monsters on the other side seemed to be lined up, pouring out one after another. There was almost no buffer time, and the ones that emerged were at least level 4 monsters. If he left it alone,
the endless stream of monsters would be beyond the reach of Earth's nations. Even if a mecha hunter with a nuclear bomb found an opportunity to jump into the wormhole, they would be intercepted by the rushing monsters. With the lesson learned the first time,
how could the pioneers not be prepared for the Earthlings' nuclear attack wormhole tactics? Without detonating the nuclear bomb at the most critical location, the nuclear attack wormhole would have no chance of success.
Xu Jing repeated what he had thought about. Finally, he thought for a moment and said, "The rest is up to you." Dylan was overjoyed to hear this. This fully demonstrated the Lord General's trust in him.
He had originally created the massive monster cult solely out of lies for profit. Over the years, he had become even more adept at both religious and political tactics, and had come up with more ways to expand his influence. Moreover,
this was exactly what he had hoped for. With Xu Jing's support, he could proceed with full force. He then returned to the group they had come from and announced the oracle.
The long-awaited mecha hunters quickly entered the area and began clearing the monster carcasses. Xu Jing didn't ask the mecha hunters to help him fight the monster. At that moment, he deeply felt the power of the bio-mecha, the monster blood,
was continuously absorbed by his skin. After such a long battle, he didn't feel any exhaustion at all. Instead, he felt a sense of abundant energy and unlimited physical strength. Dylan acted quickly, just over an hour after leaving.
2 helicopters from television stations appeared in the sky, broadcasting the scene around the wormhole to the world. The world was in an uproar. People only knew about the Shaw Industries drone rebellion and knew nothing about the wormhole opening.
Everything that happened under the live camera at this moment made them terrified, excited, and trembling. They were shocked beyond words. Monster corpses piled up like mountains. Obsidian's fury was unfathomable.
PPDC's mech hunters were only suited to the role of cleanup crews. Even their cleanup speed couldn't keep up with Obsidian's killing speed. The Vajra cult instantly became extremely popular. Countless people requested to join.
Most of those who joined this time believed firmly in the existence of the gods and were extremely devout. One day later, as the system notification sounded, Xu Jing finally completed the monster kill count required for Task 2. At this point,
the pioneers finally realized the problem. They knew that a continuous battle wouldn't do anything to Xu Jing, nor would it inflict any damage on him. The pace of the monsters rushing out of the wormhole suddenly slowed down.
But this slowness didn't mean a lack of defense. Everyone could see that within the wormhole's exit, numerous monsters were roaming around, but they wouldn't break out. They were guarding against Earthling's nuclear attack on the wormhole.
Xu Jing could also clearly sense that on the planet Antiverse, an extremely powerful energy was being continuously injected into the wormhole. Without this energy injection, the wormhole would absorb the natural energy of both planets over time,
becoming increasingly solid and expanding, and now it is obvious that the pioneers are accelerating the expansion of the wormhole at all costs. PPDC General Command Center, Chuck and his deputy, General Quan,
stood in front of a long row of virtual holographic screens. On each holographic screen, there is a representative of a certain country. This is a conference that concerns the future of all mankind. They've held several meetings like this over the past 2 days.
But nothing has been finalized, everyone. How long are you going to hesitate? Chuck's face was filled with anger. Are we going to wait until the pioneers on the other side complete the wormhole expansion? Xu Jing didn't hide the wormhole's changes.
Humans also detected the energy shift. Gottlieb and the others reached an accurate conclusion. If we wait until the wormhole is fully expanded, the monsters that burst out will likely no longer be level 5 monsters.
There might even be a large number of monsters rushing out at once. If the Obsidian can intercept them all, the situation will be serious. Rather than passively awaiting fate's judgment, it's better to take a chance. Chuck hates these politicians.
There must be a result today. Let's vote now. Chapter 348. Fighting to another world. This matter concerns the survival of humanity. Or perhaps there's no other choice.
The representatives of the various nations finally made a decision and informed Dylan. Dylan didn't dare to delay and quickly informed Xu Jing of the news. After Xu Jing learned about this,
he passed on some of his information to various governments through Dylan. The most important of these was the radiation issue. It could be said that this was a gamble of life. Even he knew nothing about the unknown radiation on the Antiverse planet.
The only thing governments could do was to make adequate preparations for radiation protection. The rest was up to fate. Another day later, the remaining mecha hunters in the world all gathered outside the wormhole.
Each mecha carried a nuclear bomb and a portion of a monster's body. The pilots all wore solemn, resolute expressions, seemingly prepared for sacrifice. This is humanity's counterattack against the monsters. Many people have long been looking forward to this day.
He could keenly sense the overwhelming willingness of the vast majority to face death head-on. He felt a slight sense of relief. Without hesitation, he jumped into the wormhole first. A wormhole is like a bottle with 2 open ends.
The openings are largest at the 2 ends and become smaller as it approaches the center. Xu Jing himself was a biological mecha. His cells carried recognizable monster genes. He easily passed the inspection at the bottle mouth.
As if he had leaped through a layer of space and entered the passage. He entered first because there were a large number of level 5 monsters roaming in the passage. Upon noticing his arrival, these monsters immediately roared and rushed towards him.
If a mecha hunter entered first, facing this situation, he would definitely die. But Xu Jing had a way to cope. He spread his wings and, using the thrusters at the joints of his hands and feet, he adjusted his balance with ease. Boom, boom, boom!
Before the 2 sides even drew close, he opened fire with his shoulder plasma cannons and chest laser launcher. Then he unleashed the plasma chainsaws from his arms. With a flutter of his wings, he transformed into lightning and struck back.
The monsters lost their lives the moment the 2 sides engaged in close combat, their bodies falling uncontrollably to the ground. Boo! A ripple formed at the mouth of the bottle. A monster thigh was strapped to the Revenge Wanderer.
The first one entered the wormhole, then came the second, and the third. Mech hunters entered one after another. After adjusting themselves, those with ranged attack capabilities immediately launched their attacks,
helping Xu Jing eliminate all the monsters with lightning speed. Xu Jing was still the first one to fall. After passing the middle of the passage, he suddenly felt dizzy and returned to his previous position. But he knew he had arrived at the Pioneer's planet.
Through the red light curtain, he could clearly see part of the Antiverse planet outside the wormhole. As if noticing his arrival, a creature, less than 4 meters tall, with 4 arms, walked upright, with insect like transparent wings behind it. Its head,
resembling that of an alien queen, opened its mouth and pointed toward the wormhole. Then, as if receiving an order, a large number of monsters rushed into the passage one after another and pounced on him frantically. Pioneer.
Su Jing looked at the other person through the light curtain, but he still stood in the middle of the passage. Choosing to wait and see what would happen, he fired continuously from his shoulders, chest, and hands,
using ranged attacks to stop the monsters from charging. If you want to attack the wormhole with a nuclear weapon, this is the best place to do it. One must be on guard against others.
Su Jing couldn't guarantee that humans would simply blow up the wormhole after he left this location. Cutting off his escape route back to Earth, the rest wasn't a big deal. Even without the mech hunter's help, he wouldn't be afraid.
But he was worried about not being able to return to Earth. After completing Mission 3 and using the diamond armor to strengthen it, he wouldn't be able to gain the immense power of faith. In that case, all his previous efforts would be in vain, of course.
Before he decided to lead the human mecha hunters into the wormhole, he announced to the media through Dylan that God would lead humans to counterattack the aliens. Dylan shared the same concerns, following Su Jing's suggestion.
He threatened and warned various governments, and even painted a rosy picture, telling them that if they succeeded, it would be like gaining a planet, even though that planet was said to be depleted of resources and extremely barren.
It was still full of temptation. After all, resources that were useless to the pioneers might not be useless to humans. Perhaps there were unknown elements or other unknown things.
Su Jing only waited a few moments before the mecha hunters in the tunnel on the other side of the Earth arrived one after another and pounced out. The prerequisite for cooperation is mutual trust, clearly.
The human mecha hunters had been briefed on this when they arrived. They were fully aware of Su Jing's concerns and explained them with their actions. Su Jing remained motionless, but he began to use his immobilization technique. He raised an arm pretentiously.
Wherever he pointed, the monster froze, motionless, and was easily killed by the mecha hunters. This incredibly magical, inexplicable scene immediately caught the attention of all the pilots. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but cheer.
They were filled with confidence in this operation. Soon, all the monsters in the passage were wiped out. The mecha hunters gathered at the mouth of the bottle and looked at Su Jing. Kill. Jing could no longer remain indifferent. His spirit was trembling.
A strong killing intent emanated from him. In an instant, all the pilots' blood boiled. The only thought in their minds was to annihilate the monsters. Call. Su Jing flapped his wings, passing all the pilots. He was the first to emerge from the wormhole,
swooping down on the nearest pioneer he had seen. Behind him, the pilots he had influenced also rushed out in groups of 3, manipulating their Jaegers.
Gottlieb had calculated that the current wormhole could only accommodate a maximum of 3 mech hunters entering and exiting. Otherwise, it would affect spatial stability and create a grave danger. Beyond the light curtain lay a world.
The sky was thick with dark clouds. The air was filled with yellow dust. The earth was brown. Aside from the rock formations, there wasn't a single plant in sight. The wormhole's location was in the center of a plain. Below it lay a deep, dug-out pit.
Within the pit were black, living like spheres. As they expanded and contracted, they continuously released powerful pulses of energy, which were then absorbed by the wormhole. On the plains,
mechanical organs and nerves spread out in all directions like a spider web, with the wormhole as the center. On the neural network, evenly spaced, were factories constructed from unimaginably massive bones.
These factories were filled with massive sacks built into active sludge incubators, neatly arranged. As the churning active sludge was continuously absorbed by the sack, monsters could be seen breaking free from the sack and emerging covered in slime. Kill!
As soon as the pilots emerged from the wormhole, they controlled their mecha hunters and charged fearlessly at the nearest monster. Chapter 349, Soul and Mental Power. The pioneer was only 3 meters tall. In front of any mecha, it was like an ant.
But at this moment, facing Su Jing rushing towards it, it did not show any panic at all. A sharp, terrifying whistle rang out from its mouth. Visible ripples suddenly spread through the air, then spread outward wherever it touched.
The mecha hunters became stiff and sluggish. The situation suddenly became precarious. Su Jing had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the ripples. In an instant, he felt an invisible energy piercing his mind. This is mental power!
He reacted instantly and finally understood what the pioneers relied on. In comparison, spiritual power is a power derived from the soul. It can be consumed and regenerated, and it complements the strength of the soul.
This power can also be used to attack people directly, but only the opponent's mind is attacked. It can also manipulate objects, such as swords, to attack, but mental strength is only energy similar to true Q after all. The soul is the foundation.
A life, spirit and body are one and the same. The body cultivates Q-Zar, while the spirit generates spiritual power. That's the principle. Normally, the stronger the soul, the stronger the spiritual power naturally derived from it. However, conversely,
if one focuses on cultivating spiritual power without cultivating the soul, while this can still strengthen the soul, it can easily lead to putting the cart before the horse, without an equally powerful soul to suppress it.
even the strongest mental power would be like a rootless duckweed, easily defeated. It could even become a burden on one's own soul. Just like Xu Jing's cultivation of demonic power, his physical body couldn't keep up, and he could easily burn himself.
Xu Jing faced the mental force attacking his mind. He sneered inwardly, his spirit shook, easily erasing the pioneer's mark. Then, his spirit power radiated. Wherever it reached, the ripples in the air were smoothed out as if by invisible hands.
The pioneer is the type of person whose mental power is super strong, but whose soul strength can't keep up. It's a typical example of putting the cart before the horse, facing Xu Jing's soul power suppression.
It instantly felt its released mental power being forcibly stripped of its control. Then its entire brain went blank. Intense pain penetrated deep into its soul. Puff! Its eyes were filled with terror. A mouthful of green blood spurted out.
Its demeanor suddenly became extremely dejected. Its body swayed before collapsing. Bang! Xu Jing stomped down, crushing the pioneer to pieces, turning it into a pile of rotten flesh. Having lost his mental strength,
the opponent's frail body was no match for him. As soon as the pioneer died, the monsters across the plains erupted in chaos. Like wild horses unleashed, they ran everywhere, even fighting each other, losing their previous harmony. Drink.
He unleashed his spirit once more, sweeping across all directions. The monsters that had engaged the mech hunter in close combat instantly staggered, losing their balance. Kill! The pilots' heads had been aching from the pioneer's mental attacks, but now,
as if washed away by a stream of cool water, all negative emotions vanished, their spirits lifted, their movements regained, and they roared back to attack. Seizing this opportunity, they each displayed their abilities,
using both close combat and ranged attacks to inflict the most devastating blows on the monsters. A few particularly large monsters were targeted by the concentrated fire of numerous mecha hunters. This was a level 6 monster the pilots had never seen before.
However, without control of their bodies, it was no more difficult to deal with than a level 5 monster. Even with a vital point attacked, they couldn't escape the call of death. Xu Jing, however, didn't stop.
He locked onto a gigantic monster that was nearly 200 meters long and pounced on it. If his perception was correct, this was a level 7 creature, the most powerful monster currently located on the plains. Certainly.
He suddenly unleashed his spiritual power. The monster's body stiffened. The energy ball that had been gathering in its mouth suddenly lost control and exploded with a loud bang. Xu Jing immediately rushed in front of the opponent.
The plasma chainsaws in his arms fiercely plunged into the opponent's mouth, slashing vigorously in both directions. Chi! The monster's huge head split open, revealing a beating brain. Xing twisted his wrist.
The plasma chainsaw plunged into the opponent's brain. Then he twisted it vigorously. The monster howled in pain. Its body convulsed and it fell to the ground, shaking the ground slightly. Kill! Kill! The pilots were suddenly filled with excitement.
Their momentum surged. They advanced in melee combat supported by ranged units. 2 or 3, or more, formed a formation and charged towards the gathering horde of monsters. Xu Jing was the soul of the entire team at this moment. He flapped his 6 wings,
bravely leading the charge like an arrow piercing the herd of monsters. There were roars and explosions everywhere. In less than half an hour, all the monsters were killed. Next,
the pilots controlled the mech hunters and attacked the bone factory on the plains. Soon, the ground began to shake violently. 3 massive mushroom clouds rose in succession. High temperatures, accompanied by radiation,
transformed into shock waves that swept across the entire plain. The battle was a complete victory. Aside from a few mech hunters suffering heavy armor damage, there were no casualties. After Jing cleared out the monsters, a system notification sound.
The progress of Mission 3 suddenly popped up on the interface. It also provided the geographic location and other information of the remaining pioneers. Besides mastering hyperspace technology, the pioneers are primarily engineers who create monsters.
All monsters' DNA comes from their own genes. They contain no toxins themselves, but they can cultivate a variety of toxic monsters through chemical and biological mutation techniques. In the world of pioneers, there is a clear hierarchy from high to low.
Cardinal, an ambassador. The higher the pioneer's level, the stronger and more toxic the monsters created by their genes. Each pioneer, like an alien queen, controls an army of monsters. They rarely live in groups,
each developing its own power. But this race itself is a colonial species, thriving by constantly invading other planets. Xu Jing looked at the information displayed by the system, and thought deeply. The one he had just killed was a cardinal-level pioneer.
The most powerful monster he had created had reached the 7th level. Under this pioneer's command, there are several ambassador-level pioneers. These pioneers' territories are scattered around the plains, and they are at his command. Furthermore,
10 years ago, when the PPDC launched a nuclear attack on a wormhole, the destruction of the wormhole caused a disturbance in the connected geomagnetic field. This directly killed the bishop-level pioneers who had led the invasion of Earth,
as well as numerous cardinal-level and angel-level pioneers. It also destroyed their only city. This dealt a heavy blow to the remaining pioneers, nearly devastating them. After many discussions, the remaining pioneers came to the current situation.
After the wormhole opened, they adopted a strategy of taking attacking to avoid another accident like the last time. "We must fight quickly and decisively." Xu Jing sorted out his thoughts. The noise from a nuclear bomb explosion was too loud.
The most important thing right now was to launch a direct decapitation tactic before the other pioneers could gather. It would be best if they couldn't unite. Then the remaining uncontrolled monsters would be easier to deal with. You guys go back to Earth first.
The rest of you stay here. He simply arranged for those mech hunters whose armor was damaged and could no longer participate in the battle to return to the wormhole, and assigned the remaining mech hunters to guard the wormhole.
After experiencing this battle together, a greater trust between the two sides was established. After he finished his instructions, he flapped his wings and flew quickly in a certain direction. Chapter 350, Speculations about the Pioneers.
Jing flew in midair. The plain below was rapidly receding. There was not a single green hue on this planet. The earth was dry and bare with layers of rock exposed. Dark clouds hung low. Yellow sand filled the air. From the outside,
there was a dead silence. Soon after, a boundless cenote appeared in the distance. It was the dried-up sea. At the edge of the tanking, earth-shattering roars echoed one after another. A large number of various monsters crawled out of the pit and gathered.
And among the monsters, a pioneer stood proudly on the back of a level 6 monster that walked on all fours like a lizard. This pioneer looked identical to the previous one. The only difference was his shorter stature.
The fan-shaped crown on the back of his head was also smaller. He was clearly an ambassador. He made no effort to conceal his whereabouts. When he discovered the other person also discovered him.
The latter immediately pointed to the sky and let out a sharp whistle. The next moment, some of the flying monsters flapped their wings and pounced towards Xu Jing. At the same time,
some of the ranged monsters began to flash their energy organs with various colors and aimed at the sky. Xu Jing remained calm and rushed towards the flying monster. Just as the two were about to collide, in a flash of lightning, he suddenly swooped down,
leaving the monster empty-handed. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters that aimed their long-range attacks at the sky poured all their energy into the group of flying monsters. The pioneer suddenly became extremely violent.
A powerful mental force surpassing his own soul emanated uncontrollably, causing the monsters to riot, die. Xu Jing had no intention of charging into the herd of monsters. When the two sides were less than 400 meters apart, he unleashed his spiritual power,
transforming into an invisible needle that swiftly pierced the pioneer's head. The pioneer's expression suddenly changed. It could sense the invisible object stabbing at it. But when it tried to form a mental barrier to intercept it,
it found that the invisible object penetrated the mental barrier unhindered and entered its mind. Its body froze instantly. Its eyes, like those of a dead fish, almost bulged out completely. Then with a bang its entire head exploded. The soul is too weak.
Once it is wiped out, the result is that the mental power loses control. Xu Jing dove down, creating a V shape. He quickly ascended again. Ignoring the chaotic swarm of monsters, he flew directly in another direction. Half a day later,
none of the ambassador-level pioneers around the plane were spared. All of them were wiped out by Xu Jing, who came to find them. After completing this operation, Xu Jing didn't relax. Before entering this strange world, he had thought Mission 3 was too simple.
Even after the devastating blow they suffered 10 years ago, the pioneers of today are still no match for humans. They rebuilt a city and recognized the only remaining bishop-level pioneer as their king.
Under the king were no fewer than 10 cardinal-level pioneers and a large number of ambassador-level pioneers. If you want to kill all the pioneers, you need to attack that city. The monsters in the city were at least level 6, and there were many of them.
There were also quite a few level 7s, and even a few level 8s. In a one-on-one fight, with the support of his spirit, Xu Jing wouldn't be afraid of any monster of any level. However, the enemy was too numerous, and there were also quite a few pioneers.
He would still find it difficult to fight them alone. If that doesn't work, then we can only stay here and slowly deal with it by assassinating the pioneers. He glanced at the mecha hunters who were waiting for his orders, feeling somewhat helpless.
The mecha hunters were barely enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Furthermore, some of the monsters were capable of using electromagnetic pulses. The 6th generation mechas were indeed more advanced and powerful than before.
But they were also more dependent on technology and subject to greater restraint. After careful consideration, Su Jing briefly shared the information from the pioneers and ordered all the mecha hunters to return to Earth.
Leaving them here won't be of much help in the future. It's better to have them guard the wormhole on the other side of the Earth. As for whether these mecha hunters would blow up the wormhole after returning, he had done everything he could.
He couldn't keep an eye on it all the time. He could only let humans weigh the pros and cons for themselves. However, after verifying his previous experience fighting with the mecha hunters, Su Jing already had some confidence. First,
he only represented the generals of the Vajra cult, not Vajra God. The Vajra cult also had followers within the upper echelons of human governments. He had heard Dylan reveal the truth about Vajra God, as speculated by Gottlieb.
This truth was beneficial to him. Furthermore, the intelligence on the pioneers, disseminated by these mecha hunters, would undoubtedly draw the attention of other nations. After all, such a powerful yet resource-scarce race, like a trapped beast,
would never give up Earth, a piece of their own fertile ground. Su Jing put himself in their shoes. If he were on the weakest side, he would have first found a way to resolve the pioneer threat and then consider the Vajra cult.
He wouldn't have chosen to offend both sides. So now he stayed here to deal with the pioneers. As long as he survived, the situation on the other side of the Earth wasn't in imminent danger. Humanity shouldn't make an unwise choice. We had fought together.
The pilots saluted Su Jing one after another. Then, carrying the remains of the monster, they entered the wormhole. After all the mecha hunters left, Su Jing soared into the sky and flew towards the pioneer city.
It only took him half a day to fly over the city. The city built by the pioneers was actually a massive monster-making factory. The entire city was built on a site with a strong magnetic field. Surrounding this field were numerous biomechanical generators.
It was these devices that triggered and utilized the magnetic field, providing the entire city with energy for manufacturing. Su Jing hid in the black clouds, silently observing everything on Earth. The city, inside and out, exuded a dead atmosphere.
Bone factories serving various functions were scattered throughout the city, connected by biological organs like pipes. The pioneers had clear divisions of labor. Within each factory, they completed the monster-making process, collect genes, classify them,
and cultivate them together. Finally, assemble the different organs that have been cultivated. This creates a wide variety of monsters with different abilities, compared to the factories seen on the plains before.
This city seemed to be the core of the true technology mastered by the pioneers. And every monster that left the factory had a strength of at least level 6. For the bishop, level pioneer king, all other pioneers are within its hive consciousness connection.
This reminded Su Jing of the alien queen he had transformed into. Those cardinal level pioneers were the equivalent of alien queens. The ambassadors below them were the equivalent of ordinary aliens. One level controlled another.
The entire social system was clearly hierarchical. Furthermore, the pioneer had a fan-shaped crown that was almost identical to the alien queen's. The more he looked at it,
the more he felt that the pioneer was the form that the alien race might take when it reached its peak of development.
The audiobook for chapters 301 to 350 of this issue has concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, share, and leave your comments. I will continue to update the subsequent content.